Tyrion Lannister's decision was made on a gray morning in King's Landing. The dawn sky was murky, a pale bruise over the towering Red Keep. The usual clamor of the city had not yet begun, for most of the citizens still slumbered. Tyrion, however, could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the shape of his sister's scowl, the curl of his father's contempt, and behind them all, the chill of a question that had been haunting him since he first heard of a Targaryen girl across the narrow sea. What might happen if he aligned himself with the child of a deposed dynasty? Tyrion had never been one to cling to tradition simply for its own sake. He was a practical man when it came to his own survival, and he knew his precarious standing in his family. He was tolerated at best. But he wanted more than mere tolerance, more than the scraps from the table. He wanted purpose. Over the years, that desire had settled into a dull ache. He once thought to find it through reading, through drinking, through witty conversation, through whores and jesting, but something in him had changed. The prospect of a new power rising in the east and his own cunning, which told him there was possibility there, awakened ambition in him. He was not the greatest fighter, not the strongest or the most handsome, but he was clever. If there was one place in all the world where his wits might matter more than his family name, it could be at the side of a dragon queen rumored to have been born in fire. He left secretly, wrapping himself in a hooded cloak of thick wool dyed a muddy brown, all to disguise the golden hair that made him unmistakably a Lannister. He took only a single horse from the stable, a short, sturdy mare he'd always favored for her docility. If the stable boys noticed, he knew they would not question it, they were well used to his private wanderings. And so began the first leg of his journey, overland to Gulltown in the Vale, where a ship waited to take him to Pentos. He had arranged everything with the help of a mercenary who asked few questions, especially after Tyrion dispersed a hefty bag of gold coins. For all the Lannisters' cruelty, he could not deny that their names still opened doors when it came to money. And so he rode away from the city that had caged him in one way or another for most of his life. He rode out past the farms and fields that lay under the looming shadow of the capital, past the watchful eyes of minor lords who owed fealty to the Iron Throne, and into the wide open roads that eventually veered north and then east. He kept to himself, halting at roadside inns only to refill his waterskin or to purchase enough bread and salted meat to keep him going. He spent little time sleeping for fear that he might be recognized. Every once in a while, he caught a glimpse of travelers on the horizon. Small folk, merchants, guards escorting a minor lord's carriage. He kept his distance from all of them. By the time he reached Gulltown, he was dirty, exhausted, and half-sick of salted meat. Still, a crooked grin curled his lips when he first glimpsed the masts of the ship that would carry him across the sea. He was tired, but he felt alive, truly alive, because he was making a choice that was entirely his own. The voyage to Pentos felt interminable. His stomach loathed the constant rise and fall of the waves, and his first days aboard the vessel were spent leaning over the railing, cursing the sea. But the ship's captain was a swarthy man who did not question the identity of a hooded dwarf. Gold was gold, and that was all that mattered to him. At night, Tyrion found a certain solace in standing on the deck, looking at the stars spread across the sky like shattered diamonds, and wondering which of those faint lights had guided Daenerys Targaryen across the Dothraki Sea. He had gleaned fragments of news, barely more than rumors, about the girl's marriage to a Khal of the Dothraki. Some said she was pregnant with a child, a prophesied stallion who might unite all the horse lords. Others said she was a mere puppet of her brother, that her dragons were only petrified eggs. Then came word that the brother was dead, crowned with molten gold, and that she had walked into a funeral pyre and emerged with living dragons. It all sounded like the stuff of madmen, the kind of gossip that blossomed in alehouses. But Tyrion believed that behind every grand tale there was a kernel of truth. The Targaryens were known for their affinity for dragons. If somehow she truly had hatched them, that would change everything. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. And for once, no witty comment or jape sprang to his lips to relieve the tension. He felt a tingle of anticipation he had never known before. When at last he set foot on the docks of Pentos, he took his first full breath of Essos. The air was muggy, carrying scents of exotic spices and rotting fish in equal measure. He disliked the humidity at once, but he had expected as much. He quickly arranged a carriage, tipping the driver generously to keep his identity unknown. An associate of Illyrio Mopatis, a name Tyrion knew from Varys's whispers, was waiting in a small palace outside the city proper. This associate, a gaunt man with a pointed beard, offered him shelter without pressing for details. Tyrion could guess that Illyrio still had stakes in the Targaryen cause. He'd heard rumors that Illyrio had once housed Daenerys and her brother. If that was the case, perhaps Illyrio would be amenable to offering assistance again, especially if Tyrion posed a unique resource, the knowledge of a Lannister scorned. It took some days to make the right connections and secure safe passage eastward into the vast grasslands that stretched toward the Dothraki Sea. In that time, Tyrion drank more wine than was wise, though not so much as to dull his wits. He watched and listened, picking up scraps of intelligence. Daenerys Targaryen was no longer living among the Dothraki in Khalasar. There were whispers that she had made her way to Qarth, gathering supporters and losing them in equal measure, forging ahead until she found herself in Slavers Bay of all places. Strange how matters unfolded. He heard that she had taken Astapor, Yunkai, Meereen, building a following of freed slaves. That at every step her dragons were growing, and so were her ambitions. Tyrion could not help but be intrigued and uneasy. Dragons were not trifles to be tamed by just any mortal. But if she had the presence, the birthright, and the cunning, she might succeed. He decided to go to her directly if only he could cross the endless desert and the pirate-infested waters near Slavers Bay. Another problem, another puzzle. If anything, that was part of what drew him forward. Life without a challenge was a dull existence indeed. He joined a caravan heading to Volantis. From Volantis, he planned to barter passage aboard a ship that would sail the coast up to Meereen. The caravan was composed of merchants and sellswords, a rough crew that talked little in common tongue. Tyrion spent the long days in a cramped wagon or on horseback, silently observing the arguments, the trade discussions, the bartering in languages he half understood. At night, he would sit around the campfire with the others, sipping bitter tea or what passed for wine in these parts. Some of his companions opened up when they realized he was no threat. The dwarf was too small to cause any real trouble, they reasoned, though Tyrion knew that was always an assumption one made at one's peril. He gleaned from them that the name Daenerys Storborn was becoming known far beyond Slavers Bay. Freedmen spoke it with reverence and slaveholders with fear. The old families of Volantis might even fear her more than they admitted. Something was brewing, and Tyrion had the sense to want to be at the center of it. By the time he reached Volantis, his hair was sticky with sweat and his travel clothes felt stiff from dust and salt. The city itself rose around the mouth of the Rhoyne, a labyrinth of bridges, canals, and towering buildings. The massive black wall separated the ancient aristocrats from the rest of the teeming population. Tyrion had no mind to linger there, where wealthy slavers reigned supreme and dwarfs were likely to be gawked at, exploited, or worse. He found a dockside broker who was willing to look the other way in exchange for a few gold coins. Through him, Tyrion secured passage on a seafaring vessel headed north, hugging the coast until it reached Meereen's harbor. The ship was far from luxurious, a battered galley with half-rotten planks, but it would do. Storms assailed them en route. Tyrion found himself cursing every god he had ever heard of as he clutched onto rope and railing, trying not to be tossed overboard by the angry waves. The captain assured him that the storms were normal this time of year, but Tyrion wasn't sure if he believed it or if the man was trying to keep morale afloat. Days blurred into nights, each one the same chaotic toss of the sea. At last, the storm subsided and they came upon calm waters, tinted turquoise under the bright sun. Seabirds circled above, and far in the distance, Tyrion saw the shape of a city rising from the shoreline. The captain pointed. Meereen, he said in thickly accented common tongue. Tyrion peered carefully. At this distance, Meereen was a shimmering mirage, but as they drew closer, the details formed, the stepped pyramids, the walls around the city, and somewhere within those walls, the silver-haired queen he had come so far to see. His arrival was not heralded. He was no official envoy. But news of a dwarf with mismatched eyes, one green flecked with gold, the other a darker hue, tended to spread quickly. It was not long before one of Daenerys' advisors, a translator named Missandei, found him in the courtyard of a modest inn. She arrived accompanied by 2 unsullied soldiers, their spears glinting under the sun. Tyrion marveled at the quiet discipline of those soldiers, each of them a testament to a brutal training regime. Daenerys Targaryen truly commanded an army of the unswerving. This was real power, not the perfumed illusions of King's Landing. Missandei informed him in perfect common tongue that the queen had agreed to see him. He was surprised. But then this was why he had come, his cunning, his knowledge, and perhaps an advantage that Daenerys would find too useful to ignore. When he at last stood before the Mother of Dragons in a grand chamber within the Great Pyramid, he realized how different she was from the timid girl rumored to have once been sold as a bride to a Dothraki khal. She was slight of build, yes, but there was steel in her posture. Her hair was moon-white, braided away from her face, and her eyes were like polished amethysts. Behind her, two of her dragons lounged in shadows, larger than hounds but not yet the towering beasts of legend. Even so, Tyrion saw the flicker of flame in their nostrils. The third, he would later learn, was growing more quickly in the catacombs, not as docile. She greeted him coolly, her voice measured. She did not smile, but neither did she threaten. He recalled how easily she had once dismissed the aristocrats of Yunkai and Astapor. Here was a queen who had been tempered by trials he could only imagine. So he bowed as deeply as his dwarf frame allowed. Then he raised his eyes, meeting hers. "Your Grace," he said, adopting the formal tone he had once used for King Joffrey with a twist of irony in his voice. "I come to offer my services. My name is Tyrion of House Lannister." That got her attention. Her expression flickered with surprise and perhaps a touch of wariness at the name that had caused her family so much grief. He was sure she knew the history. The Lannisters had been instrumental in Robert's rebellion. It was Lannister gold that had helped seat Robert Baratheon on the Iron Throne. And yet Tyrion suspected she would hear him out. Daenerys was no fool. Indeed, she questioned him sharply. Why had he come? Why betray his family? What did he hope to gain? He answered carefully, weaving truths into half-truths, presenting himself as a man disillusioned with Lannister tyranny, longing for a new order in Westeros. He spoke of how his father reviled him, how his sister loathed him, how he was always an outcast in his own family. He said that he believed Daenerys could be the queen Westeros needed, and that it was high time someone with intelligence guided her claim. She listened, occasionally glancing at her advisors, a tall, battle-scarred knight named Ser Barristan Selmy, and a lean Sellsword captain with a Dornish accent, whose name Tyrion soon learned was Dario Naharis. Ser Jorah Mormont was absent, exiled for betrayal. Tyrion stored that information away for future use. Eventually, Daenerys nodded, granting him a provisional place in her court, though she made it clear she would not trust him fully, not yet. Trust had to be earned, she said. He had no quarrel with that. That was how Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf from Casterly Rock, became an advisor to the last Targaryen, still holding Meereen against the rebellious masters who despised her. The city was no easy realm to keep in line. Tyrion soon found himself embroiled in the day-to-day governance, addressing the squabbles between freedmen and those who still clung to the old ways, dealing with plague outbreaks in the slums, negotiating trade with the wary merchant ships that arrived in the bay, uncertain if Meereen was truly stable under the breaker of chains. He discovered that Daenerys had a fierce compassion for her people, but sometimes lacked the ruthlessness required to maintain control in a city where old enmities festered like open wounds. Tyrion offered counsel, suggesting that she blend mercy with a show of strength. He did not advocate cruelty for cruelty's sake, but he knew the hearts of men. Fear was sometimes the only language they understood. She hesitated at first, reluctant to become the very kind of tyrant she had toppled. But in time, as more conspiracies rose against her, assassination attempts, sabotage, she began to heed his advice. It was a delicate balance, and he found himself uncomfortably reminded of the games played in King's Landing. But at least here, under Daenerys's banner, he felt a sense of purpose. He was shaping events, shaping the future, and she was listening. Every so often, he visited the dragons. They fascinated him. Dragons had not existed in Westeros for centuries, and the ravages of time had reduced their memory to crumbling bones in the bowels of the Red Keep. Yet here they were, living, breathing creatures with scales that gleamed in the torchlight and eyes that seemed unsettlingly intelligent. Drogon, the largest, was still roaming freely, much to the city's occasional terror. The other two, Rhaegal and Viserion, lurked in the Great Pyramid's lower levels, often chained to keep them from rampaging. Tyrion saw that Daenerys was uneasy about chaining them, yet also fearful of the damage they might cause if left unrestrained. It was another precarious problem. Tyrion studied the beasts from a distance, gleaning how they responded to Daenerys's presence. She commanded them with surprising confidence, as if an ancient bond tied them together, though her worry for their uncontrollable ferocity weighed on her. Tyrion had no illusions about controlling dragons himself, but he admired their raw power. In one moment, everything could change if those wings spread and those flames ignited. As Meereen slowly stabilized, Daenerys's gaze turned westward. Still, she could not sail to Westeros without an adequate navy. The Iron Fleet was said to be the largest fleet in the known world, and Euron Greyjoy, the new king of the Iron Islands, was rumored to be forging alliances and building monstrous ships. Tyrion suggested forging alliances of her own. Let her champion the cause of those who had long been oppressed, send envoys to Dorne, where Oberyn Martell's death at the hands of the Lannisters had left a bitter hatred for King's Landing. Seek out the Tyrells, or what remained of their power after the Purple Wedding fiasco. Perhaps even treat with those in the north who despised the Lannisters for the Red Wedding, though that was a thorny path. Daenerys listened, nodding as each idea took shape. She tasked Tyrion with drafting letters, making discreet contacts. She sent her own representatives to the neighboring city-states in Essos, forging trade agreements. Then she began rebuilding her own fleet in the bay, gathering what ships she could from the newly freed men who were willing to sail under her banner. Months passed, but the tension never eased. Tyrion grew more accustomed to the relentless heat, though he still hated it. They faced more rebellions from noble families who detested the end of slavery. Each time, Daenerys stamped them out with the help of the Unsullied, the Second Sons, and her 3 growing dragons. Tyrion orchestrated negotiations, but when words failed, the dragons roared. He had to admit it was an effective strategy. Fear, indeed, could be the stronger coin. He watched her confidence bloom. She wasn't the frightened girl who had once been sold in marriage. She was a queen tempered by blood and fire, and her eyes held a fierce resolve. He also saw her vulnerabilities, her reluctance to harm the innocents caught in the crossfire, her anger at betrayal, her sorrow whenever she lost a loyal follower. In those moments, she was all too human, and though Tyrion did not speak of it, he could not help but feel a certain admiration for the woman behind the throne. Perhaps there was yet some good in the world if a ruler could feel so deeply for her people. The day finally came when she announced that Meereen was as stable as it could be, that she had placed trusted advisors to govern in her stead, and that she would sail for Westeros to claim the Iron Throne. She declared that Slavers' Bay would no longer be known by that hated name. She left the city under the protection of her loyal forces, ordering them to uphold the freedom of the people. The freedmen wept at her departure, but many chose to join her, offering their lives to the Dragon Queen who had broken their chains. The docks of Meereen thrummed with excitement as Daenerys, her dragons circling overhead, boarded her flagship. Tyrion stood by her side, the hot wind whipping his hair around his face. The sails billowed, decorated with the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen. A fleet of ships followed them out into the open sea. It was a sight to behold. Tyrion felt a thrill in his chest that reminded him of the first moment he had decided to leave King's Landing, a sense that history was tilting on its axis and he was at the center of it. The journey across the sea was far from a simple cruise. The crossing took weeks, tested by storms and the constant need for vigilance against raiders. But the dragons, now large enough to be seen from miles away, served as a formidable deterrent. Tyrion spent much of the voyage huddled in the cabin, charting out possible landing sites along the coast of Dorne or the Stormlands. Daenerys wanted to land where she could muster immediate support without facing the full might of King's Landing or the Lannister armies in the Crownlands. Dorne emerged as the most strategic choice, given the Martells' long-standing grudge against House Lannister. Word had reached them that Prince Doran Martell was dead, replaced by Princess Arianne, who harbored her own ambitions. Nothing was certain, but Tyrion could see the sense in forging an alliance with Dorne first. When at last they sighted land, the towering red mountains of Dorne carved against the sky, it felt like stepping into a half-remembered dream. Tyrion had been he. Once in his youth, accompanying his father on a visit to Sunspear. He recalled the heat, the dryness, and the taste of spiced wine. Now, he approached as a would-be conqueror, albeit one bearing offers of alliance. They landed on a stretch of coast well away from the major harbors, ensuring they could disembark without a hostile reception. Daenerys and a portion of her army established a foothold on the shore. The dragons soared overhead, screeching in challenge at the unfamiliar land below. Tyrion lost count of how many men she commanded now. Thousands of Unsullied, thousands more freedmen volunteers, the Second Sons. The sheer scale of it left him momentarily breathless. This was real power. And yet, as he watched Daenerys stride along the surf, he saw not arrogance, but determination. She was here to take back what she believed was rightfully hers. Within days, envoys from Sunspear arrived, escorted by Dornish spearmen in flowing red sashes. Tyrion negotiated on Daenerys' behalf, bartering with Princess Arianne Martell and her advisors. They shared a common enemy in the Lannisters and the Baratheons who had supplanted the Targaryen dynasty. The Martells, outraged by the murder of Elia Martell and her children, were eager to see the fall of House Lannister. Daenerys offered them recognition of Dorne's autonomy within the Seven Kingdoms, the chance to avenge their kin, and a marriage alliance if needed. Perhaps not Daenerys herself, but someone close to her circle. The negotiations were tense, but in the end, they found agreement. Dorne would rally to the Targaryen banner. Tyrion breathed a silent sigh of relief. This was the first crucial piece in the puzzle of conquering Westeros. From there, events moved quickly. Dornish forces marched to reinforce Daenerys' landing site. The combined army advanced north through the princedom, capturing minor holdfasts loyal to King Tommen. Though Tommen's hold on the throne was tenuous at best, especially after the Tyrell-Lannister alliance had been shaken by various intrigues. The small folk did not resist much. They saw the dragons, they heard the stories. Many were tired of the endless wars, the backstabbing politics that had consumed the realm since Robert's rebellion. If Daenerys could restore peace, if she truly was a just queen, then perhaps they would welcome her. Tyrion knew that winning hearts and minds was as important as winning battles. He urged Daenerys to show mercy where she could, and to punish only those lords who took up arms against her. She listened, abiding by a careful balance. Meanwhile, word of her invasion spread like wildfire. Ravens flew to Highgarden, to Storm's End, to King's Landing. Panic began to grip the capital, for dragons had not been seen in Westeros in living memory. The first real test came when Daenerys' forces clashed with an army led by none other than Jaime Lannister, who had moved south to meet them before they could reach the Reach. Tyrion's breath caught when he saw his brother's banners in the distance, the golden lion of Lannister shimmering under the hot Dornish sun. Jaime's army was larger, bolstered by the remnants of the Tyrell levies. Tyrion wondered if the Tyrells had been coerced or if they still sought to preserve their tenuous alliance with the crown. Either way, the confrontation loomed. Daenerys' dragons were the wild card. She knew how to use them in battle, unleashing them upon the enemy's flanks. Tyrion stood on a rise overlooking the battlefield, heart-pounding, watching Drogon dive like a living storm of scale and fury. Lannister soldiers scattered, many dropping their spears to flee. Flames scoured the earth, turning war wagons to ash. Tyrion felt a pang, knowing these were his father's men who had sworn oaths to House Lannister. But he also knew war was war, and Daenerys had to show her power if she was to seize the Iron Throne. Jaime's lines broke, and the field became a chaotic rout. In the end, Jaime was forced to retreat with the remnants of his forces. Dozens of knights were taken prisoner, their banners scorched. Tyrion realized he was shaking when the battle ended. The sight of Dragonfire was terrifying, mesmerizing. Beside him, Daenerys exhaled, her face pale. She had won, but at what cost? The field below was a charred graveyard of soldiers and horses. Though the victory was resounding, Tyrion saw the toll it took on her. That night, in the makeshift war camp, she paced around the central tent, eyes glinting with fierce intensity. She asked Tyrion if he believed this was the only way, burning soldiers alive, unleashing dragons upon the battlefield. He answered as honestly as he could. She had to win hearts, but she also had to break the power of those who would destroy her. The Lannisters would show no mercy if they captured her. She nodded, though a small frown curved her mouth. The next day, she addressed her prisoners. She offered them a choice: bend the knee or face execution. Most bent the knee. A handful refused, clinging to their vows to House Lannister. She executed them swiftly. Some were burned by Dragonfire, a brutal display that sent ripples of fear through the remaining men. Tyrion watched silently, swallowing the knot in his throat. He could see that Daenerys was forging a new legend, one where mercy and terror intertwined in a delicate dance. As the days turned into weeks, she pushed north. The Tyrells, seeing the writing on the wall, switched allegiance, albeit begrudgingly, after internal struggles that left Mace Tyrell dead and his formidable mother Olenna Tyrell at the center of negotiations. Olenna, cunning and sharp-tongued, recognized that the future belonged to Daenerys Targaryen, and the old woman had her own reasons for hating Cersei Lannister. Tyrion's presence made the negotiations awkward at first, but Olenna took a strange liking to him, or at least a willingness to tolerate him. "You're the clever one, aren't you?" she remarked. "Try not to get this realm destroyed by your new queen's dragons." Tyrion could only bow and promise to do his best. By now, King's Landing was in turmoil. Cersei had seized power as Queen Regent after Tommen's sudden death. Some whispered she had a hand in that, though Tyrion had no direct proof. She was rumored to be relying on Qyburn's twisted experiments, forging alliances with the dregs of the realm. The city was ringed by battered walls, guarded by the remnants of the city watch and whatever forces the crown could scrape together. When Daenerys' host at last arrived outside the gates, they saw that Cersei had lined the battlements with barrels of wildfire, ready to ignite the entire city if it came to that. The tension was palpable. Tyrion felt his stomach churn. He remembered the stories of the mad King Aerys, who had once plotted to do the same. Burn them all. Now his sister threatened to repeat history. But Daenerys refused to simply torch the city. She wanted to rule, not to reign over ashes. So they planned a siege, hoping to starve King's Landing into surrender. Weeks of siege followed, full of hunger, disease, and despair within the city walls. Tyrion tried to smuggle messages inside to any sympathetic lord or merchant, urging them to plead with Cersei to yield. Few responses came, but he heard rumors of dissent, of bread riots in Flea Bottom, of the High Septon calling for mercy. Cersei would not bend. She had the wildfire, she had her hatred, and she had nothing left to lose. Daenerys' forces blockaded the roads and the sea, preventing supplies from reaching the capital. Starvation grew. Tyrion remembered the siege of King's Landing during Robert's Rebellion, how Tywin Lannister had ultimately tricked the city into opening its gates. This time there would be no ruse. It would be a battle or a surrender. Winter was also creeping closer, the sky often gray and cold, a strange reminder that while they fought over the Iron Throne, the North faced its own nightmares of White Walkers and endless night. At last, with the city on the brink of collapse, Cersei made a final gambit. She offered to meet Daenerys in the ruins of the Dragon Pit, under truce, to discuss terms. Tyrion accompanied Daenerys, along with her key advisors and a small contingent of Unsullied. The Dragon Pit was a cavernous space, once used to house Targaryen dragons, now a shell of its former glory. Cersei was there, draped in black, flanked by the silent behemoth known as Ser Gregor, her monstrous Kingsguard. Jaime stood nearby, his face a mask of conflict. Euron Greyjoy lurked in the shadows, a wolfish grin on his lips. Tyrion saw the tension in Daenerys' posture. He stood close at her side, ready to whisper counsel if needed. The negotiations were curt, bitter. Cersei refused to surrender. Daenerys demanded unconditional submission but offered Cersei a chance to live out her days in a distant exile if she relinquished the throne. Cersei laughed, a cold, mirthless sound, and called her a usurping whore. The standstill seemed unbreakable. Then Tyrion, heart-pounding, stepped forward. He spoke to Cersei directly, reminding her of her children, of the ruin that would befall the city if she unleashed wildfire, of how even she would not survive that cataclysm. He appealed to any scrap of love she still had for Jaime, for her unborn child, if the rumors of her pregnancy were true. She looked at him with burning hatred. He thought she might order Gregor to kill him on the spot. But she did not. Whether out of fear or some buried spark of reason, she turned and walked away, leaving everyone uncertain of her final choice. Days passed and the city's plight worsened. Finally, in desperation, Cersei attempted to ignite the wildfire caches along the walls, hoping to destroy Daenerys' siege lines. Jaime, horrified by her madness, turned against her. He tried to stop the ignitions, but the green flames erupted in places, causing devastation at several gates. Daenerys, furious, mounted Drogon and led Rhaegal and Viserion into the sky. They rained fire on the battlements to extinguish or counter the wildfire, an ironic twist that green fire was partially smothered by the dragon's fury. The gates weakened. At that moment, the combined forces of Daenerys and her allies surged, battering down the weakened walls and spilling into the city. Tyrion followed behind the main force, heart-pounding, praying that the city would not become another Harrenhal melted into ruin. The fight in the streets was chaotic. Cersei's loyalists fought with savage desperation, but the people, half-starved and sick of war, did not resist much. Pockets of the Golden Company, mercenaries hired by the crown, tried to hold key crossroads, but the dragons soared overhead, emboldening Daenerys' troops to press on. At the Red Keep itself, the final stand took place. Jaime confronted Cersei in the throne room, urging her to surrender to Daenerys. Tyrion arrived just in time to see the remnants of her guard cut down by unsullied spears. Cersei stood before the Iron Throne, eyes wild, refusing to budge. She ranted about Lannister pride, about the Targaryens who had slaughtered her family, about how she would never bend the knee to a usurper. Tyrion pleaded with her to yield to save her life. But the madness in her gaze was absolute. In a final, terrible moment, she lunged toward a torch basket, likely intending to set off the last barrels of wildfire hidden in the keep. Jaime intercepted her, wrestling her away, tears staining his face. Cersei fought like a cornered animal. Tyrion watched helplessly. Then, in a horrifying flash, she broke free. She seized the torch and flung it toward a shattered portion of the floor that reeked of chemicals. A half-buried barrel of wildfire lay there, uncovered from the crumbling mortar. The torch landed in the green sludge. Tyrion cried out. He was certain they were all about to die. But Jaime hurled himself forward, stomping the torch into the stone, burning his own hands in the process. The spark fizzled. For a moment, the only sound was Jaime's ragged breathing. Cersei collapsed, wailing, as Unsullied rushed in to restrain her. Tyrion could barely stand, his knees weak with relief and horror. Beside him, Daenerys and her other advisors arrived, taking in the scene. The Red Keep, battered but not aflame. The Iron Throne, still looming in the gloom. And Cersei Lannister, undone by her own madness. The bells tolled. The city had fallen. Daenerys Targaryen was the victor, the rightful heir to a dynasty reborn. Tyrion stood at her side as she ascended the steps to the Iron Throne. His heart pounded with strange emotion. Here he was, a Lannister dwarf, witnessing the crowning of a Targaryen queen who had come to Westeros with an army of freed slaves and 3 living dragons. The throne was cold metal forged from the swords of the conquered by Aegon the Conqueror centuries ago. Now, a new Targaryen conqueror ran her hand over the blades, her expression unreadable. But behind the regal bearing, Tyrion saw the flicker of awe in her eyes. She had crossed the world, endured countless trials, to claim the seat. She looked back at him, and he offered a small bow, his voice catching in his throat. "Your Grace." She sat, adjusting to the hard seat, and it felt as though something monumental had been set in motion. A queen on the Iron Throne once more. The capital's bells echoed across the city, joined by the roar of dragons overhead. In the days that followed, Daenerys' authority was tested. The city was in shambles. Food was scarce. Rival claimants might still rise. But she proclaimed a general amnesty for all who had not actively opposed her, focusing her wrath on those who committed atrocities. Cersei was imprisoned, awaiting trial for crimes that included the use of wildfire and countless acts of treason. Jaime was torn, but ultimately he sought mercy for Cersei, an outcome Tyrion doubted would ever come to pass. Daenerys was reluctant to execute Jaime, who had spared the city from the worst of the wildfire. As for Cersei, the realm demanded justice. Tyrion had no love left for his sister, but he felt a hollow pang seeing her locked in a dungeon. She had once been a lioness, cunning and fierce. Now she was a broken thing. Justice, he reminded himself, must be served. Slowly, Daenerys set about the work of rebuilding. She installed a new council featuring representatives from across the realm. Tyrion became her hand of the queen, an ironic twist of fate for the dwarf once scorned by his own family. He spent his days poring over ledgers, organizing grain shipments, restoring order to a city battered by war. He quietly orchestrated alliances with the North, where Jon Snow, king in the North, had a rising following. The threat of the White Walkers loomed, and Daenerys, upon hearing reports of the undead, eventually chose to meet with Jon, forging a fragile alliance to face the impending winter. The realm was wary, uncertain if a Targaryen queen would rule justly. But Tyrion could see that Daenerys was more than the sum of her predecessors. She had learned from Meereen and Slaver's Bay how to balance mercy and might. She would need that wisdom now more than ever, especially if the war against the undead proved as dire as the rumors. Even as he contended with the everyday burdens of governance, Tyrion often reflected on how far he had come. From the reviled dwarf of House Lannister, mocked in King's Landing, to the hand of the queen in a new Targaryen reign. It was a journey shaped by countless choices, alliances, betrayals, and strokes of luck. Had he not decided to leave King's Landing when he did, he might have died, or wasted away in the shadow of his father. Instead, he had taken a chance on a dragon queen, and she had taken a chance on him. Looking out over the city from a high balcony of the Red Keep, he watched as refugees returned, as new shops opened, as the sewers were repaired, and as the scars of war slowly began to mend. He saw Unsullied patrolling the streets, keeping the peace. He heard children laughing in the distance, a sound he never thought he would welcome so dearly. Daenerys joined him on the balcony sometimes, and they would speak quietly of the tasks ahead. Negotiating with the Iron Islands, pacifying the Riverlands, responding to the North's pleas for aid against the others. She would ask his counsel, and he would give it freely, grateful for her trust. He was aware of the delicate nature of their relationship. Queen and advisor, Targaryen and Lannister, conqueror and opportunist. But he chose to believe they had forged something real, based on mutual respect and a shared vision of a better realm. She was no fool. She kept a watchful eye on him, just as he remained vigilant of her. Power could corrupt, and the line between a benevolent queen and a tyrant was often thin. But for now, she listened to the whispers of her conscience, and to the voices of those who sought a gentler rule. Perhaps, in time, the realm would see a prosperity unknown since the days of the old Targaryen kings. Perhaps the shadow of the White Walkers would be banished under the combined might of men and dragons. So many uncertainties. But that was the nature of the world. The day came when a raven arrived from the north, beseeching Daenerys to come at once to Winterfell. The undead had been sighted beyond the wall, and the Night's Watch was overwhelmed. Jon Snow had traveled north to organize a defense, but the situation was dire. The letter spoke of ancient evils stirring, of unearthly cold sweeping the land. Tyrion read it and felt a chill prickle over his skin. If winter's horrors were truly descending, then the petty politics of the throne paled in comparison. He brought the raven to Daenerys immediately. She studied it in silence, her jaw tightening with resolve. Then she turned to him and said quietly, "We must help them, Tyrion. I have dragons, an army, and a realm that needs defending. What use is my crown if the dead overrun us all?" He bowed his head. "I couldn't agree more, Your Grace." Thus began the next chapter of her reign. She marshaled her forces, setting aside her plans to pacify the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Duty called her north. The lords of Westeros, many of them still wary or resentful, found themselves under the banner of a Targaryen queen, not out of choice, but necessity. Tyrion orchestrated supply lines, forging an uneasy alliance with southern lords who begrudgingly sent grain and troops. The roads north were cold and perilous, but the sight of dragons flying overhead lifted hearts and sowed awe. Townsfolk watched from the roadsides as the new queen's procession passed. Tyrion rode in a sturdy carriage, preferring to keep his bones warm, though he occasionally stepped out to speak with the men. He ensured morale remained high, that rations were distributed fairly, that discipline was maintained. Daenerys often rode ahead on horseback or sometimes soared above on Drogon's back, scouting the terrain. When they finally reached Winterfell, Tyrion saw the grim silhouettes of the castle walls pelted by snow and ice. Jon Snow greeted them with a mix of relief and lingering caution. Their last meeting had been overshadowed by politics, but now a greater threat bound them. The North prepared for war against an enemy that did not breathe, did not tire, and knew no mercy. Within Winterfell's ancient halls, Daenerys and Jon met with the Northern Lords, forging a fragile alliance. Sansa Stark, Lady of Winterfell, eyed Daenerys with cool skepticism, but she welcomed the support. Arya Stark, silent and watchful, said little. Bran Stark, seated near the fire, seemed lost in his own dreams and visions. Tyrion sensed that much had happened in the north, things that would forever mark these Starks as different from the children they once were. Even so, they needed unity. The wall had been breached by the Night King and his whites. Entire villages had been consumed by the cold darkness. The war for the dawn loomed, and no one knew if they would survive. Tyrion found himself forging a plan with Jon and the other commanders. They would gather all their forces at the strongest point, Winterfell, using its walls and defensive positions to hold off the undead. The dragons would be crucial, burning hordes of whites from above. But the Night King, rumor said, rode an undead dragon of his own. The thought of that made Tyrion's blood run cold. Days turned to nights, nights to days. The northern sky was perpetually gray, pregnant with snow. Reports of the enemy's approach came from exhausted scouts. Finally, the horns sounded in the dead of night. 3 blasts echoed across the frosty fields. The dead were here. Daenerys took flight with Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. The armies lined the battlements. Unsullied, Northmen, knights from the Reach, Dornish spearmen, and more. Torches glowed like fireflies in the darkness. Tyrion stood on the walls, watching the horizon. He could not fight like a true warrior, but he could coordinate. He had a place near the ramparts, ready to signal archers and give commands. The tension was suffocating. The only sounds the howling wind and the frantic pounding of his heart. Then they saw the flicker of movement. An endless tide of pale figures, streaming forward like ants, eyes glowing blue in the moonlight. The battle began in a tumult of screams and steel. The front lines clashed with the whites, skeletal hands and decaying corpses tearing at living flesh. Dragons roared overhead, unleashing torrents of flame. The stench of burning corpses filled the air. Tyrion shouted orders, but the noise of the battle was overwhelming. He saw the Unsullied hold formation valiantly. He saw northern bannermen fighting with grim determination, their swords trembling in freezing hands. He saw Dornish spears thrust into ranks of the dead. Still, the undead kept coming, an endless tide. Daenerys soared above on Drogon, incinerating wave after wave. Jon fought below with his Valyrian steel sword, rallying the men. Bran's strange powers guided ravens in the sky. The night was a blur of blood, flame, and snow turned black by ash. Suddenly, a horrific roar cut across the battlefield. Tyrion looked up just in time to see a monstrous silhouette emerge from the clouds. The Night King riding an undead dragon, its once-living flesh decaying and ice-encrusted, its eyes an unholy blue, clashed with Drogon mid-air. Dragonfire and icy breath collided, steam and smoke swirling. The beasts tore at each other with tooth and claw. Daenerys clung desperately to Drogon's saddle, maneuvering to avoid the undead dragon's lethal jaws. Rhaegal and Viserion joined the fray, harrying the enemy from both sides. Tyrion's heart pounded. This was a battle of legends, as if the old tales had erupted into the present. The entire sky seemed to burn. Eventually, thanks to Daenerys' cunning and the raw power of 3 living dragons against 1 undead monstrosity, the Night King was dismounted, hurled to the ground. Jon Snow, seeing his chance, raced through the chaos, intent on confronting the Night King directly with his Valyrian steel. Tyrion lost sight of them amid the swirling blizzard and swirling undead. All around, men and women fought for their lives. Screams filled the air as pockets of the living were overwhelmed. But the tide began to shift when Daenerys concentrated the dragon's flames on the largest swarms of the dead, lighting up the night. With the Night King briefly grounded, the whites seemed momentarily disoriented, less coordinated. Then, with a blow no one fully witnessed except perhaps Bran, the Night King fell, Jon's sword piercing him through. A shattering crack rang out and the undead army froze in place. One by one, they collapsed into heaps of frozen bone and dust. A hush fell over the battlefield, broken only by the ragged breaths of the living and the roar of distant flames. Tyrion sagged against the rampart, scarcely believing they had prevailed. Daylight broke, revealing the devastation. Mounds of the dead, scorched earth, battered walls. So many lives lost. But they had survived. The living had triumphed, at least for this dawn. When Daenerys landed Drogon in the courtyard, exhausted but victorious, Tyrion hurried to her side, his eyes brimming with unspoken relief. She looked at him with a kind of wonder, as if unable to believe they had indeed staved off the end of the world. There, amid the scattered corpses, the half-ruined castle, the moaning wounded, he knelt and murmured, "Your Grace, the night has ended." She closed her eyes, exhaling a shaky breath. For that moment, at least, she was not a queen or a conqueror. She was a woman who had fought death itself and lived to tell the tale. In the aftermath, they tended to the survivors, buried the dead, and celebrated with muted joy. Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen were hailed as heroes. Tyrion was acknowledged for his part in the strategy. The northern lords, once distrustful, began to see Daenerys as the savior of the realm. Whispers circulated that Jon Snow might be more than just the king in the north, that he too possessed Targaryen blood. But those stories would unravel in time. For now, unity reigned, at least in the battered courtyard of Winterfell. Tyrion allowed himself a rare moment of hope. Perhaps, with the undead vanquished, the 7 kingdoms could finally know peace under Daenerys' rule. They returned to King's Landing in triumph, albeit overshadowed by the colossal losses of the war. Yet, for the first time in memory, the realm was not consumed by petty disputes. Daenerys was queen, crowned in the aftermath of a victory that ensured the survival of mankind. She showed mercy to those who had stood aside or even opposed her, urging them to rebuild in the name of unity. With Tyrion as her hand, she drafted reforms to ensure small folk were treated more fairly, though changes came slowly, facing resistance from old lords clinging to ancient privileges. Still, the presence of dragons kept rebellions in check, and the memory of the long night reminded everyone that petty squabbles nearly doomed the entire realm. Tyrion supervised trade agreements that brought prosperity to battered towns, arranged marriages that healed old rifts, and used his wit to outmaneuver those who would plot against the new queen. He found himself working day and night, fueled by strong wine and the satisfaction of meaningful labor. Occasionally, he wondered at the irony: a Lannister dwarf, once mocked at every turn, now shaping the fate of the realm beside a Targaryen queen. But he supposed the gods had a sense of humor after all. Time flowed on and life began to thrive once more. Fields were replanted, roads repaired, towns rebuilt. The name of Daenerys Targaryen spread across Westeros as a liberator and a unifier. Some pockets of dissent remained, but were quickly quelled, either by the queen's justice or by the presence of dragons overhead. Tyrion watched her rule with a blend of pride and concern. She was strong, but the burdens of the crown were heavy. She still mourned those she lost, from Khal Drogo to Ser Jorah. At times, she was restless, uncertain if she was making the right decisions for her people. Tyrion comforted her where he could, reminding her that a ruler's path was rarely clear. She need only listen to her conscience and keep her advisors close. On a bright morning some years later, Tyrion strolled through the gardens of the Red Keep, reflecting on how far they had come. The sun was warm on his face, the air fragrant with new blossoms. He remembered the dusty roads of Essos, the cramped deck of the ship that bore him across the narrow sea, the endless deserts of the Dothraki. He remembered his first meeting with Daenerys, how she had regarded him with cautious skepticism. Now, after countless battles and political intrigues, after war with the undead and the forging of a new peace, they had succeeded in reshaping the realm. He could still sense challenges ahead. No reign was ever truly free of conflict. But for the moment, there was an air of possibility, of cautious optimism. He took a deep breath, and for the first time in his life, Tyrion Lannister felt something akin to contentment. He turned a corner and found Daenerys gazing out over the city from a stone balcony. She looked regal in a simple gown, her silver gold hair braided. When she noticed him, she smiled, a genuine warmth that reminded him of how different she was from the cold cynicism of King's Landing's old guard. He bowed with a flourish. "Your Grace," he said, voice laced with humor. She rolled her eyes, gesturing for him to join her. They stood side by side, surveying the city that stretched beyond the walls. The city was alive with color, the markets bustling with trade, the harbor filled with ships from distant lands. A gentle breeze rustled their clothes. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked softly, her gaze on the spires and rooftops. "Leaving your family, coming here, everything we've done?" Tyrion thought of Tywin's scorn, Cersei's cruelty, Jaime's torn loyalties, the pain of never truly belonging. Then he remembered the moment Daenerys had taken the Iron Throne, the night they defeated the Night King, the liberation of thousands from slavery, the forging of alliances once thought impossible. Sometimes, he replied, a bittersweet smile on his lips. "But mostly no. I see what we have accomplished, and I think this is better than I ever could have hoped for." He paused, then added, "I've found a purpose. And that to me is worth everything." She nodded, accepting his words. They stood in silence for a long time, side by side, queen in hand, looking out over a realm reborn. Beyond the sea, the memory of the journey that brought Tyrion to Daenerys lingered, a testament to the transformative power of choice. He had chosen to leave a life where he was reviled to join a cause that kindled hope. In doing so, he changed the course of history, his own and the realm's. Though conflicts would continue and shadows would always lurk at the edges of power, on this day, at least, the sun shone brightly and the Dragon Queen's reign promised a new era for Westeros. And Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf who once believed he had been dealt the worst hand by the gods, finally felt he had proven otherwise. The Game of Thrones had changed, and so had he. Tyrion Lannister awoke the next morning with the sun's pale light filtering through the high windows of Maegor's Holdfast. His joints ached from exhaustion, more mental than physical after all the meetings of the previous day, but in a strange way he felt almost peaceful. It had been months since Daenerys Targaryen's victory at King's Landing, months since they had braved the undead in the north and survived the long night, and still he woke sometimes expecting to find himself aboard some creaking Essos ship, hands stiff from clutching the rail against tossing seas. But no, here he was, the hand of the queen, in a city he once despised but was learning to shape into something worth defending. King's Landing was battered, still bearing the scars of wildfire eruptions and dragon flame, and thousands of its people had perished in the final siege. Yet a pulse of renewal coursed through the capital, evident in the cartloads of stone hauled in daily for repairs, in the slow trickle of rural folk returning to the city, in the new market stalls springing up along the cobblestone roads. The wretched huddled in the corners, yes, but they always had, long before Daenerys's armies arrived. Now at least, they had some hope that the queen on the Iron Throne cared whether they lived or died. He dressed quickly in a doublet of dark velvet embroidered with a subtle three-headed dragon sigil. A bit of a performance, but the queen's hand should look the part. Once his clothes would have displayed the golden lion of House Lannister, now he preferred to wear no lion at all. He walked the corridors of the Red Keep with a purpose, trying not to get lost in the labyrinth of half-collapsed wings and newly erected scaffolding. Already, carpenters' hammers rang against walls, echoing in the early air. The repairs to the keep would be ongoing for a long time, as with the city's own reconstruction. Sometimes it amazed him that a few months of upheaval could so thoroughly remake a place. As he stepped into the council chamber, he found Ser Davos Seaworth already there, unrolling a map of the shipping lanes along the narrow sea. Davos, who had thrown in his lot with Jon Snow and by extension with Daenerys, had proven indispensable in organizing supply lines. A few other early risers were present too, Missandei, calm and alert, going over correspondences from Essos, Grey Worm, silent in a corner, arms folded across his chest. These days, Grey Worm oversaw the unsullied presence in King's Landing and helped maintain discipline among the city watchmen who had been restructured under new leadership. The Gold Cloaks had once been a nest of Lannister loyalists and opportunists. Now, they answered to the Queen, with Grey Worm's stoic influence ensuring order. "Good morning," Tyrion said, suppressing a yawn. He glanced at Davos. "What disasters have arrived by Raven in the night?" Davos's weathered face formed a wry half-grin. "2 ships lost to a storm near Tarth, from what the port master tells me. No sabotage, just pure luck. Elsewhere, trade negotiations with Bravos have stalled. And I'm told bandits plague the Rose Road heading south, preying on supply wagons for the capital. Also, Princess Arianne Martell sends word that she's arrived in Dorne safely with her retinue and expects an audience with the Queen when she returns north." Tyrion nodded, taking it all in. So much of governance came down to the ceaseless litany of small crises. "I'll speak to the Master of Laws about dispatching men to clear out the brigands on the Rose Road. As for Bravos, they'll come around as soon as they realize Daenerys Targaryen is serious about paying Robert Baratheon's old debts. It may take a while. Bravosi bankers do love their games of interest, but they prefer stable regimes that keep the coins flowing. Once we prove our reliability, they'll open their purses. Or so we hope." He turned to Missandei. "Any new tidings from Essos?" She lifted her dark eyes from a parchment. "A messenger from Meereen arrived just before sunrise. The city remains stable under the council the Queen appointed, though they continue to face smaller slave rebellions in the hinterlands. The news from Ukai is mixed. Many freedmen have successfully built new communities, but the former masters are stirring resentment. A few rogue sells-word companies have been raiding caravans and blaming them on the freedmen, hoping to force Meereen into conflict. The council requests more unsullied or second sons if possible, but they know the Queen's focus is here now." Tyrion exhaled. "She has left the Bay in capable hands, but old habits die hard. Our Queen can't be in 2 places at once, however much some might wish it." He tapped his chin. "Send a raven back, instruct the council to use the freedmen militias we trained in Meereen to protect the roads and to post a bounty on any proven sells-word raider. We can't spare more unsullied at present." Missandei bowed her head in assent. Grey Worm said nothing, though Tyrion saw a flicker of concern cross his face. Those cities across the sea had once been Daenerys's proving ground. The men who remained there considered themselves her first freed soldiers. But Daenerys had chosen to cross the narrow sea, pursuing a birthright she believed would let her free more people than she ever could have from afar. A noble notion, though it came with heartbreak and difficulty, something Tyrion understood well by now. Soon enough, the Queen herself arrived, accompanied by a pair of unsullied guards. She wore a practical gown of dark material, a single silver dragon chain draped over her shoulder. Though the warmth of summer lingered in the south, the night's chill had left a faint pink flush in her cheeks. She looked every inch a monarch, but a weary one. Ruling, Tyrion thought, demanded every morsel of her strength. "Your Grace," he greeted her, and the rest bowed in turn. She inclined her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. They took seats around the large wooden table. The day's business began in earnest. Tyrion outlined the handful of tasks that required immediate decisions: the bandits on the Rose Road, the lost ships off Tarth, the Bravosi negotiations. Daenerys listened intently, asking clarifying questions, sometimes seeking consensus from the others. She had learned back in Meereen that a monarch could not rule in isolation. She needed wise counsel whether she agreed with it or not. When Davos finished summarizing the shipping troubles, Daenerys ran her hand over the table's surface as if she might divine a hidden solution there. The bandits must be dealt with firmly. We cannot have them attacking supply caravans. My people suffer enough after the war. Send out a contingent of city guards and a small force of Unsullied if necessary. Root them out. As for the ships, that's ill fortune, but perhaps we can salvage the cargo if the hulls ran aground near Tarth. I'll leave that to you, Ser Davos, to coordinate. Of course, Your Grace. Tyrion ventured, and bravos. Daenerys' expression tightened. It was no secret that the Iron Bank had bet on every side during the War of the Five Kings. We will honor the debts of the crown, but not at any cost. We need coin for rebuilding, not just repaying interest on interest. If Bravos proves intractable, offer a partial payment to show good faith. Once the city's prosperity returns, we'll resume larger installments. Tyrion inclined his head. Very well. I'll write to the Iron Bank's envoy to propose those terms. That handled the day's small, urgent matters, and the session wound down. But before they could rise, a knock sounded at the door. One of the Queen's guards stepped in. My queen, he said, voice muffled behind his helm. The Lady Sansa Stark has arrived from Winterfell, escorted by her brother, Lord Bran, and... He cleared his throat, looking mildly confused. Arya Stark. Tyrion sat straighter in his seat. The Starks had remained in Winterfell after the great battle against the dead. Sansa had taken on the mantle of Lady of Winterfell, while Jon Snow traveled with Daenerys and the armies. Eventually, Jon had returned to the north to help oversee the last remnants of the undead threat, while Daenerys consolidated her rule in King's Landing. The north was now secure, at least from Whites and White Walkers. But relations between the Crown and the North were complicated, to say the least. Sansa Stark was known to be protective of her people's independence. Her appearance here might signal any number of things, some good, some less so. Show them in, Daenerys said, her voice steady. Moments later, Sansa entered, dressed in deep gray and white, the direwolf of House Stark embroidered at her collar in silver thread. Her red hair was half bound in a northern braid, leaving the rest cascading down her shoulders. Behind her, Bran Stark was wheeled in on a simple but finely crafted wooden chair, his haunted eyes taking in everything from beneath heavy lids. Arya, lean and quiet, followed behind them, her stance as guarded as ever. Tyrion felt an odd pang seeing them again. The once-lost daughters of House Stark returned to the capital with a presence that bell. I.e. their youth. Daenerys rose from her seat, gesturing for her visitors to approach. Lady Sansa, Lord Bran, Lady Arya. Welcome to King's Landing, what is left of it? Sansa curtsied politely. Your Grace, thank you for receiving us on such short notice. Her tone was formal, not entirely warm, but not openly hostile either. Of course, Daenerys said. She looked at Arya and Bran, inclining her head in turn, though Bran only gazed back with that distant, knowing stare. I hope the road south was not too arduous. We traveled mostly by ship, Arya offered. Winterfell to White Harbor, then down the coastline. A few storms, but we're here. She spoke with a directness that reminded Tyrion of all the rumors swirling about her, that she was no ordinary lady. There were whispers that Arya Stark had become a deadly force, having trained with the faceless men in Bravos. Tyrion considered most rumors to be half-true at best, but he could not deny something about her had changed. I trust you have your reasons, Daenerys said gently, resuming her seat. I would offer you the comforts of the Red Keep, though we are still repairing its many damages. But whatever we have is yours. Come sit and tell us what brings you here. Sansa took a step forward, inclining her head in thanks. A subtle note of tension lined her neck. We come on behalf of the North. We bring messages from Jon, as well as concerns that can only be addressed face to face. We asked to speak with you privately, but she cast a glance at Tyrion, Davos, Missandei, and Grey Worm, who lingered. Daenerys' eyes flicked over her counsel. She nodded. My hand, Ser Davos, and my other advisors have my complete trust. Unless you feel the matter is secret beyond measure, I prefer they hear it as well. They have guided me through everything that has transpired. Sansa pressed her lips together, but eventually relented. She turned her gaze to Tyrion. For a moment, their eyes met, and he remembered their strange, short-lived marriage and unhappy political arrangement that ended with both of them fleeing King's Landing. She dipped her head, acknowledging old ties. Then she drew a breath. Very well. Then I'll speak plainly. The north faces famine this winter. We had precious little time to replant after the long night, and we lost many fields to the cold and to the trampling of armies, ours and the dead alike. The harvest will be meager. Without substantial help from the crown, we risk starvation in many parts of the north. Tyrion frowned, exchanging a glance with Daenerys. Providing relief to the north was always going to be necessary after the undead invasion. But the entire realm was stretched thin. King's Landing stores had been depleted and the crown's coffers were hardly overflowing. Still, ignoring northern hunger was not an option. We have begun stockpiling grain from the Reach in Dorne, Tyrion said carefully. Now that the fighting has ended, the fields of the Reach are producing again, though not at full capacity. We can send shipments north, but we must consider the logistics and the cost. Sansa nodded, though tension lingered around her mouth. I'm aware. Jon says the crown pledged to protect and support the north, and we've done our part in the Great War. All we ask is that the queen uphold her promise. Daenerys listened without impatience. I gave my word that all of Westeros would stand as one, against the dead and against future threats. If the north suffers, the realm suffers. We will help you, Lady Sansa. But do you come only about grain and resources? Surely a raven could have conveyed that. Bran let out a breath, and for the first time he spoke. His voice was quiet, otherworldly. We come also with knowledge. The White Walkers were defeated, but the threat of the long night might return someday. The wall still stands, but it was breached once. I have seen glimpses, in the past, in my visions. The children of the forest and the first men bound themselves to fragile truces. Much was lost or forgotten. We cannot make that mistake again. His words sent a chill through the chamber. Bran had become something beyond a mere boy, beyond even a typical lord of a great house. A living archive of history, perhaps. Tyrion's skin prickled at the memory of the battle under that freezing moon, white swarming them from every direction. The idea that such horrors could rise again in a generation or a century was not pleasant. Arya spoke, her stance almost protective. Bran believes the realm needs more than just an alliance. We need to ensure that future generations remember what happened and how we fought back. A new order, or at least a new understanding of the responsibilities we share. That's another reason we came, to propose to the Queen that the North remain united with the Crown, but with clearly defined rights. We bled side by side in the war. We want to ensure that if a threat ever comes again, or if a crisis strikes, the alliance can't just be undone by a whim in King's Landing. Tyrion studied Sansa's face. He could sense that the North, ever proud, might have demanded full independence under other circumstances. But the alliance with Daenerys and with Jon, who was half a Stark and rumored to be half a Targaryen, had changed the equation. Perhaps Sansa was here to craft something more permanent, a compromise that gave the North a measure of autonomy while acknowledging Daenerys' overlordship. Daenerys laid a hand on the table. You speak of a new compact between the Crown and the North? Some formal arrangement that guarantees your rights and ensures mutual defense? Yes, Sansa said, her tone measured. In the past, such agreements were implied but never codified. We want protections for the North's traditions and governance so that no future king or queen can simply ignore the promises made when the realm is at peace. Daenerys inclined her head, considering. You are right that I could have declared the North a subordinate region, but I came as an ally and friend, not a conqueror. If this new arrangement benefits both the North and the rest of Westeros, then I'm willing to listen. However, I must ensure that it doesn't encourage other regions to break away. The Seven Kingdoms need unity to survive. We've seen what happens when we tear ourselves apart. Sansa's lips parted. I understand, Your Grace. We do not wish to separate ourselves from the realm's defense or commerce. We only want to ensure that we're not subjugated. The North is large and sparsely populated, difficult to manage if forced to kneel under a harsh hand. That caused problems under the Targaryens once before and under the Baratheons and the Lannisters and so on. We prefer a balanced relationship, one that can outlast your reign or mine, if we may speak so boldly. Daenerys looked around the table, noting the expressions of her advisors. Tyrion cleared his throat. If I may, Your Grace, I see potential in a formal charter. A treaty, if you will, recognizing the North's right to self-govern in certain domestic matters while remaining bound to the Crown for defense, foreign policy, and the greater good. The details can be hammered out. It might even set a precedent for the other regions, though I suspect not all will demand equal autonomy. Except possibly Dorne, Ser Davos added softly, which has always valued its independence. Yes, Dorne, Tyrion agreed. But we already have an agreement with Princess Arianne. Perhaps this is an opportunity to standardize how the Crown deals with the outlying regions so that rebellion doesn't simmer in the future. It won't be simple, but nothing worthwhile ever is. Daenerys's eyes flicked toward Grey Worm, Missandei, and Davos. Then she addressed the Starks. I do not oppose the principle. I will ask my hand to begin drafting something with your input. We will need a formal council to discuss the exact terms. But let me be clear, I am Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, or however many remain once we finalize these arrangements, and I will not have war or chaos. If such an agreement can secure peace and unity, then I'm inclined to pursue it. If it invites new divisions, I will have to put the realm's stability first. Sansa nodded, relief evident in the subtle softening of her shoulders. Thank you, Your Grace. We only want a stable future. Jon would have come himself, but he is overseeing the last repairs to the wall and the castles along it. At the mention of Jon, Daenerys's gaze momentarily flickered with a more personal emotion. Tyrion had watched their bond deepen during the war against the dead. He suspected the rumors of Jon's Targaryen heritage had complicated things further. Yet they'd parted on amicable terms. Whether the bond would blossom into a formal union was anyone's guess. The realm might welcome it. Or it might sow confusion, since some would argue that Jon possessed as strong a claim as Daenerys herself. For now, it seemed both of them had decided to focus on the practicalities of ruling and survival. Your presence here is a gesture of good faith, Lady Sansa, Daenerys said. I appreciate that. I will have quarters prepared for you, your brother, and your sister. I invite you to remain in the capital while we discuss the treaty. The roads are dangerous, and I would feel better if you did not undertake another long journey south should we need more conversations. Sansa dipped her head. We accept your hospitality, Your Grace. We have much to discuss. And in the meantime, we'll hope the rest of the realm can spare enough food to keep our people alive through winter. Tyrion cleared his throat. Winter in the north is always a challenge, but with help from the south and some coordination in distribution, the worst can be mitigated. I will get started on the details. He turned to Daenerys. With your leave, I might even propose we send a temporary delegation of skilled farmers or architects from the Reach to help the North rebuild. They can advise on greenhouse structures, winter planting, that sort of thing. Daenerys inclined her head. Excellent idea, Tyrion. Please see to it. With that, the meeting drew to a close. Sansa, Arya, and Bran followed an attendant who would show them to their quarters. Tyrion watched them go with a swirl of memories in his mind. Of Joffrey's wedding, of Sansa's quiet suffering, of Arya's vanished childhood, of Bran's crippled body and strange powers. The Starks had endured unimaginable trials, and now they were here, poised to shape the future of the North, and perhaps the entire realm, by forging a new pact. Once the Starks had departed, Daenerys turned to Tyrion, folding her hands on the table. A formal treaty. If we handle it well, it could help unify Westeros under a fairer system. But if we misstep, we risk splintering the realm. Even now, the lords of the Stormlands and the Westerlands are uncertain about me. Some resent the dragons and the abrupt end of Cersei's reign. Grey Worm's face was impassive. He had little use for these webs of politics, preferring direct solutions to problems. But he trusted Daenerys. Missandei spoke gently. Your Grace, forging a lasting peace requires more than battles. The people of Westeros have never known a ruler like you, someone who freed slaves across the sea and came to liberate them from tyranny. With time, they will see your justice. A structured agreement with the North could reassure them that you do not intend to be a tyrant, as your father was. Davos nodded. Aye, there's sense in that. We need to prove we're not just another band of conquerors. People need to see we have a plan for when the rebuilding is done. Daenerys offered a faint, grateful smile. Then she looked to Tyrion. Very well, my Lord Hand. Let us take up quills and parchments, gather the relevant lords, and see if we can craft a charter for the North. The rest will follow, or they won't, but it's a start. We have much work ahead. Tyrion leaned back in his chair, exhaling. We do, indeed. Over the following weeks, the Red Keep became a hive of diplomatic activity. It reminded Tyrion of the days before King Joffrey's wedding, when lords and ladies from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms flocked to the capital. Now, though, the mood was different. The city was still ragged from war. Whole districts lay in ash, though the poorest inhabitants had already begun to rebuild their hovels. Builders, masons, and carpenters labored on the skeletons of new structures under the supervision of the crown's appointed overseers. The Great September was gone, destroyed by wildfire during Cersei's short but dreadful rule. In its place lay an expanse of rubble where the faith had begun constructing a makeshift chapel, uncertain if or when a grander edifice would ever rise. Amid this controlled chaos, Sansa Stark convened with Tyrion and several of the Queen's counselors. Sometimes Bran attended, though he rarely spoke except to offer cryptic insight into historical precedents. Arya hovered near the edges of the meetings, saying little but watching everyone with keen eyes. A handful of other northern lords had made the journey south as well, including Lord Glover and the new Lady Mormont, cousin to the late Lyanna Mormont, who had fallen heroically in the battle against the dead. They brought their own perspectives on the North's unique hardships. At the same time, Tyrion invited representatives from Dorne, the Reach, the Westerlands, and even the Riverlands to watch and possibly give input. If all went well, this Northern Charter could become a model for the entire realm, defining responsibilities between the Crown and the Great Regions. The notion of a 7 kingdoms united by consent rather than by raw conquest was revolutionary, particularly for Westeros. And it posed risks, for some lords feared losing privileges or recognized that they might no longer revolt at a whim without consequence. Daenerys presided over many of these sessions. While she had little love for drawn-out negotiations, she was, after all, accustomed to more direct action. She applied herself with an earnestness that impressed even her skeptics. She did not want to impose tyranny. She sought a stable rule that would outlive her. "We cannot simply repeat the cycle of rebellions and punishments," she said one afternoon, her tone passionate yet steady. "I watched it happen in Slaver's Bay. Old slavers rose again and again whenever they sensed weakness because they believed we were only conquerors like any other. But we built new systems to break that cycle. It was never easy. Yet if we fail to do something similar here, Westeros will tear itself apart in a generation." Her words resonated with many. There were outliers, of course, minor lords clinging to the notion that the Iron Throne should rule absolutely or that the North should simply be crushed if it dared question the crown. But those voices were fewer than Tyrion might have expected. The devastation wrought by the wars, culminating in the siege and the battle against the undead, had left the realm exhausted. Even proud houses like the Lannisters were in disarray, their seat at Casterly Rock severely weakened by the conflict and by the downfall of Tywin's legacy. The current Lord of Casterly Rock, technically Tyrion's nephew if one accounted for disclaimers, was no more than a child. Jaime Lannister's loyalties had long ago shifted to the realm and to Daenerys, while Cersei languished in a cell beneath the Red Keep, awaiting judgment. Tyrion was not sure if the moment for that judgment would ever come, for Daenerys had at times seemed content to let his sister rot in prison until the city's rebuilding was more secure. Amid the swirl of negotiations, Tyrion also found himself dealing with the Iron Bank's envoy from Braavos. The tall, impassive Braavosi, a man named Noho Dimitis, arrived by galley and immediately demanded audience with the Queen regarding the crown's debts. Tyrion calmly explained the new order, the priority of rebuilding, and the partial payments Daenerys was willing to offer. The Braavosi listened, expression unreadable, and responded with measured caution. "We desire stability and repayment. Show us you are worthy of credit, Lord Hand, and the Iron Bank will be open to terms." Then he took to the city, presumably to assess its potential for trade and to sniff out any sign that Daenerys might not hold the throne for long. Tyrion worried occasionally that some leftover usurper might attempt to curry Braavos' favor, but the realm, for the moment, seemed subdued. In the evenings, Tyrion made a habit of climbing the repaired towers of the Red Keep to gaze upon the capital by torchlight. For so long, King's Landing had seemed a cesspit of corruption. Now it was a broken city yearning to be whole, full of survivors determined to make something new. He would stand there, letting the night breeze ruffle his hair, and recall the words he had once spoken to Jon Snow on the wall: "Most lords would rather see their people starve than themselves lose a single meal." That was the old way. Perhaps with Daenerys Targaryen on the throne, they could forge a better way, even if only by a small margin. Sometimes that hope was all that kept him trudging through the daily avalanche of problems. His thoughts often strayed to the dragons. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion roost in the outskirts of the city, often atop the hillside outside the dragon pit. They soared over the narrow sea, fishing for giant tuna or whales when it pleased them. On certain days, Daenerys would fly one over the city in a demonstration of power or for transport, but she was cautious about terrorizing the population. She remembered all too well the times she had lost control. The mere sight of a dragon overhead was enough to make small folk tremble or scurry indoors. But bit by bit, the people were growing used to living with dragons in their midst, especially once they saw them more as guardians than random harbingers of death. One late afternoon, Tyrion decided to visit the Dragon Pit, a partial ruin atop Rhaenys' hill. Builders were clearing rubble from it in the hopes of one day restoring it to something resembling its ancient function. Daenerys had expressed interest in stabling the dragons there once it was made more secure and open so they would not be forced to roost out on the hillsides. When Tyrion arrived, he found a small crowd of workers hauling away chunks of broken dome and collapsed stone. Ser Brienne of Tarth, newly part of the Queen's Guard, stood watch, her imposing figure casting a long shadow. She had come south as well, tasked with representing Sansa's interests and ensuring that the realm's new order protected those who had suffered most. She greeted Tyrion politely, though in her serious, matter-of-fact way. "My Lord Hand," she said. "The dragons aren't here now. They flew off this morning." "That's probably better for me," Tyrion said with a half-grin, glancing at the half-crumbled walls. "I'd rather not have Drogon sniffing at my back while I wander." He walked around, eyeing the remains of enormous iron doors that had once penned in dragons centuries ago. The Targaryens of old had built this structure to house their monstrous beasts, yet those dragons had gradually dwindled in size and number until the last were stunted shadows of their forebears. Now, Daenerys's three soared free, each one healthy and formidable. It seemed an irony that the place built for dragons had contributed to their decline and that the new brood flourished outside its walls. He heard footsteps and turned to see Arya Stark approaching, wearing a light traveling cloak. She'd taken to wandering the city at odd times, no doubt gleaning all manner of secrets. He offered her a polite nod. "Lady Arya, are you also here to see if the dragons are about?" She shrugged. "Just exploring. I've never been inside the Dragon Pit when it was anything but rubble." "It's big." "It is. Bigger still in its prime," Tyrion said. He eyed the vaulted arches, many cracked or missing. "Someday we might restore it. Imagine a roost for dragons here in the capital, a place of safety, and if needed, a place of confinement." Arya's eyes flickered in the dim light. "Confinement might not sit well with them. I've seen how they fly, how they hunt. They're not meant for cages." Tyrion gave a small, rueful chuckle. "I agree. Neither does the Queen. But it's safer than letting them roost on the rooftops. Over time, we'll have to see if they accept it." She nodded and stepped closer to the central cavern, staring at the blackened stones. "I remember old Nan's stories. Dragons that scorched armies, queens who flew on their backs across the sea. Never thought I'd see them with my own eyes. Old Nan's stories had more truth in them than we realized, it seems," Tyrion said gently. Then he turned to face her more fully. "How fares your sister? We've been cooped up in negotiations for days, but she speaks little outside official matters." Arya's lips pressed together. "Sansa carries the burdens of the North on her shoulders. She's tired, I think, from the journey and from everything. But she's determined to see this treaty through. She believes it's best for our people. And she's had nightmares of King's Landing from when she was a prisoner here. That's another burden." Tyrion felt a pang of guilt. It was not he who tormented Sansa, but he'd been part of the Lannister household that made her life a living hell. He couldn't erase that history. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "If there's anything I can do?" Arya studied him for a moment, her eyes keen. "You did what you could back then. No one else in the Red Keep showed her any kindness. You're different from the rest of them. She knows that, even if it's tangled up with bitter memories." He exhaled. "I'm grateful. I only wish I could have spared her more pain." For a moment, they stood in silence, broken only by the distant clang of workers' hammers. Finally, Arya tilted her head. "They say you're drafting a new code of laws with the Queen to ensure no more children will suffer what Sansa did. That's a high hope, but if it succeeds, it might mean something." Tyrion offered the barest smile. "A wise man once told me we make peace with our enemies, not our friends. And if we can create laws that protect the innocent better than the old ones, then perhaps we'll break the wheel, as the Queen once said." Arya nodded and slipped away into the shadows. Tyrion wondered if she was off to roam the city or meet with Sansa. For his part, he resumed his inspection of the Dragon Pit, but his mind was already churning with the notion of breaking the wheel. Once upon a time, it had been mere rhetoric. Now it was a reality he was trying to shape with ink and parchment and no small amount of cunning. That evening, as twilight dyed the sky in lavender and rose, Daenerys summoned Tyrion to her private solar, a modest room that had once belonged to Cersei before the destruction forced a partial redesign. Now it was hung with maps and lit by several braziers, giving it a warm glow. Outside, on a narrow balcony, one could see the lights of King's Landing flickering across the bay. When Tyrion arrived, he found Daenerys standing at the balcony's edge, a goblet of wine in her hand. She looked tired, shadows under her eyes. Yet there was also a certain gleam in her expression, as though she'd reached a crossroads in her own thoughts. She gestured for Tyrion to join her on the balcony, then offered him a second goblet from a small tray. I could use something stronger, but this will do, Tyrion said with a dry little laugh, raising the goblet to his lips. The wine was Dornish, fruity, and dark. Thank you, your grace. She sipped her own goblet. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They simply gazed at the city below, sprawling rooftops, half-ruined towers, newly built scaffolds, the black silhouette of the Red Keep's outer walls. Finally, Daenerys said, sometimes I stand here and recall when I first arrived in Westeros with my army and my dragons, intent on seizing the throne by force if necessary. I was full of purpose, but I knew almost nothing of the complexities I would face. Now, after so much bloodshed and heartbreak, I wonder if the cost was too high. Tyrion studied her profile, illuminated by torchlight. All wars carry a terrible cost. You knew that better than most, even before you set foot here. But the realm needed change, and I believe you were the only one who could achieve it. The alternative was Cersei or some other pretender. Daenerys let out a long breath. Yet I remember the ash swirling over the battlefield, the screams of men scorched by dragon fire. I remember the starving faces in Meereen when I first took that city. And then the north, the dead rising in endless waves. She touched the railing as though anchoring herself. I don't wish to be the Queen of Ashes. I want to rebuild to ensure no one else needs suffer at the hands of tyrants. Tyrion hesitated. From what I have seen, you are already on that path. The negotiations with the North, the reforms you're instituting, these are not the actions of a queen who hungers for blood. They're the actions of someone who, yes, used force when needed, but seeks a better future. She turned to him, her violet eyes unwavering. You told me once that I must balance fear and love. I sometimes wonder if I've tipped too far into fear. The lords bend the knee because they saw what dragonfire can do. But do they believe in me? Will they follow me when no dragon hovers overhead? Tyrion set his goblet on the balcony wall. That is the real challenge of power, earning trust, not simply obedience. It takes time, effort, and often personal risk. But fear alone would not have brought the Starks here for open negotiations. They know you keep your word. They may not love you, but they respect you. That's the foundation. Over time, respect can turn into loyalty and maybe even love for some. Daenerys studied the skyline again. I hope you're right, Tyrion. Because once we finish this northern charter, once we begin sharing the seeds of similar agreements with other regions, I'll be forging a new shape for the Seven Kingdoms. And if it goes awry, if the lords see it as weakness or an invitation to fracture, she trailed off, her expression grim. I'll have undone centuries of unity in a single stroke. Tyrion's tone was gentle but assured. Unity under constant threat of war is no unity at all. You once said you wanted to break the wheel. This is how you do it, by forging a realm that does not rely on the fear of conquest, but on mutual benefit and respect. It's a risk, but so is everything worth doing. And if you do it successfully, your name will be remembered not as Daenerys the Conqueror, but Daenerys the Reformer, the Just. Her features softened. A faint, rueful smile touched her lips. I do like the sound of that better than the Mad King's daughter. Tyrion smirked. I'd say you've gone a long way to dispel that notion, Your Grace. She took another sip of wine, then turned back toward the flickering city lights. There is another matter on my mind. Jon Snow. We haven't spoken in months, though we've exchanged letters. He remains in the north, but the question of his parentage lingers. Some in the north see him as a Stark alone, others whisper that he is the son of my late brother, Rhaegar. If that rumor gains traction, it could destabilize everything. He doesn't want the throne, but men might rally to him, insisting his claim is stronger than mine. Tyrion considered. Jon's not the type to press that claim, though we both know how rumor and ambition can twist even the most reluctant figurehead into a threat. The question is, do you want to keep his parentage buried, or do you choose to acknowledge it openly? We might frame it as a sign of unity, two Targaryens in the realm, not rivals but allies. Or some might interpret it as confusion, implying the throne might pass to him if you stumble. Daenerys' gaze was distant. I care for him, Tyrion, but I also care for the realm. If proclaiming him as a Targaryen undermines the realm's stability, then perhaps the truth should stay hidden. Yet it feels like a deception, one that might surface at the worst possible time. Jon would never lie openly, but if cornered, he might reveal it out of honor. Tyrion weighed the dilemma. We might speak to Jon privately. If the two of you come to a shared agreement, say, a formal oath that he renounces any claim to the Iron Throne, then we can quell the rumors. People might still whisper, but as you said, Jon is no ambitious usurper. If he stands beside you as king in the north or warden of the north, they'll see unity, not competition. Daenerys nodded slowly. We could do that. When the time is right, I may invite him to King's Landing so we can settle this face to face. Sansa likely suspects the truth already, as might Arya or even Bran. If we are forging a new alliance with the North, I'd rather have no secrets among us. That seems wise, Tyrion agreed. Secrets fester, especially in a realm as precarious as this one. They fell silent. The wind off Blackwater Bay rustled Daenerys' hair, carrying the briny tang of saltwater. Below, the city lamps glowed in a pattern that reminded Tyrion of scattered stars. He recalled a time when King's Landing was a place he only wanted to escape. Now, it felt like the center of his purpose, a battered capital that might yet become something better under their stewardship. Daenerys let out a final sigh. Thank you, Tyrion. I rely on your counsel more than you know. He offered a small bow. It's an honor to serve you, your grace. Let's see if we can craft a realm worth living in. She smiled then, a genuine, if tired, smile. Yes. Let's. In the days that followed, word spread that Queen Daenerys would soon hold a great gathering in the throne room where lords from every major region would witness the signing or at least the final drafting of the Northern Charter. The impetus was to show the realm that the Crown and the North had resolved their differences and were forging a precedent that might shape the future. Naturally, this stirred up excitement and anxiety. The throng of petitioners, merchants, and opportunists in King's Landing swelled. Taverns buzzed with speculation. Would the Queen let the North walk away scot-free of traditional obligations? Would the Starks kneel once again, or stand equal to the Targaryens? The city's rumor mill churned at full tilt. On the appointed day, the throne room was packed. The mosaic floor had been repaired in places, though scorch marks remained near the pillars from an explosion of wildfire months earlier. Torches flickered, revealing the lines of unsullied standing guard. Tyrion stood at Daenerys' side, wearing his formal attire. On her other side stood Missandei, while Ser Davos and Grey Worm hovered close. The dais had been cleared of all but the Iron Throne and a stout wooden table. Upon the table lay several sheets of thick parchment, awaiting signatures and seals. Sansa Stark, in a dark gown trimmed with pale fur, stood in the center of the throne room, flanked by Arya, Bran in his wheeled chair, and a handful of northern lords. Daenerys rose from the Iron Throne, descending the steps with a regal poise that silenced the crowd. Even after all these months, the presence of a Targaryen queen, once a legend, still commanded awe. We gather here, Daenerys began, her voice carrying through the vaulted hall to affirm the bonds between the Crown and the North and to usher in a new understanding. Many centuries ago, the North was a realm unto itself until Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters united these lands by fire and blood. Since then, the North has often felt distant from the Iron Throne, its needs neglected or misunderstood. That era ends now if the Crown and the North stand together in mutual respect and support. Sansa stepped forward, head held high. We, the Starks of Winterfell and the Lords of the North, recognize Daenerys Targaryen as the rightful queen of the Seven Kingdoms. We pledge our loyalty, our swords, and our resources to defend the realm we share. In turn, we ask for the freedoms and responsibilities spelled out in this charter so that we can protect our people in the harsh winters and remain steadfast allies to the Crown. Tyrion watched the crowd. Men from the Reach, the Vale, the Riverlands, and even the Westerlands listened intently, some nodding, others murmuring. Olenna Tyrell was not present. She had passed away in the wars that preceded Daenerys' capture of King's Landing, but Tarly bannermen stood in her stead, still grappling with the memory of Randall Tarly's demise. From Dorne, Princess Arianne Martell observed, her expression thoughtful. She too had made a pact with Daenerys, though it was less formal and more rooted in the deep grievance of Elia Martell's murder. A herald stepped forward with the parchments. Tyrion had spent countless hours with scribes drafting the clauses that spelled out precisely what powers the North retained: local governance, the right to elect a warden or king in the North subject to crown recognition, partial tax exemptions during harsh winters, and guaranteed defense by the Crown's forces if an external threat emerged. In turn, the North pledged men to the royal army when called upon, recognized Daenerys' sovereignty, and would not unilaterally declare independence or war. The language had been hammered out with Sansa, the Northern Lords, and the Queen's own council. It was an unprecedented arrangement that might have made the old Targaryen kings roll in their tombs. Yet here it was, about to be sealed. Daenerys took a quill, dipped it in ink, and signed her name in a fluid script: Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, first of her name, Queen of the Undulls and the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons. Then she pressed her seal into the wax, three-headed dragon, red on black. The hush in the throne room was absolute. Sansa then approached and signed in a neat, compact hand: Sansa of House Stark, Lady of Winterfell. She affixed the Stark seal, direwolf's head in gray wax, beside Daenerys's. In turn, a handful of northern lords added their marks or signatures. The final effect was a set of documents with multiple seals, a symbol that it was not merely the will of one woman but an agreement among many. When at last the last signatory stepped back, Daenerys raised her voice. In the sight of gods and men, these accords are now binding. Let all who witness or hear of this know that the Crown and the North stand united. May this be the beginning of a realm guided by understanding instead of fear. A ripple of applause and murmurs spread through the hall. Tyrion could see the tension in some faces. This was new, untested. But it was done. He glanced at Sansa, who inclined her head toward Daenerys, a flicker of relief crossing her features. Arya looked on, stone-faced, but her eyes darted around as if gauging every reaction in the crowd. Bran simply sat, a faint smile on his lips, as though this moment was already etched in his timeless vision. Then, to everyone's surprise, Daenerys gestured for Sansa to remain by her side. She addressed the assembly again. As part of these accords, it is my wish to name Sansa Stark Warden of the North, a title historically granted to the great families who protect the region. Lord Eddard Stark once held it. It is only fitting that his daughter now hold it, ensuring the defense of the North in the name of the Crown. Sansa's eyes widened slightly, but she bowed her head. Your Grace, I accept this honor in my father's name and in the name of all Northerners who look to Winterfell for guidance. Daenerys' expression softened. Then let this be another sign of our unity. She glanced at the crowd. Tomorrow, we hold a feast in the Great Hall to celebrate the forging of this new chapter. All are invited to share food and drink as we set aside old enmities. With that, the formalities concluded. A sense of momentous change lingered in the air. Tyrion stepped off the dais, weaving through the gathering lords to find Ser Davos, who had watched from the sidelines. Davos nodded. Well, you did it. Never thought I'd see the day the North's rights were written into parchment by a Targaryen queen. Tyrion let out a short laugh. I'm not sure if this is brilliance or madness, but we'll soon find out. Davos gripped his shoulder. We've survived ice demons and dragon fire. A little legal wrangling's child's play by comparison. They shared a grin, then parted to attend to the swirl of voices seeking their attention. The throne room bustled with lords voicing opinions, seeking clarifications, or simply gawking. Tyrion found himself cornered by a Riverlands bannerman who wanted to know if the Tullus might receive similar autonomy. Tyrion deftly explained that the Tullus had not requested such an arrangement, though any concerns could be aired at a future date. Meanwhile, the Westerlands contingent stood uncertain, lacking a strong figurehead. Tyrion hoped to speak with them soon. At the periphery of the crowd, Arya Stark lingered near the doors. Tyrion caught her eye, and she gave him a nod, as though acknowledging that something truly historic had just happened. Then she slipped away, no doubt to keep watch over Sansa or to see the city in her own manner. The following evening, the promised feast took place in a partially refurbished Great Hall. Unlike the monstrous extravagances of King Joffrey's or King Tommen's reigns, this gathering was modest, mindful of a city still in recovery. But the hall was warmed by roaring fires, and tables were laden with fresh produce from the Reach, fish from the narrow sea, and what game could be hunted in the Crownlands. Horns of ale and cups of wine flowed, enough to loosen tongues, but not to inspire reckless debauchery. Music played, flutes and fiddles weaving a lively tune. The mood was strangely hopeful, at least for one night. Tyrion sat at a head table near Daenerys, Sansa, and other prominent guests. As he sipped his wine, he observed the swirl of conversation. Lords from the Vale were speaking with Dornish envoys, presumably about safe passage through their mountains for trade. A few lesser knights from the Westerlands hovered near, perhaps trying to glean the Queen's intentions for their home region. The banners of House Targaryen, House Stark, and several other major houses were hung side by side above the dais. It was a far cry from the days when the lion and the stag dominated King's Landing's great halls. Daenerys, resplendent in a gown of black trimmed with red thread, looked content if weary. She toasted Sansa at one point, and Sansa politely responded, though Tyrion could see the younger woman's guarded stance. A ghost of the old horrors still haunted her in these halls, but she was trying. Now that the charter was signed, Sansa likely yearned to return home, to ensure the North prepared for winter. But for the moment, she honored the Queen's invitation. As Tyrion set down his goblet, he noticed Ser Jaime Lannister approaching. The Kingslayer, once sworn to Tommen, then to Cersei, now owed his allegiance to Daenerys. He'd played a part in halting the final wildfire plot that might have leveled the city, thus saving countless lives. In the aftermath, he'd surrendered his claim to any inheritance from House Lannister, stating that the child at Casterly Rock was the rightful lord, though too young to rule. He'd spent his time helping to restore order in the Crownlands and training new recruits for the City Watch. Jaime's golden hand gleamed in the torchlight. He inclined his head at Tyrion, then glanced at Daenerys and Sansa. "Quite the spectacle," he said in a low tone. "Indeed," Tyrion replied, studying his brother's face. The lines there were deeper than before, evidence of regrets, burdens, and some measure of relief. "How fares your service in the Crownlands?" Jaime shrugged. "I do what I can. Some days I wonder if I should ride for the Westerlands to see the Boy Lord, see if I can help stabilize things there. But I suspect my presence would only stir up old loyalties or resentments. Better to remain here, in the Queen's service, until she decides otherwise." Tyrion nodded, subdued. "And have you visited Cersei?" It was not an easy question to ask, but one that lingered in the air. Cersei Lannister remained imprisoned, awaiting a trial that Daenerys seemed in no hurry to conduct. Jaime's gaze dropped to the floor. "A few times. She's not well. Bitter, angry. She rails against Daenerys, calls me a traitor. She's lost everything, her throne, her child, her freedom. I'm not sure if a trial would even matter. She might be too broken to defend herself." A shadow of pain crossed his features. "Still, I can't help but remember she's the mother of my children. I've no love left for her ambition, but I pity what she's become." Tyrion sipped his wine, uncertain what to say. Cersei had tormented so many, plotted so many horrors, including Tyrion's own near executions. Part of him believed she deserved whatever fate Daenerys decreed. Another part felt the old ties of family, twisted though they were. Daenerys might hold off on the trial for a while yet. She's focused on the realm's recovery. Dealing with Cersei could be seen as an act of vengeance or cause further unrest. Perhaps the Queen prefers to let her rot until the realm is more stable. Jaime exhaled. "Then rot she shall. I suppose that's justice in a way." He lifted his goblet to his lips and took a long drink. "And you, brother? Do you ever think about returning to Casterly Rock?" Tyrion let out a humorless laugh. "Casterly Rock was never my home, not truly. Father made sure of that. And now it's a husk of its former glory with little gold left in the mines, or so the rumors say. The Boy Lord has a council of Lannister cousins to guide him. Let them squabble for what remains. My place is here, serving a queen who values my counsel." Jaime studied him, then nodded. "I'm glad you found a purpose, Tyrion." They shared a brief silence, then parted. Jaime moved to greet Brienne, who stood near a pillar scanning the hall. Tyrion watched them with a faint, bittersweet sense of relief. Jaime and Brienne had endured countless trials, forging a strange bond. Perhaps they would find peace in the new world Daenerys was striving to create. Sometime later, Tyrion noticed that Daenerys had excused herself from the head table. He spotted her by the hall's side door, speaking quietly with Jon Snow, who had apparently arrived unannounced. That caused a small stir among the guests, for the king in the north had not been expected so soon. Sansa, seeing her brother, excused herself hurriedly and wove through the crowd to embrace him. Arya appeared from somewhere, a ghost emerging from the shadows, and the three Stark siblings exchanged subdued smiles. Daenerys remained a polite distance away, letting the family have their moment. Then she spoke with Jon, her eyes bright with something akin to relief. Tyrion, curious, approached, though he stayed far enough not to intrude. Over the music, he could only catch snippets of their conversation. Jon explained that the repairs to the castles along the wall were largely complete, though it would be years before they were fully manned again. He had come south both to witness the signing of the charter, though he arrived late, and to discuss further collaboration between the North and the Crown. When Daenerys asked about his health and that of his men, Jon shrugged in his unassuming manner. "We're as well as we can be after all we've faced. The snows are heavy. We'll need the grain shipments soon. I wouldn't have left if I didn't trust the men I left in charge." Daenerys nodded. "We'll ensure the shipments get through. Tyrion has arranged caravans, and we'll see if we can send more before the worst of winter sets in." Their conversation turned quieter. Tyrion decided to drift away, letting them speak privately. He thought he glimpsed Daenerys' hand brush Jon's, a fleeting moment of warmth. Perhaps they had deeper matters to discuss, his parentage, her claim, their personal connection. That was their business, though eventually it might become the realm's business if they decided on any formal union. As the feast wore on, a sense of cautious celebration filled the air. Northerners and Southerners mingled, though tensions lingered in hushed corners. The Riverlands men asked the Northerners about the undead. The Dornish eyed the Westerland's folk across the hall with centuries of old grudges. But no one drew steel and no one hurled insults loud enough to disrupt the music. For one evening, at least, peace held in King's Landing. Tyrion made his way outside for a breath of fresh air, stepping onto a terrace that overlooked the city walls. The sky above was draped in a blanket of stars. The music from the hall became a muffled backdrop. He leaned on the balustrade and closed his eyes, letting the night breeze caress his face. So much had changed since the day he fled King's Landing all those years ago, a disgraced dwarf with no future but the bottom of a wine cup. Now he was the hand of a queen who might actually transform the realm. Footsteps approached and he turned to see Sansa. She looked at him with a small, measured smile. "Hiding from the festivities, Lord Tyrion?" "Ah, just taking a moment to breathe," he replied, a hint of a grin. "But I might ask the same of you, Lady Sansa. The new Warden of the North should be celebrating her success." She joined him at the balustrade, gazing out over the faint flicker of city lanterns. "I'm not much for feasts these days. Too many memories of what feasts in the city used to be like." She paused, perhaps recalling the horrible wedding that sealed her fate to Joffrey. Then she exhaled. "But I am grateful for what we've accomplished here. However uncertain I feel, I know this is a step forward." Tyrion inclined his head. "If you had told me years ago that we'd stand on this terrace as allies under a Targaryen queen, forging a new charter for the realm, I would have scoffed. Yet here we are." She turned her head, her blue eyes steady. "You've done more than you realize, Tyrion. It's not just the negotiations. It's the fact that you believed a better realm was possible, that you convinced her to spare those who opposed her even when it might have been simpler to crush them. You and I both know some Targaryen rulers would never have shown such mercy." He swallowed, unsure how to respond. Compliments from Sansa Stark were not something he was used to. "I only gave counsel, my lady. The queen chose her own path." "Yes, but if she'd been surrounded by sycophants or brutal lords, she might have followed a different path." Sansa's gaze returned to the city. "I appreciate it. As does the North. We won't forget." Tyrion allowed himself a faint, genuine smile. He remembered the innocent girl he had married, the girl who quaked at every footstep in the Red Keep. This woman was forged by fire and ice, by the cruelty of Joffrey and the upheaval of war. She had found a steel within her. And yet she could still offer gratitude and hope. They stood together, listening to the muffled laughter and music behind them, the whisper of the wind in front of them. Down in the city, the silhouettes of new construction rose like a testament to rebirth. Above them, the stars blinked, indifferent and eternal. "Tyrion," she said softly, surprising him by the use of his name without title. "Do you think this peace will last?" He considered the question carefully. "Last forever? No realm remains static forever, my lady. There will be new challenges, new threats. But if the structures we're building, these charters, alliances, lines of communication can endure, then perhaps we'll avoid the bloody collapses of the past. That's all we can do, give the next generation a better chance than we had." She nodded, a solemn acceptance in her eyes. "Then let's hope we succeed. Because the North can't survive another war like the last. Nor can the rest of Westeros," Tyrion replied. "We're all tapped out on devastation." They fell into a companionable silence after that, each lost in thoughts of what had been, what might have been, and what yet could be. Tyrion reflected on how improbable this journey was from the morning he decided to flee King's Landing, spurred by the knowledge of a Targaryen girl across the sea, to this moment where that girl sat on the Iron Throne, forging alliances with the house that once rebelled against her family. 1,000 small steps, 1,000 twists of fate had led him here. And though the future was uncertain, for now, there was hope. In the days and months that followed the feast, King's Landing pulsed with a cautious new energy. The lines of hungry refugees at the city gates began to dwindle as relief efforts and job opportunities spread throughout the Crownlands. Grain caravans trundled northward, guarded by the newly reformed gold cloaks and contingents of Unsullied. Dorne resumed trade through the Rose Road, carrying citrus and wines. The Vale reopened its passes for merchants. The Iron Islands remained aloof, Euron Greyjoy having disappeared to some far corner of the seas, but Yara Greyjoy began building a modest alliance with Daenerys, vowing to rid the seas of piracy in exchange for a degree of autonomy. Tyrion corresponded with Meereen and the rest of Slaver's Bay, now widely called the Bay of Dragons, ensuring the freed cities there did not slide back into chaos. The Queen dispatched envoys with the power to negotiate on her behalf, as she could not divide herself between two continents. The new code of laws being drafted in Westeros borrowed from the lessons of Essos, an explicit ban on slavery, harsh penalties for slavers, and protections for the lower classes that, while not revolutionary in every sense, far surpassed what Westeros had known before. The lords grumbled here and there, but the memory of dragonfire and the possibility of future prosperity tempered their resistance. Sometimes at night, Tyrion would walk through the city in disguise, as he had done in his youth, listening to the chatter of common folk. He heard them speak of the Dragon Queen, some with awe, others with wariness. He heard them curse the old regime and share gossip of the new. When they praised the better wages on construction sites or the relief bread distributed in dire neighborhoods, a spark of satisfaction warmed Tyrion's chest. Yes, it was far from perfect. There were still thieves and scoundrels, still bribes to be paid, still men longing for a chance to seize power for themselves. But for every cynic, there was a mother who clutched her child and murmured thanks that the city was no longer a battlefield. For every cut purse, there was a craftsman who found honest work rebuilding the capital. It was a start. One evening, Tyrion ended up near a small, rebuilt sept where candles flickered inside and worshippers prayed in hushed voices. He lingered outside, not one for piety but curious about the shape of faith in a city that had lost its grand September to wildfire. A septon in simple robes emerged, bowing politely. "Bless you, my lord," he said, though he didn't seem to recognize Tyrion under the hood. "Would you like to light a candle for the father, or the mother, or perhaps for the stranger, for those lost in the wars?" Tyrion almost said no. He was a cynic after all, but then he thought of Shay, of Varys, of his father, of all those ghosts that lingered in his memory. He reached into his cloak, drew out a copper coin, and handed it to the septon. "I'd light one for them all, if that's allowed," he said quietly. The septon gave a gentle nod. "The seven do not discriminate in who needs solace." He offered Tyrion a small candle. Tyrion went inside, stepped toward a low table flickering with dozens of small flames, and placed his candle among them. For a moment, the dim warmth of the candlelight felt like a fragile bulwark against the night. He closed his eyes, thinking of lost friends, old enemies, and the strange journey that had brought him here. Then he left, the hood pulled low, an odd sense of calm settling in his gut. The next morning, Tyrion woke early, climbing to the Red Keep's highest ramparts. Dawn was a pale shimmer on the horizon, bathing the city in a gentle glow. As the sun inched upward, he saw one of the dragons, likely regal, rise from the hillside, wings outstretched, catching the first golden rays. The silhouette soared over the city in a slow, majestic arc, a living symbol of the new era. Far below, the city stirred to life, carpenters loading wagons, fishermen readying nets, street vendors opening stalls. No clarion call announced it, no grand ceremony, but it was a quiet miracle all the same. Tyrion inhaled the fresh morning air and let himself feel a rare surge of optimism. The wheel was not broken yet, not fully. But there were cracks in its rim, fractures that might eventually bring it down, replaced by something kinder. That was enough. He would keep striving, keep advising, keep balancing the Queen's iron will with prudent mercy. He would do it for Daenerys, for the realm, and for all those who once believed a dwarf named Tyrion Lannister had no worth beyond wine and japes. He turned away from the sunrise, heading back toward the council chambers. Another day of work awaited, letters to send, disputes to settle, alliances to nurture. The realm was an endless puzzle, each piece shifting with alliances and betrayals. But Tyrion's mind was sharper than ever, and his heart, curiously, was lighter. He couldn't quell every injustice, but he could help shape a future where justice had a fighting chance. What if Tyrion had never sailed to Daenerys? Perhaps the realm would have burned under Cersei's wildfire or crumbled under the onslaught of the dead. Perhaps Daenerys herself would have lost her way, become a tyrant, or perished in Essos. But he had made his choice, and so had she. Together, they had changed the course of history, forging alliances that spanned from Winterfell to Dorne, from Meereen to King's Landing, carrying with them the promise that dragons need not be harbingers of destruction alone. Sometimes, in their wake, they could spark renewal. As Tyrion stepped down the winding stone stairs, he recalled the sense of loneliness that once defined him in the Lannister household. Now he belonged somewhere, however improbable it might seem. He belonged in the swirling tapestry of a realm in flux, helping the Dragon Queen steer it toward a dawn bright enough to banish the memory of the long night. And that was purpose enough for any man. With a final glance at the windows letting in the growing light, Tyrion Lannister walked forward into another day of forging the realm he had once thought irredeemable, and smiled at the thought that perhaps with wit and will, redemption was possible after all. Tyrion Lannister gazed at the heavy oaken door of the council chamber and felt a swirl of apprehension and excitement in his gut. The morning sun had barely crested the Red Keep's towers, yet the castle was already stirring with the business of the day. Merchants seeking royal writs, stewards hurrying to deliver fresh quills and parchment, city officials petitioning for funds, each a small thread in the tapestry of a kingdom forging its new shape under Queen Daenerys Targaryen. He had just left the ramparts after witnessing dawn break over a city still half in ruin. The clang of hammers, the rasp of saws, and the calls of laborers and overseers echoed through the streets. In the distance, columns of dust rose where collapsed buildings were being dismantled before they could be rebuilt. Yet despite the rubble, King's Landing hummed with an optimism few had believed possible during Cersei Lannister's reign or the wars that preceded it. It was an optimism Tyrion had worked tirelessly to foster and which he would need to nurture even more if the realm was to remain united. He took one fortifying breath and stepped into the chamber. Thick beams of morning light fell through the high windows, illuminating the large wooden table and several figures already gathered there: Ser Davos Seaworth, Missandei of Noth, Grey Worm, and a pair of visiting lords from the Reach. At the head of the table sat Daenerys Targaryen herself, in a gown of muted charcoal that reflected the practical formality she favored for day-to-day governance. A simple three-headed dragon clasp pinned her braid in place. "My lord hand," she greeted with a faint smile, gesturing for him to take his seat. Even now, after months of shaping the realm together, Tyrion still felt a subtle warmth at the respect implied by the title. "I trust the morning light finds you well?" "Well enough, your grace," he replied, "though I suspect the morning's business will keep us well occupied." He looked around at the assembled group, noting the expressions of the Reach lords, Ser Garth Hightower and Lady Alice Beesbury, who seemed simultaneously curious and wary. "Is there news from Old Town?" he asked politely. Ser Garth cleared his throat, a lean man with carefully groomed silver hair. "The Citadel has reopened its gates to traveling scholars now that the chaos of war has subsided. They also send word that certain texts need scribing and copying to replace those destroyed during the conflicts. They hope the crown might sponsor some of this endeavor." Lady Beesbury, a younger woman with thoughtful eyes, added, "And the region is eager to ship more grain north to the Crownlands and the north, but we face shortages of ships. Several were lost or damaged during the final battles against the Lannisters. We seek to coordinate with you and Ser Davos on constructing or hiring additional vessels. We can't keep sending all caravans by land. Bandits still lurk in the woods along the roads." Tyrion exchanged a quick glance with Davos, who inclined his head. They had already drawn up plans for expanding the Crown's small fleet. "We're committed to ensuring the realm's new trade routes remain viable," Tyrion said. "Shipbuilding will be a priority. As soon as we finalize some contracts with the Iron Islands, at least those loyal to Yara Greyjoy, we can have skilled shipwrights assist in the building yards. My steward will provide details on how the crown can contribute." Daenerys nodded, her eyes bright. "Well said. We cannot let the harvest rot for lack of ships." Now, regarding Old Town's request for scribes and resources, she paused, glancing at Missandei, who held a neat stack of correspondences. "I will consider partial sponsorship from the royal treasury. The Citadel's knowledge benefits all. But we must see itemized requests first to ensure we're not pouring coin into frivolities. Have them send an itemized account and we'll proceed." Ser Garth bowed his head, seeming satisfied. Lady Beesbury followed suit. Next, Daenerys directed the conversation to other matters of the day. Grey Worm reported that more unsullied patrols had quelled brigand activity on the Rose Road, though a few notorious brigand chiefs still roamed. Missandei read out letters from various corners of Westeros. The Vale was quiet under young Lord Robin Arryn, who rarely ventured from the Eyrie but had reopened the mountain passes. The Riverlands were mending from years of warfare, with Edmure Tully's stewardship slowly winning back the trust of local lords. Even the Westerlands, under a council led by distant Lannister kin for the child lord of Casterly Rock, had begun sending cautious feelers to the crown, offering partial taxes and statements of loyal friendship. Yet tensions persisted. A ravaged kingdom did not instantly knit itself together. Several times, Daenerys had to quell her own frustration when hearing of lords dragging their feet on rebuilding efforts or hoarding coin in expectation of some future strife. But she had grown more measured, thanks in part to Tyrion's counsel. No longer did she speak of burning recalcitrant lords with dragonfire. Instead, she sought dialogues, incentives, or structured warnings, an approach that seemed to be working, if slowly. At last, they came to the more sensitive topics. Davos cleared his throat. "There's the matter of Euron Greyjoy, still unaccounted for. The few longships we've spotted near the Stepstones may be his men, raiding merchant traffic. Yara Greyjoy doesn't control every captain of the Iron Islands yet, particularly not those loyal to Euron's brand of piracy. Daenerys' jaw tightened. We cannot afford renewed raiding along our coastlines. Not when we rely on trade so much. Tyrion, any suggestions? He laced his fingers. We could instruct Yara to double her vigilance. If she captures Euron or any of his supporters, she'd earn considerable standing. We can also place a royal bounty on Euron. Enough gold to tempt even his own men to turn him in. Ser Davos scratched his beard. Might be wise. Gold can sway sell sales more effectively than threats. With the crown and Yara both offering rewards, Euron's anonymity could vanish. Sailors love coin more than they love a doomed captain. Daenerys nodded. Make it so. Have the master of coin draw up a bounty poster. Distribute copies in every major port from Dorne to White Harbor. Let's smoke Euron out from whatever rock he's hiding under. The meeting broke soon after, with promises to reconvene in 2 days. Tyrion stood and stretched, ignoring the ache in his lower back that came from long hours hunched over documents. Daenerys lingered, quietly exchanging words with Lady Beesbury, who was praising the Queen's measured approach to governance. After a moment, Tyrion slipped away, heading toward the corridor that led to his own office. A cramped but functional room stacked high with ledgers, scrolls, and supply rosters. He had made it halfway there when a soft voice called his name. Turning, he found Arya Stark stepping from the shadows of a nearby alcove, her gray leathers blending with the gloom. One never seemed to notice Arya until she announced herself. Lady Arya, he greeted, inclining his head. You move quietly enough to shame the Red Keep's best spies. A ghost of a smirk curved her lips. Habit. My brother, Jon, arrived earlier than expected. He's meeting with the Queen in her solar this afternoon, and Sansa asked if you join them. The question of what he is, what you both know he is, needs to be settled. Tyrion's heart skipped. The matter of Jon's parentage had been hushed, kept to a tight circle that included Daenerys, a few trusted advisors, and the Stark siblings. Of course, he said quietly. I suspected it would come to a head sooner or later. He'd advised Daenerys that it might be wisest to discuss it openly with Jon to ensure no seeds of conflict blossomed. Evidently, that moment had arrived. Arya studied his expression, her gaze as sharp as a drawn blade. She might want you to speak for her in some capacity, or at least counsel them both. I'm not sure how it'll go, but Sansa insists the North deserves clarity. No more secrets. Tyrion inclined his head, exhaling. Very well. I'll be there. He paused, searching for the right words. Is Jon anxious about all this? Arya shrugged. He doesn't like secrets and he doesn't want the throne. But he's no fool. He knows that being Rhaegar's son could change how people see him. How they see Daenerys. He's hoping for a resolution that doesn't tear the realm apart. Then we share a goal, Tyrion said. Lead on. They convened in Daenerys' private solar, a high-ceilinged chamber hung with maps of the known world and furnished modestly, a table, a few chairs, a simple hearth. Tall windows overlooked the city. Daenerys stood by one window, arms folded, while Jon Snow and Sansa Stark occupied chairs on the room's other side. Arya lingered near the door, silent as a sentinel. Tyrion entered quietly, closing the door behind him. He felt the tension crackling in the air. Daenerys wasted no time. Jon, she said, her tone brimming with concern beneath its queenly composure. I'm grateful for your arrival. But now that you're here, we can't avoid the truth any longer. About you, about your bloodline. Jon inclined his head. He looked as he always did, dark curls, solemn face, broad shoulders, yet there was a subtle weight in his eyes. I never wanted to keep secrets from my family or my people. Bran was the one who saw it first in his visions. The rest confirmed it. He paused, glancing at Sansa and Arya, then at Daenerys. I've told only a handful of people. I don't want the realm to tear itself apart over who sits on the Iron Throne. Sansa spoke up, her voice calm but firm. Yet secrecy can cause its own rifts. If the North believes the crown is hiding something of such significance, they might feel betrayed. And if other lords learn the truth, they could pressure Jon to claim the throne. That wouldn't be his choice, but we both know how quickly ambition spreads among those who seek advantage. A faint note of frustration crossed Daenerys' face. If the realm discovered that Rhaegar Targaryen's trueborn son still lives, they might question my claim. They might see Jon as a more direct heir. I have no desire to turn on him, but the lords are not always so considerate. Many might rally to him regardless of his personal wishes. Jon's voice was low but steady. I bent the knee to you because I believed in you. I still do. I don't want the throne, but refusing to address the truth won't make it vanish. My parentage is bound to come out eventually. Tyrion cleared his throat. What we need is a controlled way of revealing it, or, if we deem it best, a carefully crafted denial. But truth will out eventually. That's how secrets work in this realm. The more we hoard them, the more valuable they become to those who would use them for leverage. He glanced at Daenerys. If we handle it openly, together, we can craft the narrative so it doesn't splinter the realm. Daenerys turned to the window, staring out at the city. And how do we do that? Proclaim that the king in the north is also a Targaryen, but he renounces all claim on the throne? Will men even believe it? Or will they call me a usurper, clinging to power that by rights belongs to him? Sansa's tone was clipped. This is why we wanted the discussion. We can't let rumor or half-truth run rampant. The North will support Jon's decision. But if the rest of Westeros sees an opportunity to cast aside a queen they barely know, they might stir rebellion. Jon stood, moving to Daenerys' side. She turned, meeting his gaze. Something passed between them, respect, affection, fear. Daenerys, he said gently, I'll stand beside you as your ally, your friend. If the realm must hear the truth, let them hear it from both of us at once. We'll make it clear I seek no crown. I will vow publicly to uphold your reign. Daenerys stared at him, her face a shifting kaleidoscope of emotions. Finally, she exhaled. Would the lords accept that vow? Some will say a vow can be broken. Tyrion stepped forward, slipping into the role of counselor. True, but a vow made in front of the great houses, the faith, and sworn on the memory of saving the realm from the undead? That might carry weight. You could also propose a formal line of succession, one that clarifies how the throne would pass if, heaven forbid, you had no heirs. Alternatively, if you and Jon were to wed, he stopped abruptly, realizing he might be treading delicate ground. A charged silence thickened the air. Daenerys and Jon exchanged a glance that suggested they'd already considered the notion. Perhaps once upon a time in the north, before the truth came out and complicated their bond. But neither spoke of love now, only duty. Sansa's expression flickered with wary understanding. Arya watched them all, unreadable. At length, Daenerys said, a marriage might appease some lords, uniting Targaryen and Stark blood. But that's not a decision to be made lightly, nor is it guaranteed to prevent factions from forming. It could even spark new rumors. She shook her head. I won't force a marriage for political convenience if Jon doesn't want it. Jon's face was taut. We had feelings before all this. But everything changed when we learned I might be your nephew. The Targaryens of old married kin, but I was raised in the north, where such unions are less accepted. I'm not sure I can cross that line. Daenerys managed a small, bittersweet smile. Nor do I think the realm would eagerly embrace that tradition again. Let's put aside talk of a marriage. We can find another solution. Sansa cleared her throat softly. Then let's plan a public statement. We gather enough principal lords, Stark, Targaryen, Martell, Tully, Arryn, Tyrell, Greyjoy if we can, and present the truth. Jon confesses his parentage, you affirm your reign, and Jon pledges that you are the rightful queen. The faith could stand witness if you trust them to remain neutral. Once that's done, we quell any immediate talk of him usurping you. The North will stand with him no matter what, and if we do this openly, it might reduce speculation. Arya added, her tone edged, of course, some lords might not be satisfied. But they'll have fewer shadows to hide in if we let the truth shine plain. Daenerys closed her eyes. I hate that it's come to this. Another grand council. Another spectacle. But I see the necessity. If we do nothing, rumors will breed. And I cannot live in fear that a single rumor might unravel all we've built. Jon nodded, setting a hand lightly on Daenerys' upper arm. We face it head-on. You and I together. Daenerys' eyes flicked to him. Slowly, she covered his hand with hers. Very well. Tyrion, Sansa, help us organize this. We'll need an official summons to the major houses, a suitable venue. I'd prefer not to cram them into the Red Keep's throne room. Perhaps the Dragon Pit, once it's somewhat restored? A symbolic place to speak of Targaryen legacy. Tyrion considered. It might still be half in ruins, but the open air could accommodate more attendance. Very well. We'll set about the logistics. And we'll do it soon to minimize the chance of rumors escaping prematurely. Sansa stood, smoothing her skirts. Then I'll begin drafting the letters on behalf of House Stark. Arya can carry some of them personally if need be. Arya gave a curt nod. I'm fast enough to slip in and out of any lord's hall. Daenerys offered a subdued smile, though tension lingered in her voice. Thank you. Truly. Tyrion felt the weight of the moment. If they carried this off correctly, the realm might unify further. If they failed, or if any opportunist twisted the announcement, it could open the door to civil war. But at least they had a plan. Secrecy was a liability. Openness, carefully managed, could be a shield. He left the solar with Sansa, who walked beside him in silence for a few steps. Finally, she murmured, "I hope this is the right path. The North is at peace, but if they think Jon was cheated, some might cry out for him to assert a right he never wanted. We can't let that happen." Tyrion nodded. "Nor can we muzzle the truth forever. In my experience, if we don't shape the narrative, someone else will. At least this way we can quell the worst impulses." He offered a small, wry smile. "We're forging a new realm, Lady Sansa. There was never any chance it would be simple." She gave a short laugh. "Nothing about my life has been simple, Lord Tyrion. Why would it start now?" They parted at an intersection of corridors, each heading off to gather quills and seals for the coming flurry of letters. Tyrion walked briskly, mind already leaping ahead to possible complications. Lords of the Vale who might question the Targaryen claim, a battered Lannister clan that might see a chance to regain influence, or even Euron Greyjoy sowing chaos at sea. Yet for all the uncertainties, he felt an ember of hope. If Daenerys and Jon faced this openly, perhaps the realm would accept a new normal, a Targaryen queen, a Stark with dragon's blood who served as her loyal ally, and a realm knitted by honest pacts rather than illusions. During the weeks that followed, preparations for the grand announcement took shape. Messengers rode out from King's Landing, carrying sealed letters addressed to lords and ladies across Westeros, requesting their presence at a gathering in the Dragon Pit to discuss matters of inheritance and unity. The wording was carefully vague, but the invitations bore both the Targaryen three-headed dragon seal and the direwolf seal of House Stark. That alone spurred curiosity. Rumors trickled through the taverns and holdfasts. Was the queen planning to name an heir? Was there some new threat from Essos? Was she forging a permanent alliance with the North? Meanwhile, builders raced to clear more rubble from the Dragon Pit. The ancient dome had partially collapsed centuries ago, and more sections had fallen during the wars and the siege. Under Daenerys' orders, large swaths of broken stone were removed, leaving a broad, roofless arena-like space. The Targaryen sigil was hung on one fractured wall, the Stark banner on another. Seating and canopies were arranged around a central dais. Day by day, the lords arrived. Sansa supervised the protocol with Tyrion, ensuring each house had suitable lodging in or around the Red Keep. The city's inns filled quickly, forcing some lesser nobles to camp outside the gates. The Gold Cloaks, under new, more disciplined leadership, kept watchful order while small folk gawked at the pageantry. Banners from the Vale, the Reach, the Riverlands, the Westerlands, even a handful from the Stormlands. Dornish riders arrived with silken tents. From the Iron Islands came a small contingent led by Yara Greyjoy. Though they were fewer than expected, Euron still had a hold on some captains. At last, the day approached. Tyrion felt a gnawing anxiety that coiled in his stomach each morning. If this went well, they might avert a civil war. If it went poorly, it might start one. He consoled himself that the realm had endured so much horror in recent years, few would be eager to start another conflict without cause. Then, on the eve of the event, Jon Snow returned from a brief trip to the north. He'd gone to Winterfell to reassure his bannermen that they need not fear some trick from the crown. Tyrion met Jon in the courtyard of the Red Keep that evening, where unsullied torches lit the dusk. Jon was accompanied by Tormund Giantsbane and a handful of northern riders. His face was drawn, the lines of fatigue evident. "How was the journey?" Tyrion asked, stepping forward to greet him. Jon dismounted stiffly. "Long. I had to calm a few lords who wondered why all this secrecy. They trust me, but the rumors have them uneasy." He handed his reins to a stable hand. "They asked if the queen planned to enforce a marriage between us. That's a popular rumor." Tyrion gave a wry smile. "No surprise. Half the realm wants to see a neat, pretty union that solves all problems. The other half would shriek at the thought of Targaryen incest. People do love their gossip." Jon nodded grimly. "They'll learn the truth soon enough." They walked together into the keep. Jon inquired about how Daenerys fared. Tyrion admitted she was anxious but resolute, determined to speak plainly and let the realm judge. "She's truly come far from the woman who once threatened entire cities with dragons," Tyrion said. "Not that her fire has dimmed, she simply wields it more carefully." Jon's expression softened. "She saved us all from the dead, stood beside us in the final hour. I'll never forget that. Perhaps the realm can be reminded that she's no tyrant." At Tyrion's suggestion, Jon went to rest and refresh himself. The next day would be grueling, physically and mentally. Tyrion himself retreated to his office, going over the final schedule. The assembly would begin at midday in the Dragon Pit. House after house would gather in the stands, and Daenerys and Jon would arrive together, flanked by advisors, including Sansa. The queen would give a short speech on the future of the realm, then Jon would speak. Only then would they reveal the truth. By the time Tyrion finally stumbled to bed, the city's bells had rung midnight. He dreamed fitfully of wildfire blazing green across the dragon pit. He woke before dawn, heart pounding, but quickly doused his face with cold water and forced himself to dress. There was no time for panic, only for action. A pale, hazy sun hung over King's Landing that midday as Tyrion, flanked by 2 gold cloaks, made his way up the winding road to the dragon pit. City folk lined the route, drawn by curiosity. Merchants set up makeshift stalls selling roasted nuts, skewered meats, and cheap wine. Children scampered along the edges, eyes darting in excitement at the sight of banners snapping in the breeze. Overhead, Regal and Viserion flew a wide circuit, occasionally letting out echoing cries that sent pigeons scattering. Drogon was nowhere to be seen, likely perched on a distant hillside. Daenerys did not intend to startle the lords by arriving with all 3 dragons overhead. The dragon pit itself loomed in partial ruin, its outer walls a mixture of ancient grandeur and crumbled devastation. Guards stood at every archway, ensuring that only those invited could enter. Inside, rows of temporary benches and pavilions had been arranged. Tyrion spotted the banners of the major houses. The Golden Rose of Tyrell, or rather, that of the new Tyrell caretakers, as Mace Tyrell and Olenna had passed. The Falcon of Arryn, the Trout of Tully, the Sun and Spear of Martell, the Kraken of Greyjoy, the Lion of Lannister in a smaller grouping. It struck him how drastically the realm's leadership had changed in just a few years. So many old lines decimated, new lords and ladies stepping in. He took his seat near the dais, where 2 raised chairs awaited Daenerys and Jon. Sansa, Arya, and Bran Stark were already seated. Grey Worm stood guard, along with the Queen's new Kingsguard, a patchwork of knights sworn to her after the wars. Ser Davos and Missandei were on a low bench to one side, holding parchments and a pitcher of water. The tension was palpable. A hush settled over the crowd of nobility. An event like this was unprecedented. A council called not for war but for a declaration of truth. The hush broke only in hushed murmurs or whispered speculations. At last, a trumpet note sounded. The inner gate opened, and Daenerys Targaryen entered, clad in a flowing cloak of black and silver that seemed to ripple in the faint breeze. Beside her walked Jon Snow, wearing dark northern leathers embroidered with the Stark sigil. The contrast was striking, silver-haired queen and dark-haired northerner, each with an austere grace. They ascended the dais. Behind them, Regal soared overhead, letting out a shrill cry as if announcing the queen's arrival. A collective gasp moved through the assembled lords. Then silence. Daenerys stood at the front edge of the dais, scanning the crowd. Tyrion saw her take a breath, gathering her composure. Then she spoke, voice clear. "Lords and ladies of Westeros, we meet here in a place that once housed the might of my ancestors. Dragons lived under this dome, and the Targaryens ruled with their flame. But as history has shown, power without wisdom leads to ruin." She paused. "I have no wish to repeat past mistakes. I came to Westeros seeking my birthright, yet I also came to break the cycle of endless war and suffering. With the help of many brave souls, we ended the threat beyond the wall. We overthrew tyranny in King's Landing. We have begun the long work of rebuilding." She gestured toward Jon, who stepped up to stand beside her. "This man fought at my side against the undead at Winterfell. He bent the knee to me and remained steadfast in that loyalty. Yet he is more than the king in the north. There is a truth about him that we can no longer keep hidden." Sansa and Arya exchanged looks. Bran stared ahead, expression distant yet focused, as though he witnessed this moment from a vantage far beyond. Tyrion's heart pounded. This was the threshold. Daenerys turned to Jon, allowing him to speak for himself. Jon cleared his throat. His voice, usually subdued, rang out in the hush. "My name is Jon Snow, yet I was not born as a bastard of House Stark. My father was Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother was Lyanna Stark. Their union was sanctioned, and I was their true-born son. I was raised believing I was a bastard because my mother feared Robert Baratheon and others who sought to kill all Targaryen heirs. Ned Stark protected me by claiming me as his own baseborn child." A murmur rippled through the crowd, shocked gasps, disbelieving exclamations. Some lords surged to their feet, while others whispered frantically among themselves. Tyrion saw the array of expressions: astonishment, doubt, excitement, fear. Jon held up a hand. I only learned this truth after coming to know Daenerys and after my brother, Bran Stark, discovered evidence in the archives and in his visions. I never sought the throne. I do not seek it now. I stand here to swear that Daenerys Targaryen is my queen and the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. A louder stir broke out. Some seemed relieved, others outraged that the realm had been left in ignorance. One older bannerman shouted, "He's the rightful heir then, isn't he?" Another barked, "Is this a ploy to usurp the queen?" A third demanded to see proof, documents from the citadel. The volume escalated. Daenerys raised a hand and the dragons overhead circled, letting out a warning cry. The uproar diminished to anxious rumbling. "We have records from the citadel confirming Rhaegar's annulment of his previous marriage and his marriage to Lyanna Stark. We have testimonies from those who were present. My advisor, Tyrion Lannister, can attest that we've verified it through multiple sources. And Bran Stark, the three-eyed raven, witnessed it in his visions." A hush again. Bran's role in events was known only vaguely to some, but there was a sense of uneasy reverence around the boy with the vacant yet penetrating stare. Jon lifted his voice once more. "If I wished to claim the throne, I would have done so quietly, biding my time. Instead, I reveal this truth publicly to affirm my loyalty to Queen Daenerys. Let there be no doubt. I name her as my queen, our queen. If any man holds doubt, let him speak now, and I will answer him plainly." At this, a few more lords muttered. Some nodded grudgingly. Then voices emerged from the crowd. Ser Royce of the Vale stepped forward. "We fought alongside you in the north, Jon Snow, Targaryen, whoever you are. You bled for us. I'll hear no talk of you being false. If you say the throne is hers, so be it. The Vale stands by House Stark's word." Edmure Tully, older and tired from years of captivity, spoke from his seat. "House Tully owes Jon Snow a debt for defending the realm. If he stands by Daenerys Targaryen, I'll not challenge it." A man from the Westerlands, a minor Lannister cousin, asked sharply, "And what if some prefer a male Targaryen claim? Are we to ignore ancient precedents?" An uncomfortable quiver spread through the assembly. But Jon answered calmly that ancient precedents led to centuries of conflict. "I have no desire for it, nor do I see it as beneficial to the realm. If you think I'm lying, challenge me. Otherwise, accept that I, Jon Targaryen, if you must call me so, relinquish any claim to the throne in favor of Daenerys Stormborn." The Lannister cousin blanched, uncertain. Then he mumbled that he would abide by the queen's will. One of Arianne Martell's advisors, a lean man in orange silks, raised his hand. "What of the future? If the queen passes without an heir, would not the bloodline of Rhaegar Targaryen hold the rightful claim? Will we face a succession crisis?" Daenerys answered, "For now, let it suffice that I remain queen and Jon Snow is my most loyal ally. The future can be determined in council if that day comes. My intention is to rebuild this realm, not see it torn by new wars over succession." The murmur of acceptance rolled through the crowd. Many seemed relieved that neither Daenerys nor Jon demanded open conflict. Others still looked doubtful, but with the dragons overhead, the combined presence of the Starks, and the realm's exhaustion from war, none seemed eager to rise in protest. Then, to consolidate the moment, Sansa Stark stood. Her voice, though quiet, cut clearly across the dragon pit. "As Lady of Winterfell and Warden of the North, I affirm the truth of my brother's parentage and support his decision. House Stark stands with Queen Daenerys Targaryen. We ask that the realm see this not as a time for division, but for unity in the face of rebuilding." A stifled applause broke out, soft, polite, but growing. Some of the lords rose, nodding. A few began to clap more robustly. Tormund Giantsbane, present in the stands, let out a hearty whoop that echoed across the dragon pit. Even Yara Greyjoy looked on with an air of acceptance, crossing her arms. The tension in the air began to give way to a cautious sense of relief. Daenerys, picking up on the change in atmosphere, raised her voice once more. "This is a new era. The realm endured war, the long night, the fall of mad rulers, and the rise of hope. Let this day mark our commitment to forging peace and prosperity, rather than another cycle of bloodshed. I welcome any lord who wishes to speak, to affirm or question. We do not shy from the truth." A few minor lords did step forward. One demanded more clarity on how the Citadel confirmed Rhaegar's marriage. Another asked if there would be any formal restrictions on Jon's place in the royal succession. Jon, increasingly comfortable, reiterated that he wanted no seat on the Iron Throne. The Queen's Council would eventually address succession laws to prevent confusion. For now, the realm could trust that Targaryen and Stark stood together, not in rivalry. Little by little, acceptance settled. Even those who might have been sullen realized they had little to gain by sowing dissent now. Tyrion caught the glances between certain lords, calculating but hesitant. Westeros had been battered. The last thing these houses needed was another war. Daenerys concluded the gathering by inviting the lords to remain in the city for a few days, so that they might discuss trade, alliances, and the continuing code of laws meant to reshape the realm. Then, with a final bow to the assembled throng, she and Jon stepped down from the dais. Tyrion followed, feeling as though he could finally exhale after holding his breath for hours. They gathered in a small antechamber beyond the pit. Daenerys, Jon, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Tyrion, Davos, Missandei, and Grey Worm. A tension-laden quiet hung there as they looked at one another, reading each other's faces, searching for a sign that the world had not just shifted irreversibly. Jon managed a tired smile. Well, it could have gone worse. Daenerys let out a breath that might have been a laugh or a sigh. We survived. They didn't tear each other apart. Or us. Sansa inclined her head toward Jon. Your refusal of the throne was convincing. You'll have to repeat it 1,000 times. But at least the lords heard it direct. Tyrion rubbed his temples. We'll see echoes of suspicion, but most of them looked relieved. None of them want another war. They'll grumble, but they'll accept. Daenerys is queen, you're her staunch ally. Life goes on. Arya pressed her lips together. And if any lord stirs trouble, we'll handle it. Bran's voice floated softly. Secrets lose their power once revealed. The realm may argue about the meaning of the truth, but they can't use it as a hidden blade against you. Jon frowned slightly. I only hope the revelation does more good than harm. Daenerys touched his arm. I think it will. In time, they'll see you as a man who could have claimed the throne but chose not to. That will speak volumes about your honor. And about my right to rule with your blessing. He gave a nod. Then let's see if we can turn that goodwill into something lasting. They lingered a moment longer, exchanging half-smiles in the aftermath of the day's turmoil. Then the moment passed and each turned to the tasks awaiting them. Messages to send, lords to speak with, gatherings to arrange. The realm rarely allowed a pause for reflection. It demanded constant attention, especially now. Over the following days, the lords of Westeros remained in King's Landing, attending smaller councils focused on trade, law, and the continuing reconstruction. Tyrion chaired many of these sessions, ensuring that the drama of Jon's parentage did not overshadow practical governance. Grain was allocated to the north, shipbuilding contracts were drafted with the Iron Islands, and new provisions were discussed for the crown's finances. Not all was smooth. A few lords quietly tested the waters, asking if Jon might support them in certain disputes. Jon rebuffed these attempts gently but firmly. Daenerys, for her part, faced a handful of suspicious questions from older lords who had never truly forgiven the Targaryen name. Yet each day that passed without a sign of conflict eroded their objections. The presence of 3 adult dragons overhead also kept them civil. No lord wished to see their holdfast reduced to ash in a pointless revolt. One evening, Tyrion found himself at a round-table discussion with Samwell Tarly, who had arrived from Old Town at Sansa's request. Sam, wearing robes of a maester in training, was eager to talk about expanding the realm's libraries as well as the intricacies of the new laws banning slavery and forced servitude. People need to read these laws if they're to obey them, Sam pointed out earnestly. We should have scribes in every major town, posting decrees and reading them aloud if folk can't read. Tyrion nodded vigorously. Exactly. You can't force good governance from above if the small folk remain ignorant. I'll speak to Daenerys about funding traveling readers like the old traveling septons. A few coppers a day to spread the word. Sam's face lit up with enthusiasm. Then he sobered, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. I heard about the big announcement. Jon is my friend. I knew about his parentage, though I never imagined it would become public so soon. Tyrion observed Sam's worried expression. He seems at peace with it, though weighed by the responsibility. He's determined to remain in the north, mindful of his people. Sam sighed. He never wanted crowns or titles, but I think he's glad he doesn't have to live a lie. That's worth something, isn't it? Yes, Tyrion agreed quietly. Truth can be heavy, but living in shadows is heavier still. As Sam departed to meet with Maester Wolkan from Winterfell, Tyrion strolled the corridors, heartened by glimpses of progress. He passed a group of city watchmen drilling under the watchful eye of a Dornish captain. He saw courtiers from the Westerlands politely chatting with a northern merchant about selling furs to Lannisport. The realm was still a tapestry of rivalries, but the threads were slowly weaving together in new patterns. Beyond the castle, the city itself stirred with new shops and half-built structures. Tyrion sometimes walked incognito through Flea Bottom, distributing a few coins to beggars, listening to rumors. He heard talk of how the Dragon Queen and her fancy councils might fix the city's sewers next. Others praised the bread distribution for the hungry. Some still cursed all highborns equally, but even that cursing lacked the old bitterness. It had become more of a reflex than a genuine condemnation. In the midst of these cautious hopes, a letter arrived from Yara Greyjoy. Tyrion received it on behalf of the Queen, reading it aloud in Daenerys' presence. It stated that a handful of Euron's ships had been sighted off the coast of the Stormlands, raiding smaller vessels. Yara suggested a coordinated strike to corner him near Shipbreaker Bay. Daenerys' brow furrowed. I'd hoped we could lure him out with bounties. Perhaps not enough time has passed. Or he's more cunning than we realized. Tyrion considered. He's cunning, yes, but also reckless. If Yara can guess his next move, we might trap him at sea. With the Crown's new warships still under construction, we'll need to rely on Yara's fleet and possibly some Stormlands support. Daenerys agreed. Draft a reply. Tell her we stand ready to assist if she can confirm Euron's location. We can dispatch dragons if needed, though I dislike sending them too far out at sea. Thus began a new flurry of war room discussions. Jaime Lannister, who remained in the city, offered insights on naval ambushes, gleaned from books and from what he'd learned fighting the Greyjoys years ago under Robert's reign. Ser Davos, once a smuggler, also weighed in on tides and hidden coves. The plan took shape. Yara's main force would sail south from Pike, meeting a smaller flotilla from the Crown in the waters near Shipbreaker Bay. If Euron's raiders ventured close enough, they would be hemmed in from both sides. For Tyrion, it was a reminder that peace was never absolute. Even as they tried to unify Westeros, opportunists like Euron lurked. At least we can focus on one trouble at a time, he mused to Ser Davos, who simply quirked a brow and said, I've learned never to say that. The gods have a sense of humor. In the end, the confrontation with Euron Greyjoy played out more swiftly than anyone expected. Within a fortnight, Yara's vessels cornered a small cluster of raider longships off the rocky coast near Cape Wrath. Word spread that Euron himself was among them. A brief, bloody naval skirmish ensued. Yara's men fought with savage determination to capture their traitorous uncle. Reports indicated that Euron's prized war galley, Silence, was set afire by flaming arrows in the confusion. Euron, refusing to surrender, tried to flee in a longboat, but was overtaken by Yara's crew. They dragged him, wounded and cursing, onto the deck. According to the men who were there, Yara confronted him with a rage honed by memories of his betrayals. He had captured her once, humiliated her, and stolen her rightful command. Now, with him on his knees, she had the choice to kill him on the spot or bring him to face justice. She chose to chain him and sail for King's Landing, presumably to present him to the Queen. Days later, Tyrion stood on the docks of the Blackwater Bay as Yara's salt-stained ships arrived. She disembarked with a retinue of iron-born warriors, Euron in tow, chained like a savage beast, his hair matted with salt and blood. He sneered at the city's crowds, hurling insults. Tyrion felt an involuntary shudder at Euron's manic grin. This was a man who thrived on chaos, who had once called himself a king, who had terrorized the seas and allied with Cersei for a time. Daenerys arrived on horseback, flanked by unsullied and gray-cloaked guards. She surveyed Euron with cool distaste. So, the crow's eye is finally plucked, she said softly. Euron spat on the wharf boards. Oh, I see the Dragon Queen has come. Won't you burn me alive for your crowd's amusement? Or feed me to your scaly pets? Daenerys' expression didn't waver. Your fate will be decided in a proper hearing. We are not barbarians, despite what you might believe. Yara shoved Euron forward, making him stumble. He lost his precious silence to flames. He's got nowhere to run, no men left but a handful of die-hard fools. The rest surrendered or were drowned at sea. Her voice carried grim satisfaction. My queen, I'll deliver him to your dungeons. After all he's done, I thought you might like a say in his punishment. Daenerys gave a single regal nod. Take him away. We'll convene a tribunal. The realm deserves to witness justice. Tyrion eyed Euron's bleeding temple and the defiant gleam in his eye. Men like him were at their most dangerous when cornered. But with his ships burned and his men scattered, he was reduced to a cur barking in chains. Still, Tyrion could not help but recall the fiasco with Cersei, how she once manipulated events from prison. He silently vowed not to let this turn into another fiasco. Yara saluted Daenerys. With Euron captured, most Ironborn will fall in line. Those who remain loyal to me want a future that doesn't revolve around pointless raids. We're tired of the old ways. We want the Iron Islands to stand in unity with the rest of Westeros. Daenerys smiled, faint but genuine. You've done well for your people. Let's give them a future beyond endless plunder. I'll support your authority as Lady of the Iron Islands or Queen if you prefer that title for your own domain. We can negotiate details later. Yara's grin widened. We can talk, but for now let's just say we're part of your realm if allowed to keep our traditions minus the worst of them, like reaving. The Ironborn can adapt. With that, the formalities concluded. Euron was hauled away to the dungeons. The gathered onlookers, fishermen, dockworkers, curious small folk, slowly dispersed. Daenerys and Yara exchanged a few more words of strategy before parting ways. Tyrion, following Daenerys back to the Red Keep, felt a swirl of relief. Another threat removed, another piece of the puzzle set in place. Step by step, they were containing the chaos that had once engulfed the realm. That evening, after a hastily arranged supper, Tyrion accompanied Daenerys to the lower dungeon levels where Euron was confined. The queen wanted to see the infamous Pirate King for herself to gauge whether he posed any lingering danger. Grey Worm and two Unsullied walked ahead with torches, leading them down the winding stone steps. The air grew cooler and smelled faintly of damp and decay. Euron's cell was near the end of a corridor. The torches revealed him slumped against the wall, his wrists in manacles attached to iron rings. His face bore bruises, though he grinned as they approached, as if hosting unexpected guests for a late-night revel. Your Grace, he drawled, mocking. Come to watch me rot? Daenerys remained a pace from the bars. I came to see a man who styled himself a king, who thought he could pit the great houses against one another for his gain. Now look at you. He cackled softly, an unpleasant sound. Oh, I had my fun. Burned a few fleets, took a few prizes, bedded a queen for a time, though she turned out to be less entertaining than I'd hoped. And you? You risk losing your head when your nephew claims the throne. He licked his split lip. Oh, but wait. I heard a rumor that he doesn't want it. What a fool. Tyrion stepped forward. Jon Snow is no fool, Euron. He simply isn't an egomaniac who thrives on slaughter. Egomaniac? Perhaps, Euron said with a mad smirk. But at least I lived. You lot, your joys are all duty and alliances. No wonder you're so miserable. Daenerys' face was impassive. You'll face a tribunal soon. Crimes include piracy, murder, and treason. The penalty is death or life in a black cell. I see no reason to linger here. Do you have anything of value to say in your defense? Euron let out a raspy chuckle. Defense? I need none. I was born to make the world scream, and I did. If you want me to beg, you'll be disappointed. Just end it, unless your precious laws forbid you from swiftly punishing a man of my talents. Daenerys regarded him coolly. Talent for chaos is no virtue. I won't kill you in the darkness without a proper hearing. Unlike you, I don't believe in cruelty for cruelty's sake. She turned away, heading back up the corridor. Tyrion followed, casting a final glance at Euron's mocking grin. A fleeting chill ran up his spine. Men like that had always existed, and would continue to exist no matter how just their new realm became. But at least for now, he was contained. When they reached the upper halls, Tyrion ventured. Your Grace, perhaps a swift execution would be kinder for all. Euron's public tribunal might just give him a platform for madness. Daenerys shook her head. The realm needs to see that even a man like Euron faces due process. If we put him to the sword in secret, some might call it tyranny. Let him rant before a court of peers. Let the truth be laid bare, and let him be condemned for his crimes openly. Justice, not vengeance. Tyrion couldn't help but admire her resolve. Then we'll do it, and quickly. No need to let him languish for months, giving him time to devise some scheme. Agreed, she said, her voice echoing in the stone corridor. Tomorrow we'll convene a tribunal of lords and advisors. Let him face them and answer for his crimes. Then we move on. Morning found Tyrion seated in a hastily prepared hall, a smaller audience chamber off the Red Keep's main corridors, where benches had been set for a select group of lords to witness Euron's trial. Daenerys presided, wearing a simple black gown and a silver chain of office. To her left sat Tyrion. To her right, Jon Snow, Sansa Stark, and Yara Greyjoy. Farther along the row, representatives from Dorne, the Reach, and the Westerlands observed. Grey Worm stood guard behind the Queen's seat. Euron was brought in under heavy guard, chains rattling. He was placed in a wooden enclosure in front of the dais, flanked by two Unsullied. A hush filled the chamber. Then Daenerys spoke. Euron Greyjoy, also known as the Crow's Eye, you stand accused of treason, piracy, and murder. You aided Cersei Lannister in defying the rightful crown. You attacked shipping lanes and coastal villages. You killed innocents. How do you plead? He bared his teeth in what might have been a grin. Guilty of being more interesting than the lot of you. And proud of it. A low murmur passed among the lords. Yara's face was stony, her knuckles white on the arm of her seat. Daenerys maintained composure. You can see guilt for these crimes then. Let it be known that no evidence is needed to prove what you have freely admitted. Euron shrugged. Evidence, admission, this is your fancy stage. Are we done? Yara stood abruptly, voice shaking with anger. You betrayed the Iron Islands, murdered our men, sold us to Cersei like chattel. My father was no saint, but even he'd call you a traitor. Your men raped and pillaged under your command. Should you not beg for mercy? He locked eyes with her, smirking. Mercy from a niece who once scurried away, letting me take the throne of the Iron Islands? No, Yara, I'll not beg. Kill me if you wish, but at least I lived by my own rules. Tyrion cleared his throat. The realm does not. For these confessed crimes, Euron Greyjoy, you stand to receive the sentence of death. Unless you wish to offer some service and penance. Euron let out a mocking laugh. Service? I have nothing to offer but curses. If you want to line my pockets with gold, I'll spend it on more chaos. If you want me to take the black, I just kill brothers of the Night's Watch for sport. Jon Snow's voice cut in, cold and firm. We've endured enough of your poison. You helped Cersei burn down part of the city. Countless dead because of your ambition. You'll face the penalty. Daenerys rose, letting her gaze sweep the chamber. Here, then, the will of the crown. Euron Greyjoy is found guilty of treason, murder, and piracy. Let him be executed at once, that the realm sees justice served. Silence. Tyrion watched Euron's reaction, not fear, but a twisted sword of glee. He spat on the floor. Get on with it. At least I'll die remembered. Yara stood again. Your Grace, if I may. Let me mete out the sentence. He owes the Iron Islands a debt of blood. I'd see it repaid by my hand. Daenerys paused, then nodded once. Very well. The realm is satisfied that he dies, and the Iron Islands have the greatest claim. Let it be so. Euron was dragged to the courtyard moments later, a small crowd gathering, mostly lords and retainers. Yara took a beheading sword from one of her captains. Euron was forced to his knees before a block. Wind rustled through the yard. He looked up, unrepentant. If I see your father in the drowned god's halls, he sneered, I'll tell him his daughter. He never finished. Yara swung the blade with a fierce cry. A swift blow severing his head from his body in one clean stroke. A hot hush followed. Euron's head rolled, eyes open in shock or mania. Blood soaked the stones. Yara lowered the sword, chest heaving. Daenerys, from a short distance, nodded solemnly. The watchers began to disperse. Tyrion saw varying reactions, some grim satisfaction, others simple relief. Euron Greyjoy's reign of terror was ended. Jon stepped forward, gently taking the sword from Yara's trembling hands. She was breathing hard, her eyes betraying a swirl of emotions, anger, sorrow, release. You did what you had to, Jon murmured. She wiped her brow and squared her shoulders. Now the Iron Islands can move on. He can plague us no more. Tyrion joined them, feeling the heft of finality. The realm was free of one more monster. Another piece of old violence laid to rest. He turned to Daenerys, who watched with a stoic composure that revealed how she had matured. Once she might have used dragon fire to make a public spectacle. Now she let justice follow a measured process. "We have enough blood on our hands," she said softly to Tyrion. "I take no joy in it, but it's necessary." He bowed his head. "A lesson the realm is slowly learning. Perhaps we'll see fewer men like Euron if we keep forging a stable rule." She said nothing, only gazed across the courtyard at the gathered lords who seemed subdued by the swiftness of the execution. The day was bright overhead, yet the mood was somber. A reminder that the realm's new peace was built upon countless graves. Time carried them forward. The weeks bled into months and the city's reconstruction advanced. Granaries were stocked, roads to the north improved, the small council hammered out new trade deals. The Freedmen's Charter, imported from Daenerys' experiences in Slaver's Bay, found its way into the royal edicts, banning the practice of forced servitude or indentured labor. Some lords grumbled, but none openly challenged the queen's authority, especially after Euron's downfall and the fiasco with Cersei's wildfire. The Northern Charter, already signed, served as a model for other regions seeking clarity on their roles. Dorne, through Princess Arianne, negotiated a reaffirmation of their historically unique status, nominally under the Iron Throne, but with broad autonomy. The Vale, still under a childlike Lord Robin Arryn, sought less formal changes, though they accepted Daenerys' rule. The Riverlands stabilized under Edmure Tully, who quietly gave thanks that the farmland was recovering at last. The Stormlands, lacking a Baratheon heir besides the bastard Gendry whom Daenerys had legitimized in passing, found themselves rallying around local lords who recognized the queen. And so a patchwork realm knitted itself together, not perfectly but better than might have been dreamed a year ago. Within the Red Keep, Tyrion devoted his days to oversight and his nights to restless contemplation. He would often stare out a window, goblet of wine in hand, remembering how improbable this all was. A Targaryen queen on the Iron Throne, a once bastard Stark revealed as Targaryen blood yet refusing a crown, the North integrated by choice rather than by force. Dragons perched on the outskirts of the city like living ramparts. Such a realm had never existed in the old histories. Yet it existed now. One crisp evening, as a breeze rolled in from the sea, Tyrion found himself summoned to Daenerys' private solar. He entered to see her standing at the balcony, hair unbound, gazing at the moonlit bay. Regal could be glimpsed beyond the city walls, a hulking shape resting on a cliff, golden eyes glowing faintly. "You asked for me, your grace," he said quietly. She turned, wearing a thoughtful half-smile. "Yes, Tyrion. I was thinking about the shape of the realm and about my own future. You've been my hand, my guide, through so much. I value your counsel more than ever now." He stepped closer, the moonlight painting silver edges on her hair. "I serve at your pleasure. What troubles you?" She exhaled softly. "I've been queen for a short time, truly. Yet the realm rests on precarious foundations. Our new laws, alliances, trade agreements, these can all unravel if we don't maintain them. I've realized I can't do this alone. I have loyal advisors, but someday I might need to name a successor." Tyrion dipped his head. "Succession is always the thorn. The realm might wonder if you'll marry, if you'll have children. They talk, of course. The old Targaryen line often kept it within the family, but we've seen the problems that caused. Do you have any inclination to marry?" She tilted her head, a distant sadness in her eyes. "Once, maybe. But the men I loved, I lost them. My heart has endured too many wounds. Jon and I share a bond of friendship, respect. Once there was more, but we decided it was complicated. Neither of us wants to force that issue." Tyrion nodded, sympathetic. "Then perhaps you don't decide that now. The realm might be better served by focusing on the present. We can craft a line of succession that doesn't rely on blood alone, perhaps a great council, as in the past, that chooses a monarch if you leave no heirs." Her lips curved slightly. "A great council, once every generation, to ensure the realm remains stable. That might be wise, though it invites politics." "Everything invites politics," Tyrion said with a rueful grin. "But a regulated process might stave off the worst of the wars. You can define the rules now while you're strong. Later, it might save countless lives." She turned back to the balcony, letting the night air ruffle her hair. "Then let's do it. In the coming months, we'll convene the lords to discuss a formal process for royal succession should I die without issue. We have the momentum, people are open to new ideas. Let's make sure they outlive us." Tyrion stepped beside her, leaning on the balustrade. Below, the city lights spread like scattered stars, matched by the real stars above. "You're truly breaking the wheel, your grace." Bit by bit, a soft laugh escaped her. "Perhaps. I just hope it holds. Fear can unify people for a time, but real stability needs more than fear. It needs trust and a system they believe in. They stood in companionable silence for a while, listening to the faint hum of nighttime activities in the streets below. Tyrion's mind spun with the possibilities: a great council that recognized the North's autonomy, preserved Dorne's independence, guaranteed the Freedmen's Charter, and outlawed slavery forever. If they codified it well enough, no single tyrant could easily unravel it. Certainly, some cunning lord might try, but at least the realm would have a legal anchor. "What about you?" Daenerys asked suddenly, turning to him with curiosity. "You've given everything for this cause. Do you intend to remain my hand forever?" He smiled, a touch of self-mockery in his eyes. "Forever is a long time, and I suspect I'll be somewhat older and more tired if we keep at this. But my family once cast me aside. Here, in helping you, I found purpose. I'd rather see it through." She reached out and touched his shoulder lightly. "I'm glad. I'd be lost without your counsel, Tyrion. You're the best hand a queen could ask for." He lowered his head, feeling uncharacteristically shy. "You honor me, your grace. I only hope to keep earning that trust." She withdrew her hand, turning again to the city. "Tomorrow, we'll announce our intention to form a new royal succession council. I expect grumbling from the old guard, but after seeing how we handled Euron and the Northern Charter, maybe they'll hold their tongues." Tyrion gave a small chuckle. "If they don't, we can always seat them next to a dragon. Diplomacy by proximity." She chuckled, a genuine, soft laugh that seemed to ease the gravity of the moment. "Yes, Dracarys in a manner of speaking." They stood for a time, letting the quiet linger, aware that this was another turning point in their journey. The realm was calmer now, no undead hordes, no usurpers in open revolt, no immediate threat from overseas. Yet the real challenge was building a system that could endure past crises and triumphs. A system that would outlast both Daenerys Stormborn and Tyrion Lannister, ensuring Westeros did not collapse into anarchy the moment a new crisis arose. Eventually, they parted. Tyrion made his way back through the corridors of the keep, passing the guards who saluted him as the Hand. He was not the sort to dwell on legacy, but for the first time in his life, he felt a sense of building something that mattered. When he reached his chambers, he found a fresh pile of parchments, trade agreements, supply rosters, proposals for tax adjustments, and actually felt eager to review them. Perhaps that was the strangest transformation of all. The once dissolute dwarf, who drank and jested to numb the pain of being a Lannister outcast, now found meaning in the minutiae of governance. He lit a candle, poured himself a modest cup of wine, and settled at his desk. If the realm was to be reborn, its architects would need to shape every detail, from the laws of succession to the structure of the city watch. No single grand gesture would break the wheel. Only the steady turning of time and 1,000 careful decisions could do that. He dipped his quill and began writing, each stroke of ink upon parchment a small step toward a future once thought impossible. In the weeks that followed, Daenerys summoned a new assembly of lords, smaller than the wide gathering in the Dragon Pit, but representative of every major region. Together, they debated a proposed mechanism for future successions. If a monarch died without clear heirs, a great council would be convened, comprising the major lords and some representation of the smaller houses and the faith. That council would choose a ruler from among qualified candidates, ensuring no single claim by blood alone could drag the realm into war. The debates were fierce. Some older lords insisted the Targaryen line was absolute, and that meddling with it was sacrilege. Others worried about chaos or bribery in a council. Tyrion deftly pointed out that chaos reigned anyway when no direct heir existed. Look at the Dance of the Dragons or the Blackfire rebellions. A council at least offered a structured way to settle disputes. In the end, the measure passed with enough support to become royal law. The scribes penned it carefully, including signatures from the major lords: Stark, Martell, Tully, Arryn, Tyrell, the caretaker branch, Greyjoy, and even a scion of Baratheon in the Stormlands. The Lannister seat, in the name of the Child Lord at Casterly Rock, added a reluctant signature. The Freedmen's Charter was appended, guaranteeing that any future monarch recognized the ban on slavery or forced servitude. The day those documents were sealed, Daenerys held a small ceremony in the throne room, inviting each signatory to place their seal upon the parchment. Tyrion stood at her side, his heart swelling with an odd mix of triumph and humility. He thought of all the bloodshed to reach this moment, from the War of the Five Kings to the Night King's assault, from the sack of King's Landing to the final downfall of Euron Greyjoy. None of that could be undone, but perhaps the realm would not repeat those tragedies. Jon Snow, having just returned from checking on the north, quietly added his name to the succession law, not as a claimant but as Warden of the North whenever Sansa needed him. He caught Tyrion's eye after signing. There was a faint relief in Jon's face, as though each new step away from absolute monarchy also distanced him from the burdens of Targaryen inheritance. After the ceremony, Tyrion slipped away to the courtyard, where a gentle drizzle misted the air. The warmth of spring was returning, chasing away the last vestiges of winter. He found Jaime Lannister there, standing near a stone parapet, gazing across the city. "Brother," Tyrion greeted with a nod. "You missed the signings?" Jaime shrugged, glancing over. "I've never been one for parchment and seals. Besides, I had no official standing to sign anything. I'm just a knight in service to the Queen now." Tyrion peered at him. "And does that chafe? Once you were the Golden Lion, heir to Casterly Rock, favored by father. Now you're this." A sad smile touched Jaime's lips. "It used to chafe, but seeing how things turned out, maybe this is better. I spent my life longing for glory and honor, only to tarnish my name 100 times over. Perhaps I can do some good at the end of it." Tyrion nodded. "You've done good already, helping avert that final wildfire plot, standing with the Queen. The realm is in a better place because of it." Jaime considered. A realm that might not revolve around the whims of one bloodline. Father would be spinning in his grave. Tyrion's mouth twitched. Yes, he would, but perhaps that's reason enough to embrace it. They shared a moment of sardonic amusement. Then Tyrion added, "What will you do now?" Jaime stared at the city. "I might accompany Brienne to the Riverlands. She's been tasked with ensuring roads remain safe from brigands. Or maybe I'll remain here a while, training recruits for the City Watch. I don't know. For the first time, I'm not bound to a single path. It's strange." Tyrion clasped his arm gently. "You'll figure it out, brother. At least you have the freedom to choose." Jaime nodded, then turned his gaze again toward the city, the drizzle shining on his golden hand. Seasons slipped forward. The momentum of reconstruction carried King's Landing and the outlying regions into an era of cautious prosperity. Crops from the Reach filled granaries, the roads were safer, and the Freedmen's Charter inspired new industries in the towns. Under Daenerys, the Crown sponsored the building of public works, repairs to aqueducts, expansions of sewer systems, new ports for the growing navy. The Queen also encouraged a modest Raven school in the city, where children of commoners could learn basic letters and sums. Tyrion found the concept radical, but he quietly supported it, funneling coin to pay for scribes and teachers. The realm would never be a utopia. Westeros was too vast, with too many scars for that. But Tyrion saw signs of real progress. Lords who once jealously guarded their autonomy now cooperated for trade deals. Smaller lords who once cowered under threat of dragonfire now found a place in the Crown's councils. And the knowledge that a great council might one day choose a monarch gave them a sense of shared investment. No longer was everything pinned on a single line of descent. As the years rolled on, Daenerys' reign settled into a rhythm. Threats arose, rebellious petty lords in the Stormlands, uneasy tensions with bravos over debts. But each time, the Crown handled them with measured responses, often guided by Tyrion's cunning. Jon Snow journeyed between Winterfell and King's Landing, sometimes staying months at a stretch to advise the Queen, sometimes returning north to handle local matters. Sansa Stark proved a formidable warden, ensuring that northern voices were never drowned out by southern politics. The day finally came when Tyrion, stepping onto a balcony, beheld a city transformed. Much of the rubble had been cleared. New spires and towers rose near the great September's old site, though the Faith had not yet rebuilt a grand sept to match its predecessor. Shining sailcloth canopies fluttered at the harbor, welcoming ships from Essos and the Summer Isles. The bells tolled, not in alarm but in commemoration of a summer festival. He closed his eyes, letting the warm breeze brush his face, and reflected on the chain of events that had started with his choice to leave King's Landing long ago, searching for the rumored Targaryen queen in Essos. He remembered the dusty roads, The quaking sea voyages, the terror and wonder of meeting Daenerys Stormborn, her fragile trust in him, the brutal battles in Slaver's Bay. He recalled the night they set sail for Westeros, hearts pounding with anticipation. The siege of King's Landing, the roar of dragons against the walls, the heartbreak of seeing a city destroyed, the euphoria of seeing it freed from Lannister and Baratheon tyranny, the long night in the north where they faced death itself. And finally, the steady forging of a realm that had never before existed, one tempered by a code of laws, an open council, an end to the cycle of absolute feudal power. A quiet footstep behind him made him turn. Daenerys stood there, clad in a simpler gown than her early days. Pale gray, embroidered with faint red thread at the cuffs. The silver in her hair had always been there, but now Tyrion noticed subtle lines of experience around her eyes. Ruling had aged them all in ways both visible and invisible. She came to his side. "The city looks alive," she mused. He smiled. "It does indeed, Your Grace." She tilted her head at him. "You've served me for many years now, Tyrion. As hand, as friend, as counselor. If you ever wish to step down, to retire to a vineyard or a library full of books, I would grant it without hesitation." He chuckled, shaking his head. "I'd likely die of boredom within a month. No, I may grumble about the burdens of governance, but it gives my life meaning. I'll serve as long as I'm able." She placed a warm hand on his shoulder. "Then I'm lucky to have you." They stood together, watching the city for a time. A flight of birds soared past, black silhouettes against the bright sky. Far below, the hum of trade and conversation and daily life drifted upward. No longer a city cowering in fear or locked in endless strife, but a living, breathing metropolis, full of hope and ambition and the small joys of ordinary people. "Perhaps this is what it means to break the wheel," Daenerys said quietly, more to herself than to Tyrion. "A realm that stands on its own, not trembling at the whim of a single line or a single tyrant." He nodded, thinking of the countless stories that led to this point. His own, Daenerys's, Jon's, the Starks, the freedmen in Essos, the women and men who had died to cast off old shackles. "It's not perfect. It may never be, but it's better than what we had." She let out a soft breath. "Yes, and that's enough." In the distance, Regal wheeled above the rooftops, a sign that the dragons still watched over the city, but did not reign as instruments of terror. Perhaps one day the dragons would die out again, or perhaps they would flourish in a kinder world. The future remained unwritten, but for now at least the realm was at peace. Tyrion closed his eyes briefly, recalling the sense of emptiness that once haunted him in Casterly Rock, the scornful glare of his father, the hollow comfort of wine and whores. That life felt immeasurably distant now. He had found purpose, not the old illusions of glory or wealth, but the quiet satisfaction of building something that might last. He opened his eyes, looked at Daenerys, and offered a faint smile. "Shall we attend to the petitions, Your Grace? I believe the new heads of the faith militant wish to discuss a system of local sept guardians." She returned the smile. "Always more work to be done, Lord Tyrion. Let's go." And together, they left the balcony, stepping back into the corridors of power, not to play a vicious Game of Thrones, but to guide a realm that had finally, after so many trials, begun to lift itself from the ashes, with dragons overhead and a promise of lasting change shining in the sunlight. So it was that Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf scorned by his father and siblings, and Daenerys Targaryen, the exiled princess who mothered dragons, stood side by side and shaped the destiny of Westeros in ways no one could have imagined. Their journey had begun with a single choice: his decision to seek her out, to abandon King's Landing in search of a better claim for both himself and the realm. And that single choice, that leap of faith, had indeed changed the course of history. Tyrion Lannister rose before dawn, as he often did these days, and let the cool pre-dawn air wash over him on the high balcony of the Red Keep. The skies overhead were a gentle gray, the color of worn slate. Out beyond King's Landing's rooftops, the surface of Blackwater Bay reflected faint starlight, a shimmering haze that would soon yield to morning. The city rested in a hush, broken only by the soft scuff of the castle guards changing shifts below, and the gentle snap of banners along the outer walls. Years had passed since the day Daenerys Targaryen claimed the Iron Throne. Yet Tyrion still remembered it vividly. The battered Red Keep, the crumbling city, the charred and broken gates. And he remembered the glint of dawn on Daenerys's pale hair when she took her seat on that imposing metal chair, not as a conqueror but as a liberator. Their journey had been long, far longer than anyone could have guessed in those tumultuous days. In the time since the Seven Kingdoms had known something close to peace. Not total peace, Westeros was far too vast and scarred for that, but a stability that allowed real growth, real possibility. Tyrion had spent nearly every waking hour trying to reinforce that fragile edifice. Laws, alliances, roads, ships, charters, councils. All the tedious bricks in a foundation upon which a kinder realm could stand. The city, once ravaged by war, had been rebuilt in many quarters. New spires rose in place of old ruins. The worst remnants of wildfire had been scrubbed away or sealed off. Docks bustled with foreign merchants from the Summer Islands, from Volantis, and even from the distant Basilisk Isles. Inns and brothels thrived anew, albeit under more watchful eyes than in the past. Flea Bottom, always a warren of poverty, remained poor, but it had better drains now, and traveling scribes who read out the Queen's decrees so that even the illiterate might know their rights. The Freedman's Charter, transplanted from Daenerys's experiences in Slaver's Bay, had proved radical for Westeros, yet slowly, it took root. Forced servitude was forbidden, debtors could no longer be sold as thralls, and local lords had faced new scrutiny if they tried to bind small folk to the land in ways approaching slavery. Men and women still suffered poverty, but they did so beneath a law that at least named them free. Tyrion inhaled, savoring the calm before daybreak turned the corridors into a swirl of demands and decisions. He wore a heavy, dark doublet with the Queen's three-headed dragon subtly embroidered at the collar. His hair had grown longer than in his youth. Gray streaks now wove through the blonde, testaments to the years and burdens. Yet in his heart, he felt more purpose than he ever had in those days. He had spent drinking and jesting in the shadows of Casterly Rock or King's Landing's intrigues. He had not expected to find meaning in the labor of ruling, but he had, and for that he was grateful. He heard a quiet step behind him. When he turned, he found Ser Davos Seaworth standing in the doorway, his salt and pepper beard neatly trimmed, his posture more formal than it had once been. He was a lord now, after all, though one who never flaunted it. Davos offered a little nod. "My lord Hand," he said in a low voice, mindful of the hour. Tyrion motioned for him to join him by the balcony rail. "Davos, up early as well, I see." "Aye." Davos glanced at the city. "Sometimes I still recall the night we defended these walls against Stannis Baratheon. Fire on the water, wildfire bursting green. Never thought I'd see King's Landing so calm. Still don't trust it entirely." Tyrion hummed in agreement. He too remembered that chaos. It's calmer than it was. Not calm enough for a man to let his guard down, but calm enough for us to do some good, I hope. They stood together for a moment in a companionable hush. Then Davos said, "You've heard, I suppose, that a delegation from Bravos arrived late last night. They've new proposals regarding the Crown's debt payments. Likely to be some stiff demands, if my guess is right." Tyrion let out a small, resigned chuckle. "Bravos, they've been persistent about raising rates now that trade is so brisk. I'll speak with them later today. They'll want us to sign new guarantees, but we're not going back to the days of the Crown being in hock to the Iron Bank for half its gold. That was Robert Baratheon's legacy, not ours." Davos quirked a half-smile. "I'll sit in if you like. I know a thing or two about men who play with coin and interest. They're little different from black marketeers, just better dressed." Tyrion nodded. "Indeed. Let's meet after the morning council session. And speaking of the council, we should get moving before the Queen wonders if we've tumbled off the battlements." With that, they left the balcony, walking through the Red Keep's corridors. Tapestries and new sconces lined walls that had once been scorched or pockmarked from the final siege. Servants bustled past, carrying trays of bread or pitchers of watered wine. A pair of gold cloaks bowed in respect. Tyrion, in turn, inclined his head, remembering a time when the City Watch was riddled with Lannister loyalists or unscrupulous men. Now, Grey Worm and others had overseen a thorough reformation. Not perfect, no, but a marked improvement. When Tyrion reached the council chamber, the air was fragrant with fresh parchment and candle wax. It was a large hall, refurbished from older days with windows that admitted the sunrise. At the big table, a few figures were already seated or arriving. Missandei, her hair now braided and interwoven with golden cords, was organizing a stack of scrolls. Grey Worm stood near the wall, silent and vigilant. Yara Greyjoy, visiting from the Iron Islands, sat with a leg casually draped over the side of her chair, scanning a half-finished letter. Though she called herself Queen of the Iron Islands, she had affirmed her loyalty to Daenerys as a High Queen, 2 queens in peace, as some Ironborn liked to say. "Morning," Tyrion said, settling into his own chair at the side of the table. The seat at the head was reserved, of course, for Daenerys Targaryen. She had not arrived yet, which was typical. She often took a moment to speak with her dragons at daybreak or to review messages from Meereen or Pentos. Yara nodded in greeting. "Morning, Lord Hand. You look bleary, but that's hardly news." Tyrion smirked. "I'm told my face is perpetually bleary from the rigors of office." Yara tapped the letter in her hand. "Word from the Iron Islands. Fishing's improved. Our waters are teeming with cod and herring this season, so we'll be shipping more salted fish to the mainland. My men want to negotiate better port fees in the Crownlands." Tyrion inclined his head. "We'll see what we can do. A gesture of goodwill might be in order after your help capturing Euron's renegades last year. We can discuss the details after the main council business. You know how it goes. First, we endure the day's litany of lords complaining about something or other, and only then do we talk trade." Grey Worm remained impassive, arms folded across his chest. Tyrion offered him a brief nod. His presence served as a reminder that the Unsullied were still a vital part of keeping the peace, especially in King's Landing. Grey Worm, for his part, had grown adept at the quiet aspects of command, stationing patrols, mediating disputes with minimal bloodshed. He was not a talker, but Tyrion had learned to value his blunt insights when it came to matters of discipline and strategy. Missandei looked up from her scrolls. "We have messages from the north as well. Lady Sansa requests clarification on grain shipments. It seems the North's winter is easing, but they remain dependent on southern supplies." Tyrion rubbed his eyes. Sansa Stark was a diligent steward of the North, and he admired that. "We'll address that. The Reach still has bountiful harvests, and we can arrange shipments via White Harbor. We just need to ensure the roads are secure. The bandits in the Riverlands." He was cut off by the sound of the door opening. Daenerys Targaryen entered, flanked by 2 members of her Queen's Guard. She wore a form-fitting gown of muted charcoal embroidered with small red dragon motifs at the sleeves. Her silver-gold hair was braided back in a style reminiscent of her days among the Dothraki, though more refined. Time had etched subtle lines at the corners of her eyes, but she carried herself with the same poised determination that had once toppled slavers across the sea. All rose in respect. Daenerys took her seat at the head of the table and gestured for the rest to do likewise. "Good morning," she said, scanning their faces. "I trust you're all ready for the day's tasks?" A chorus of acknowledgments followed. Tyrion presented the day's agenda: the Braavosi delegation, the northern grain shipments, a question of continuing repairs along the Rose Road, and a petition from a new alliance of lesser lords in the Stormlands who sought more autonomy. Apparently, they hoped to replicate the Northern Charter in some form. Daenerys listened carefully, occasionally directing a question to Missandei or Yara. Then she said, "Let us begin with the Braavosi. Tyrion, Ser Davos, you'll represent the crown in negotiations. I'll join later if needed. We owe them some repayment for Robert Baratheon's old debts, but they want to exploit our new prosperity. We must find balance." Tyrion inclined his head. "Understood, Your Grace. If they press too hard, I propose we remind them that the crown's goodwill opens Essos to our new shipping lanes as well. We're not beggars for coin." She nodded. "Agreed. We'll also address the matter of the Stormlands. They want a local charter that clarifies their rights, but we cannot have each region demanding total independence. If it's a formal arrangement like the North's, a warden for local governance with obligations to the crown, then I'm open to it. But we'll see how far they plan to push." Grey Worm spoke quietly, voice crisp. "Some lords in Storm's End still bristle at the notion of a Targaryen queen. They remember Robert's rebellion." Daenerys' gaze flicked to him. "That was decades ago, but yes, grudges can linger. We'll handle it through dialogue first. If that fails, they can stare up at a dragon circling overhead as a reminder." But I'd rather not reach that point. The council continued for another hour, hashing out details. Missandei recorded each decision, her fluent hand capturing every nuance. By the time they adjourned, the morning sun had brightened the windows and the corridors of the Red Keep were alive with activity. Tyrion and Davos made their way to a smaller receiving hall where the Braavosi waited. The walls there were draped in burgundy and gold hangings. A long table stretched in the center, set with pitchers of watered wine. 2 Braavosi envoys stood by the table wearing silken robes dyed in the city's trademark purples and blues. One was tall and slender with a pointed beard and close-cropped hair. The other was shorter, stockier, and wore a calm expression that Tyrion recognized as the face of a man used to high-stakes bargaining. "Good day," Tyrion said, adopting a courteous tone. "I am Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the Queen. This is Ser Davos Seaworth, Master of Ships and Royal Advisor. We welcome you to King's Landing." The taller Braavosi bowed. "Noho Dimitis, representing the Iron Bank's interests. My colleague is Balerion Monte. We appreciate your time. We understand you are quite busy rebuilding your capital." Tyrion gestured for them to sit. "Busy, yes, but never too busy for friends from Braavos." He purposely used the word friends. It was a diplomatic nicety. Only a fool believed the Iron Bank made real friends. "How can we assist you today?" Noho Dimitis smiled thinly. "We have come to discuss the Crown's debt obligations. The Iron Bank lent significant sums to previous reigns. We are pleased to see prosperity returning to Westeros. We believe it is in everyone's best interest to establish a revised schedule of payments, an arrangement that respects the Crown's progress and the Iron Bank's expectation of fair return." Tyrion offered a careful nod. "We've never denied the debt from Robert Baratheon's era. We've been making partial payments on schedule each year. Have you found these payments lacking?" Balerion Monte cleared his throat. "Not lacking precisely, but your realm's new trade, especially in wool, iron, and fish, has soared. The Crown's revenues must be robust. The bank wonders if you might accelerate the repayment timeline." Davos snorted softly but kept his tone civil. "We could consider a modest increase in payments, but we have many priorities. City repairs, crop distribution, the cost of forging new roads. A realm isn't rebuilt overnight." Noho's eyes sparkled with practiced diplomacy. "Of course, we admire your efforts. Perhaps we can negotiate an expansion of the payments by 20%? In exchange, we could offer your merchants better rates in Braavosi ports." Tyrion saw the ploy, tempting the Crown with new trade privileges if they agreed to pay more. "Generous," Tyrion said carefully. "Though we'd prefer the percentage be lower, 10% perhaps, and in return we'd like a reduction in Tyrest." A portion of the old debt was interest piling on interest from Robert's chaotic finances. A dance of counters ensued. The Braavosi pressed for 15%, Tyrion and Davos held firm at 12%, perhaps. They volleyed each other's offers and demands with smooth courtesy. Finally, after an hour, they reached a workable compromise. The Crown would slightly increase its yearly payments, but the interest rate on the old debt would be cut, freeing the realm from Robert's worst legacy of compounding interest. In turn, the Iron Bank would extend favorable credit lines to Crown-approved merchants in Braavos. They sealed it with a handshake over a parchment. Noho smiled, though it was a smile of a man who knew he'd extracted a decent sum. Tyrion plastered on a similarly polite smile, aware they'd avoided the worst outcome, an enormous spike in payments. Once the Braavosi left, Davos exhaled. "They nearly bled us. But that was a fair compromise. You do have a knack for these matters." Tyrion shrugged. "Coin is just another form of power. If we must yield, better to yield in a way that still leaves us breathing. Let's see if the Queen's satisfied. Then we can address the next crisis." They parted ways. Tyrion headed to Daenerys' audience hall, a large refurbished chamber with a vaulted ceiling. A queue of petitioners typically awaited her there, minor lords, merchants with grievances, foreign envoys. She believed in hearing them out personally when possible, claiming it kept her grounded in the realm's realities, though Tyrion suspected it wore her down as much as it helped. When he arrived, Daenerys was speaking to a short, balding man from Dorne who was requesting assistance in dealing with a rogue cell's word band raiding caravans in the Prince's Pass. She gestured for Tyrion to approach. He listened quietly, gleaning that the man was a retainer of House Toland, describing how the Sellswords attacked at night, stealing spice shipments. We can dispatch some crown forces, Daenerys said, but we'd prefer that Dorne manage its own roads if possible. I'll send a missive to Princess Arianne urging her to bolster patrols along the pass. The crown will assist if needed. The Dornish man bowed. Thank you, Your Grace. We simply can't allow these raids to continue. Spice trade is vital to our region. When he left, Tyrion relayed the results of the Braavosi negotiations. Daenerys nodded, weariness touching her eyes. Thank you, Tyrion. At least that's settled for now. She turned to the next petitioner, a Stormlands lord clad in green and yellow livery. He introduced himself as Lord Ferrisboggs, a minor house, Tyrion recalled. The man stood stiffly, plainly nervous to address a Targaryen queen. Your Grace, I come on behalf of several lords near Rain House, Boggs said. We desire a local charter similar to the North's, ensuring our rights and responsibilities. We do not seek independence, merely clarity. Our region has endured inconsistency under previous crowns. Daenerys' expression remained composed. I understand. The North's charter was unique, born of the Stark's history and the long night we fought together. But we're open to discussing a formal arrangement for each region so long as it strengthens unity, not weakens it. Are the lords you represent prepared to uphold the Freedmen's Charter and the laws established by the Crown? Lord Boggs swallowed. Yes, Your Grace. We accept your edicts. We only request that local matters, like inheritance disputes, border disagreements, be adjudicated by a regional council first, with the Crown only intervening if absolutely necessary. Tyrion could sense Daenerys' caution. She had always been willing to offer a measure of self-governance as part of breaking the wheel, but not to the point of fracturing the realm. We can propose a framework, she said slowly. But it must include provisions that ensure the region does not isolate itself or deviate from core laws, particularly the Freedmen's Charter. I recall that some Storm Lords once resisted the notion that forced labor was forbidden. Boggs bowed his head. We've moved past that, Your Grace. The Lords know your stance. They accept it. Good, Daenerys said. Then let us work on a draft. Lord Tyrion will gather the necessary scribes and set up a session with you and the other Storm Lords. If we see genuine cooperation, we'll move forward. The man brightened, relief evident. Thank you, Your Grace. That's all we hoped for. He bowed deeply and exited. Tyrion glanced at Daenerys. She returned a faint smile. Another region seeking partial autonomy? We might be rewriting half the kingdom's governance at this rate. He shrugged. Maybe that's what it means to rule by consent rather than conquest. Each region wants its own structure, but all remain loyal to the Crown's overarching authority. It might be tedious, but it's better than forcing them to kneel under threat of dragon fire. Her look was thoughtful. Yes. That was once my father's method, or at least the method of many Targaryen kings. We do not want that. Still, we must tread carefully, too much fragmentation and the realm's unity phrase. He nodded. We'll keep watch. But so far, no sign of rebellion, just requests for structured rights. I'd rather have them come talk to us than sharpen swords in the night. She agreed, and they proceeded to hear more petitions for another hour. By midday, Daenerys dismissed the audience session, citing the need to attend to other matters. Tyrion followed her and the Queen's Guard to a smaller solar where a midday meal of roasted vegetables, salted fish, and warm bread awaited. Missandei joined them, sorting through letters from the north, from Meereen, and from wherever else a raven might fly. Daenerys ate sparingly, her thoughts plainly on the swirl of governance. Any word from Jon? She asked Missandei, who scanned a fresh scroll. Yes, Your Grace. He writes that Winterfell's harvest is modest but sufficient. The new storehouses built with southern coin have helped. He also says that the lords in the far north, near Last Hearth, have mostly recovered from the undead invasion, though scars remain. He invites you to visit when next you can. Tyrion noted the flicker in Daenerys' eyes. Years ago, rumors had circulated about a personal bond between her and Jon. They had grown close amid war and winter only to learn of his Targaryen lineage. Their relationship became complicated, overshadowed by duty. In the end, they chose not to wed, not to blur their lines with a union that might unsettle half the realm. Yet they remained friends and allies, trusting each other implicitly. Tyrion suspected the warmth was still there, but both had accepted the constraints of their positions. He must be busy, Daenerys said, a hint of fondness in her tone. I'd like to see Winterfell again, but not until I'm sure things here are stable. Perhaps in the summer. Missandei glanced at another letter. Ser Brienne of Tarth also writes from the Riverlands, indicating that the roads are mostly safe now. She's traveling with a small retinue, settling lingering disputes. She says she found a few scattered remnants of outlaws, but they posed little threat. Daenerys nodded. Good. Ser Brienne does more for peace than half the realm's lords. Her presence is a reminder that honor can guide a sword. The meal concluded with cups of watered wine. Tyrion silently marveled at how much had changed since the days when feasts were lavish and filled with petty courtiers jockeying for advantage. Daenerys preferred efficiency and direct contact with the populace. Some lords complained that the Red Keep no longer offered the grand pageantry of old, but many more recognized that a simpler style of court left more resources for the realm itself. As they parted ways, Tyrion returned to his offices to address a new flurry of documents. Time slipped by in a blur of quills, seals, and small crises. He penned letters to storm lords, inviting them to gather in King's Landing to draft their regional charter. He sent a message to the Reach, urging them to prepare more grain for shipment. He read reports of minor conflicts near the Vale's borders, likely leftover bandits from the war years. On and on it went, 1,000 tasks that never seemed to end but gradually shaped a stable realm. Late in the afternoon, he was startled by a knock on his door. He looked up to see Sansa Stark standing in the hall, flanked by a single guard from Winterfell. Surprise flickered in Tyrion's heart. She had come south unannounced, presumably traveling swiftly by ship or by the King's Road. "Lady Sansa," he said, standing. "What a pleasant surprise. You must have arrived quietly." She inclined her head, stepping into his office. "I arrived an hour ago. The guards told me you were here, buried in scrolls as always. May I speak with you?" "Of course." He waved her to a seat. Sansa sat, smoothing the dark gray cloak that draped her shoulders. She wore the familiar northern furs, though lighter for the warmer southern weather. Her hair, a deep auburn, was braided in a northern style that complemented her poised demeanor. She looked older than the girl he once knew, naturally so. But she also looked more assured, a woman who had guided the North through hardships and served as warden in the name of House Stark. He settled across from her. "What brings you to King's Landing? I trust the roads were safe." "They were," she said, "though it was a long journey by horse for most of it. I come because I've been hearing rumors. The Stormlands wanting a new charter. Dorne reaffirming its autonomy. Even the Westerlands might seek clarifications once the child lord there is of age. I grew worried the realm would start fracturing if too many charters are granted without a guiding principle. Jon can't leave the North right now. He's dealing with a complicated dispute between Houses Glover and Serwyn. So I thought I'd come in person." Tyrion sighed. "You're not wrong about the flurry of charters. Daenerys tries to be accommodating. We both do. The Freedmen's Charter is a non-negotiable baseline, but regions want a say in governance. The North's arrangement was unique, but now others see it as a model. We're trying to unify them under a broad legal framework, but it's slow." Sansa nodded, her blue eyes flicking around the office. "I worry that each new charter might deviate from the last. The realm could become a patchwork of separate agreements, and that might undermine Daenerys' authority long-term. We created the Great Council system for succession. Perhaps we need another overarching document that sets the boundaries for these charters, so each region can't interpret the Freedmen's Charter or other laws in contradictory ways." Tyrion leaned back, a thoughtful expression creasing his brow. "A realm-wide constitution, so to speak? A set of fundamental principles that no local charter can override." "Yes," Sansa said simply. "It would preserve the Freedmen's Charter, the Great Council Clause for succession, and certain rights of local governance, but it would unify them in a single piece of law. That way, new charters can reference it. They can add details but can't contravene it." Tyrion considered the idea, a slow spark of interest lighting in him. "That is ambitious. We'd be effectively writing a new foundation for Westeros. The lords might balk. Some fear anything that curtails their old privileges. But if Daenerys backs it, and if the major houses sign on, it could prevent future chaos." Sansa spread her hands. "I wouldn't push for it if I didn't think the realm needed it. The North is content with the current arrangement, but we also see how the rest of Westeros is shifting. Better to do this while Daenerys is still strong and the realm is still relatively united, before some crisis arises." Tyrion drummed his fingers on the desk. "You've grown quite wise indeed. Let's speak to Daenerys together. She may already sense the risk of fragmentation. A constitution, for lack of a better word, could be the next step in breaking the wheel." Sansa seemed relieved. "Good. Then let's do so." I'll remain in the city as long as needed." With that settled, Tyrion escorted her to meet Daenerys. They found the queen in her smaller audience chamber, finishing a discussion with Missandei about letters from Slaver's Bay, still officially called the Bay of Dragons by some, though many Essos continued to use the older name. When Daenerys saw Sansa, she rose and greeted her with a cordial, if cautious, smile. The old tensions between them had softened greatly over the years. They might never be close friends, but they shared mutual respect for each other's fortitude. "Sansa, I'm surprised but pleased to see you," Daenerys said. "What brings you south?" Sansa repeated what she'd told Tyrion. Daenerys listened, her expression growing intent. When Sansa finished, the queen paused. "An overarching code that defines the realm's essential laws, so each region's charter aligns with it. We have some of that in practice, but not in a single unified document." "I see the merit," Tyrion said. "It would lock in certain key principles, such as the Freedmen's Charter, the ban on slavery or forced servitude, the Great Council for Succession, and perhaps a reaffirmation of how local governance interacts with the crown. If a region tries to flout these fundamentals, the rest of the realm stands on firm legal ground to stop them." Daenerys tapped her fingers on the table. "It will be a lengthy process. We'll need scribes, delegates from each region, months of negotiation. But if we succeed, it might well secure the peace for generations." Sansa's lips curved in a faint smile. "That is my hope, Your Grace." "Then let's begin," Daenerys said. "We'll invite representatives from each region to a constitutional council, so to speak. We'll gather in King's Landing. Let them see the city's prosperity. Let them witness the Freedmen's Charter at work. The North, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands, Dorne, the Iron Islands, even the Westerlands, everyone should send delegates. The process must be transparent." Tyrion nodded, excitement flickering. "We'll have to get letters out immediately. This will be bigger than even the gatherings we've held before. It might take the rest of the year or longer, but it could be the crowning achievement of your reign." Daenerys took a measured breath, as though bracing for the challenge. "I welcome the difficulty. Better to shape the realm's future with open eyes than let it drift into old patterns." They agreed to present the plan formally at a short audience the next day, calling it the Grand Constitutional Assembly, though the official name might change. Immediately, Tyrion, Sansa, and Missandei began drafting letters to the great houses. Grey Worm prepared for an influx of visitors, meaning more security, more bedding, more supplies. The city would soon be flooded with delegates, scribes, and courtiers. Within a week, ravens flew to every corner of the kingdom, summoning lords and ladies, or their trusted envoys, to King's Landing. At first, some responded with confusion, others with skepticism. But as the messages spelled out the Queen's intention to craft a unified code that guaranteed local rights but preserved the Freedmen's Charter and the monarchy, interest grew. Lords who feared losing ancient privileges might still come if only to defend their interests. Others, eager for a stable future, embraced it. As responses trickled in, Tyrion and Sansa worked side by side. It reminded Tyrion of the old days when they were unwillingly wed, yet they had never truly been enemies even then. Sansa had grown from a fearful girl into a canny ruler who understood the power of forging alliances. Tyrion admired her calm intellect, and she, in turn, appreciated his political acumen and capacity for detail. Amid the flurry of preparations, visitors began to arrive. First came Edmure Tully from the Riverlands, older and still looking somewhat haunted by his captivity under the Freys, but determined to see the realm thrive. Next arrived Lord Grafton from Gulltown in the Vale, representing the still rather feeble Lord Robin Arryn. From Dorne, Arianne Martell herself made the journey, accompanied by a retinue of spear-wielding Dornish guards in bright silks. The Tyrell caretaker branch, headed by a distant cousin who had been installed after Mace and Olenna Tyrell died, sent a carefully polite envoy. Yara Greyjoy, already in the city, stayed to represent the Iron Islands, along with a handful of captains. Even the Westerlands sent a Lannister cousin on behalf of the Child Lord at Casterly Rock. At the Queen's command, the Great Hall was cleared of extraneous decorations and transformed into a council space with rows of chairs, tables for scribes, and a raised platform where Daenerys, Sansa, and Tyrion could preside. Missandei prepared reams of parchment to record every debate. Scores of novices from the Citadel arrived to help copy documents, ensuring each region would have official transcripts of the new code. By the time the Grand Constitutional Assembly formally opened, the city streets were thronged with banners. A festival atmosphere reigned, though tensions simmered beneath the surface. Old foes shared the same walls. Proud lords eyed each other warily. Yet for once, they were not assembling to hear a new king crowned or to witness a war trial. They were assembling to debate the very bones of the realm's laws. That alone was historic. On the appointed morning, Daenerys, flanked by Grey Worm and the Queen's Guard, entered the great hall to a low murmur of voices. She ascended the dais, resplendent in a deep red gown embroidered with black dragons at the hem. Tyrion and Sansa stood at her side, while Missandei and a cadre of scribes took seats at a long table below them, quills ready. The hall quieted as Daenerys surveyed the gathering. Here were the men and women who shaped entire regions, once divided by bloodshed. Her voice, clear and measured, carried across the hall. Lords and ladies of Westeros and all esteemed envoys gathered here. We meet not to wage war or crown a monarch, but to craft a foundation for our future. You know me as Daenerys Stormborn, the mother of dragons, the breaker of chains, queen of the seven kingdoms. Yet I stand here not merely to rule, but to serve the realm by ensuring we never again descend into the cycles of blood and horror that have defined our past. She paused, letting her gaze sweep the assembly. We have the Freedmen's Charter outlawing slavery and forced servitude. We have the Northern Charter giving the North a framework of self-governance, and we have a great council system for succession. But these measures are scattered. They leave room for confusion, for conflict if new issues arise. So we propose a single code, call it a constitution, if you will, that enshrines these laws for all the realms, from Dorne to the Wall, from the Iron Islands to the Vale. A hum rose among the gathered lords. Daenerys raised a hand for quiet. This will not be imposed by me alone. I invite each region to speak, to debate, to propose amendments, so that this code reflects our shared commitment. We are forging a realm based on unity, not tyranny. Let us begin. With that, the hall erupted into applause from some, cautious murmurs from others. The session began in earnest. Tyrion and Sansa coordinated the discussions, each region's envoys presenting their concerns or requests. The Freedmen's Charter was reaffirmed early on, with lords grudgingly recognizing that times had changed. Any open resistance to that law had died. With men like Randyll Tarly or in the chaos of the wars, Dorne insisted on preserving its ancient privileges, which the crown recognized. The Vale wanted explicit mention of mountain passes and certain taxes. The Stormlords, through their representatives, sought a local council structure. The Westerland's envoys merely wanted to ensure that the crown would not prevent them from collecting fair taxes on gold shipments, albeit overshadowed by the decline in gold mines. Day after day, the hall buzzed with debate. Scribes scurried to record the evolving text. Daenerys oversaw the sessions with Tyrion and Sansa, occasionally stepping in with decisive clarity when arguments threatened stalemate. She refused to let lords bicker for hours on petty details, urging compromise. The Freedmen's Charter in particular came up repeatedly. Some smaller lords fretted about labor shortages if peasants truly had the freedom to leave. Daenerys would not budge. We did not overthrow old tyrannies just to create new ones, she said firmly, and that ended the matter each time. Tyrion found the scope of the undertaking staggering. They were essentially writing down principles that had never been codified. Even the Targaryen kings of old had ruled by tradition, not by a single written code. Now, page after page, the scribes laid out the fundamentals. The crown's prerogatives, the rights of each region, the procedures for settling disputes, the absolute ban on slavery, the guarantee of a great council if the crown had no clear heir. Months rolled on. Autumn leaves fell, painting the city's streets in shades of red and gold. The great hall's windows admitted cooler breezes. Delegates sometimes grew fractious, tired of the endless negotiations. But Daenerys refused to let them depart until the main clauses were settled. Tyrion, for all his cunning, found himself exhausted each night, lulled to a fitful sleep by the swirl of voices echoing in his mind. Sansa remained a steady presence, championing practical solutions. Missandei, aided by Samwell Tarly, who had arrived from Old Town to observe, oversaw the official texts, carefully ensuring no contradictory lines crept in. When at last they neared consensus, winter's chill was creeping across the land. The North's envoys yearned to return home. The Dornish were anxious to avoid traveling in too cold weather. But the final day arrived at last. A grand session in the Great Hall, where each region's representative would sign or seal the new code. Tyrion stood near Daenerys, glancing around at the tired but determined faces. They had hammered out an arrangement no one had believed possible only a decade prior. If it held, Westeros would be a realm with clearer rights and fewer reasons to devolve into civil war. Daenerys spoke first, addressing the assembly. Lords of Westeros, you have debated, argued, and at times nearly come to blows. Yet here we stand on the verge of adopting a code that upholds the Freedmen's Charter, ensures local governance, affirms the monarchy's authority, and establishes a great council to prevent dynastic chaos. In my youth, I believed the only path to justice was through conquest. Now, I see that justice also requires the patience of words, the forging of laws. Let us seal this pact. She stepped to a long table where the scribes had placed the final parchment covered in meticulous writing. One by one, she signed her name in elegant script: Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, Queen of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons. She pressed her seal, a three-headed dragon, into the wax, leaving a deep impression. Then she stood aside. Sansa was next. Though already recognized as Warden of the North, she signed for House Stark. The direwolf seal joined the dragon. Arianne Martell affixed Dorne's son Anspear. Edmure Tully added the Blackfish of House Tully. The Vale's envoy used the Falcon seal of Arryn. Representatives of House Tyrell's caretaker branch used the Golden Rose. The Westerlands, with the Lannister Lion in official capacity, pressed their seal as well. Though Tyrion did not sign on their behalf, he was the hand of the Queen, not a lord of the Westerlands. Yara Greyjoy signed with a stylized kraken. Finally, Samwell Tarly, representing Old Town's citadel in a more advisory role, added his name as a witness, bridging knowledge and governance. The hall was silent except for the scratch of quills and the occasional shuffle of feet as each representative stepped forward. It was a solemn, momentous occasion pregnant with the weight of history. Tyrion found his heart thumping, remembering the chaos of the wars that had once ravaged this land: Robert's Rebellion, the War of Five Kings, the Long Night, the final devastation unleashed by Cersei's wildfire. And now here they stood, forging something that had never existed, a formal, realm-wide code of rights and laws hammered out by consensus. When the last seal was pressed, Daenerys exhaled a breath that might have been relief or awe. Applause rippled through the hall, some slow and hesitant, but it built until the air echoed with it. Lords who had once been at each other's throats now clapped for a shared future. It felt, for a fleeting moment, like the dawn of a new age. A modest celebration followed. Wine and ale were brought in and the lords mingled in the Great Hall, discussing next steps. Many were eager to head home before the real snows locked them in for winter. They carried with them official copies of the code stamped by the crown scribe mark. This was no ephemeral handshake, but a physical record to guide them. Tyrion wandered through the crowd, exchanging tired smiles and handshakes. He passed near Arianne Martell, who teased him about continuing to debate the finer points of Dornish autonomy for half a year. He found Yara Greyjoy, who was joking with a Stormlands envoy about who had the better shipyards. He saw Ser Davos, quietly sipping wine near the dais, looking contented, if a bit uncertain how to handle so much formality. Eventually, Tyrion found himself face to face with Sansa, the swirling crowd momentarily parting around them. A sense of shared accomplishment hung between them. "We did it," he said quietly. "Whatever it is." She gave a small nod. "We gave the realm a set of laws that might outlast all of us. If the lords honor their seals, that is." "They will," Tyrion said, though he tempered his optimism. "At least enough to avoid plunging Westeros into another mad war. I hope." Sansa considered him. "You've come a long way from the sarcastic dwarf who married me against our wills." "We both have." He laughed softly. "Yes, indeed. In those days, I drank to forget my station. Now, I barely have time to drink because I'm too busy drafting laws for a stable monarchy. Life's ironies." She smiled, genuinely, a warmth in her eyes. "Jon will be relieved. We'll still have conflicts, disputes. but nothing like the endless cycle that devoured our parents' generation. Daenerys joined them at that moment, a faint sheen of fatigue on her brow but an underlying glow of satisfaction. Grey Worm and Missandei hovered behind her. "Lady Sansa, Tyrion," Daenerys greeted. "I want to thank you both. This code might not be perfect, but it's more than I ever thought possible." Sansa bowed her head. "I thank you, Your Grace, for choosing to lead through dialogue rather than fear." Daenerys's gaze flicked around the hall to the swirl of lords. "If we do this right, the next generation won't even remember a time when the realm's laws weren't written down. They'll think it was always so." Tyrion raised his goblet in a small toast. "To a future where children don't grow up with the taste of war in their mouths." They clinked cups, Daenerys, Sansa, Tyrion, and drank. The wine was fine from the arbor, though it tasted sweeter for the sense of victory. At length, the crowd began dispersing. Some lords returned to their quarters. Others drifted into the city's taverns to celebrate. Daenerys and her entourage retired to a side chamber for a private supper, where Sansa, Yara, Aerion Martell, Ser Davos, Edmure Tully, and a few others joined them around a long table. The mood was more relaxed than any official function. They spoke not of politics but of stories. Edmure recounted a time he caught the largest trout in the Riverrun pools. Yara joked about the rowdy feasts of pike. Aerion teased Ser Davos about his smuggler past. Even Daenerys shared a few anecdotes from her youth in Essos, though the memories were bittersweet. Tyrion found himself laughing quietly at a quip from Aerion about how Dorne might need to teach the rest of Westeros how to properly enjoy life. He realized, with a soft pang, that this felt like something new. A genuine fellowship between leaders who, a few years ago, might have met on a battlefield instead. Perhaps the real victory was not the code itself but the trust built in forging it. That night, Tyrion slept deeply. The next morning, King's Landing awoke to a bright sky, crisp with the onset of winter winds. Delegates prepared to depart. Tyrion supervised the distribution of official copies of the code, one for each major region with a special version for the Citadel. He also oversaw the final accounts of the treasury to ensure they could provide winter provisions for traveling lords if needed. It was an endless flurry of last-minute tasks. Within days, the exodus began. The city gates saw columns of riders streaming out, some heading north, others south or west. A few smaller envoys lingered to finalize trade deals. But the main work was done. Sansa prepared to depart as well to see to her duties in Winterfell. She and Tyrion shared a final conversation in his office the morning before she rode away. "I'm grateful for your partnership in this," she told him. "Truly. And if the North can be of any help in implementing these new laws, you have only to ask." He pressed a hand to his chest in a small gesture of respect. "Likewise. You have friends here, Sansa. May the road treat you kindly." They clasped hands, not as husband and wife, those days were a distant, uncomfortable memory, but as allies who had found a measure of genuine esteem for one another. Then she departed, her footsteps receding down the corridor. Soon, Yara Greyjoy also took her leave, escorting a band of Iron-born captains back home, presumably with new impetus to implement the Freedmen's Charter on the islands. Aerion Martell headed for Dorne, joking that she'd host a lavish festival to teach the realm how to truly celebrate. Edmure Tully left for Riverrun, set on ensuring the Riverlands complied with every new clause. The Vale's representatives followed. The Red Keep's corridors grew quieter. In that lull, Tyrion found himself with a rare afternoon free of major crises. He strolled the castle gardens, recently replanted with fruit trees and herbs. The gardeners had done wonders, coaxing life from the once-neglected soil. He reached a small courtyard where Daenerys stood, gazing at 3 stone benches arranged around a reflecting pool. Her posture was pensive, arms folded. When Tyrion approached, she turned slightly, her expression softening. "Tyrion, enjoying the new garden?" He nodded, stepping closer. "Yes, though I didn't come here for the flowers. I needed air." He studied her face. "You seem thoughtful." She let out a quiet breath. "I'm wondering what comes next. We've built a code, a realm of sorts. The lords have gone home to implement it. But I remain queen. Dragons still fly overhead, a symbol of power. Have we truly broken the wheel, or have we just given it new spokes?" Tyrion considered the question. "A bit of both, perhaps. We're not so naive as to think a single document banishes ambition or greed, but we've changed the structure enough that the realm might resist tyranny more effectively. That's worth something." She smiled faintly. "I suppose so." Sometimes I remember the day I first set out across the narrow sea, so full of fire and vengeance for what was done to my family. Now I see that a queen must be more than a name, more than a brand. She must be a guardian of laws and ally to those she once sought to conquer. I wonder if my ancestors are turning in their graves. Tyrion lifted his shoulders in a mild shrug. Some of them might be, but Aegon the Conqueror united the realm once through fear. You've done it through a mix of fear and respect. Now you're blending that with law. I'd say if Aegon looked upon the realm today, he might be proud that his descendant rebuilt it for the better, even if the methods differ. She studied him. A breeze stirred the leaves of the newly planted trees, rustling them softly. I appreciate your optimism. And your counsel. She let her gaze drift to the sky. Have you seen Drogon today? Tyrion shook his head. Not yet. Usually he's off hunting beyond the Blackwater or roosting in the hills. The other two, Rhaegal and Viserion, were circling the eastern towers this morning. She nodded. I'll visit them later. It still astonishes me, dragons in Westeros, living and free. My father wanted wildfire to destroy the city. Instead, his daughter came back with living flame that helped save it. They lapsed into a thoughtful quiet, broken only by the trickle of water in the reflecting pool. Tyrion felt a warmth in his chest, reminiscent of pride. For all the horrors he had witnessed and caused, in some cases he had helped build a realm that might endure. He believed in Daenerys Targaryen's capacity to balance mercy and justice. He believed in the charters and councils they had hammered out over years of negotiations and heartbreak. You've been in King's Landing long enough, Daenerys said suddenly. Have you considered taking a trip? Perhaps to the north or even across the sea to visit Meereen again? He blinked, surprised by the question. Travel? Me? I've rarely left the capital since we took it. There's always so much to do. She tilted her head. And there always will be. But maybe you deserve a rest. Even a hand must breathe. Tyrion managed a half laugh. I suppose that's true. But I'm not sure I'd know what to do with myself if I left for any stretch of time. I thrive on these endless tasks, if you can believe that. She smiled, a gentle warmth. I can believe it. But consider it anyway. It might give you perspective. The world is larger than these walls. I've learned that traveling can renew one's vision. He nodded slowly, not making a commitment but tucking the idea away. We'll see, Your Grace. If the realm remains stable, I might indulge in a short excursion. Perhaps to Winterfell. Jon has invited me often enough. And I'd like to see the new harbor at White Harbor that I funded. Daenerys looked pleased. Do it. Then return with fresh ideas, or fresh gossip at least. They parted with a gentle jest. Tyrion ambled back through the garden paths, mulling over the notion of a journey. The idea was oddly tempting. To see how the realm truly fared beyond the capital walls, to talk with common folk and lords outside the swirl of daily petitions. Perhaps he could glean truths not visible from a throne. But that was a matter for the future. For now his work called. He went to finalize some last details of the new code's distribution to ensure no region could claim ignorance. The Freedmen's Charter especially would require continuing vigilance. There were unscrupulous lords who might try to circumvent it. Tyrion intended to see them thwarted. In the weeks following the assembly, life in King's Landing returned to a quieter rhythm. The lords who had stayed behind for minor negotiations trickled away. Winter's chill set in more firmly, though the capital never saw the deep snows of the north. Grain prices remained stable, the roads safe enough. Reports from the Stormlands indicated that new local councils were forming, guided by the code's guidelines. Dorne reported a minor conflict with a band of outlaws, swiftly crushed. The Westerlands, under the stewardship of Lannister cousins, seemed content, waiting for their child lord to come of age. One crisp morning, Daenerys summoned Tyrion to her solar. When he arrived, he found her reading over a parchment with furrowed brows. Grey Worm stood nearby. Your Grace. Tyrion ventured, curious. She handed him the parchment. A letter from Yara. She wants help building new harbors on Great White and Pike to accommodate the rising trade. The Iron Islands are apparently booming with salted fish exports and mercantile shipping. She offers a portion of the taxes if we provide funds. Tyrion skimmed the letter. Yara's request was straightforward but substantial. The crown would invest in harbor expansions, reaping future returns in tariffs. It's feasible, he said, though we must ensure it doesn't drain the treasury too much at once. We can commit a portion of funds, perhaps in phases. She's proven loyal, and stable trade in the Iron Islands helps reduce raiding. Daenerys nodded. Precisely. That's what Grey Worm and I were discussing. We'll finalize it. Another sign that the Iron Islands have embraced a more cooperative path. Grey Worm spoke, voice quiet. They also offered to station their ships along the coast to deter pirates. A fair exchange for the crown's coin. Tyrion smiled thinly. A far cry from Euron's days. Good. Daenerys set the parchment aside. Thank you, Tyrion. I'll have Missandei draft a reply. She paused, then turned to Grey Worm. Speaking of ships, how goes the City Watch? Any sign of infiltration or conspiracies we should worry about? Grey Worm shook his head. None. The city is calm. Some petty crimes, no organized rebellion. We keep vigilant. Daenerys nodded, relief evident. She dismissed Grey Worm, who bowed and left. Tyrion lingered, sensing the queen had more on her mind. Sure enough, once they were alone, she sighed and looked at him. I wonder if the realm is truly at peace or if it's just the lull before the next storm. We have laws, a code, but the hearts of men can be fickle. Tyrion set his hands behind his back. True. Yet we can only do our best. You're not the Mad King. You're not Cersei. You listen, you adapt, and you temper power with reason. If that can't keep the peace, nothing will. She gave a small, grateful smile. You're right. I just recall how quickly chaos can spring up. But so far, so good. A comfortable hush settled. Then Tyrion cleared his throat. Perhaps you should consider a royal progress. Travel to the major regions, let the people see you. It would cement faith in the new code and also reassure them that the Freedman's Charter is no empty promise. Daenerys tilted her head. A progress in winter, though? Some roads might be impassable. Spring might be better. Fair point, Tyrion allowed. But even a short journey to the Reach or the Stormlands could help. Show them you're not just a distant figure in the capital. Let them see Drogon overhead, reminding them dragons protect as well as burn. She smiled at that. I'll think on it. Thank you. And so the winter months passed in relative calm. Occasional rumors of dissent flared up, some old lord grumbling about paying his laborers decent wages or a band of brigands trying to exploit remote valleys. Each was addressed without large-scale bloodshed. Daenerys presided over a stable realm for the first extended period of her life. Tyrion found it both refreshing and, in a strange way, unsettling. After so many years of crisis, peace felt unnaturally quiet. Yet he welcomed it, hoping it would last. When spring arrived, Daenerys announced she would indeed a short royal progress to visit key lords in the Reach and the Stormlands, reinforcing the newly minted code. Tyrion decided to remain behind. Someone had to manage King's Landing. He encouraged her to take Missandei and Grey Worm as well as a contingent of the Unsullied. Jon Snow, too, might join them once they reached the Stormlands, as he was traveling south to address some minor dispute. Daenerys set out on Dragonback while her retinue traveled by land. Rhaegal and Viserion accompanied her, each large and formidable. Drogon soared ahead, his shadow rippling over fields. The small folk who glimpsed them overhead felt, or rather than the terror of old. Stories spread that the queen flew with her dragons to greet her subjects in peace. In King's Landing, Tyrion oversaw the usual daily tasks, from trade agreements to city watch oversight. He would walk the city walls at dusk, gazing out over the sprawl of homes and market stalls, hearing distant music or laughter. Sometimes he thought of his father, Tywin Lannister, who had once manipulated King's Landing for his own ends. What would Tywin say if he saw Tyrion now, forging laws that limited the monarchy's absolute power and recognized the rights of smallfolk? He would likely be appalled. That knowledge gave Tyrion no small satisfaction. One evening, as he prepared to retire, a messenger arrived with a sealed note from Daenerys's traveling party. He broke the seal and read it under the flickering glow of a lamp. The words recounted how the queen had been warmly received at Bitterbridge in the Reach. She'd visited local farmland, spoken to freedmen working as paid laborers, and commended the local lords for abiding by the new code. Then, at the bottom, Daenerys had added a personal line to Tyrion: "The realm is changing, my friend. Every step we take, I see new evidence that the wheel can be broken if we keep faith. Thank you for all you've done." A soft smile touched Tyrion's lips. He folded the note, tucking it in his desk. His mind drifted to the day he had first heard whispers of a Targaryen girl across the narrow sea, rumored to have dragon eggs and a will of steel. He recalled the bitterness he felt in King's Landing then, overshadowed by his father's scorn, his sister's hatred, his nephew's cruelty. It seemed a lifetime ago. By choosing to leave to offer his counsel to Daenerys, he had embarked on a path that led here, a realm not perfect, but at peace, with freedmen's charters and great councils and new roads unscarred by war. He poured himself a modest cup of wine and stepped to the window. Outside, the sky was clear, the stars bright. He raised the cup in a silent toast to the night. A toast, perhaps, to the improbable path that had taken him from an unwanted Lannister to the hand of a queen who truly aimed for justice. A toast to a realm that might, for the first time in centuries, stand on the precipice of true stability. The wind off Blackwater Bay brushed his face, smelling faintly of salt and the promise of tomorrow. Tyrion closed his eyes briefly. He let the swirl of memory and gratitude settle in his chest. Whatever came next, whatever storms or threats might loom in the future, he felt certain that the foundation they had laid could endure. Because they had chosen to believe in something beyond fear. Because Tyrion Lannister, once a scorned dwarf, and Daenerys Targaryen, once an exiled princess, had dared to craft a better way. He sipped the wine, savoring the quiet moment, and whispered to the emptiness of the night, "What if I had never left the city all those years ago?" The question echoed in the hush, unanswered, because history was written by choices made. He set the cup down, ready to return to the tasks of the next day. In the corridor of his mind, he carried the knowledge that they had done something extraordinary and might yet do more. For the realm's story was far from over, but in this chapter, at least, peace and law reigned. Tyrion would see it through as long as breath remained in his body. Such was the vow he kept to himself, to the memory of those who had suffered under the old ways, and to a queen who had once placed her trust in him on a dusty road across the sea. A queen whose dragons soared in the skies, proclaiming that the Game of Thrones had changed forever. And Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the Queen, breaker of old illusions, smiled at the thought that it had all begun with a single decision on a gray morning to ride away from King's Landing in search of a cause worth fighting for. Tyrion Lannister felt the warmth of the spring sun on his face as he stood on the highest walkway of the Red Keep, gazing out over King's Landing. Beneath him, the city stretched wide and busy, bathed in golden light. Crews of laborers still plied their trades along half-finished rooftops. The sound of hammering drifted upward, a steady cadence that had become the city's new heartbeat. He breathed deeply, catching faint traces of salt from Blackwater Bay. The winter had not been harsh in the Crownlands this year, though the wind still carried a crisp bite. He closed his eyes, remembering the word Daenerys had sent just last week. She had arrived safely at Summerhal, once a ruined Targaryen hold in the Stormlands, now partially restored as a modest castle for her overnight stay. The lords of the Stormlands had welcomed her with more enthusiasm than he would have predicted years ago. That was the effect of her careful governance and the realm's new code, he supposed. People recognized that she was no tyrant, nor was she an aloof conqueror perched atop her dragons. She was a queen who listened, who strove to ensure that both lords and small folk benefited from peace. Yet even with Daenerys gone on her progress, Tyrion found no shortage of tasks here at the capital. He turned from the cityscape and resumed his walk along the ramparts, passing a pair of gold cloaks who snapped to attention. He acknowledged them with a nod, then descended a stone staircase leading into the inner corridors of the Red Keep. As he entered the keep's main hall, the noise of bustling courtiers and petitioners rose. Small folk with torn cloaks and humble expressions waited along the walls, hoping for an audience with the queen's advisors. Merchants from distant lands clustered near the corridor that led to the throne room, discussing trade tariffs in hushed voices. He made his way through them and reached the council chamber, a large space that once served as a feasting hall. Beneath new banners, some showing the three-headed dragon of Targaryen, others the direwolf of Stark, and various other house sigils. Tables had been arranged for daily administrative work. Missandei waited inside, along with Ser Davos Seaworth and a few lesser officials who oversaw finances and city management. "Morning," Tyrion said, taking his seat near the head of the table. Missandei flashed him a courteous smile. She had spent much of her time of late managing the intricacies of the Freedmen's Charter as it expanded to the more remote corners of the Crownlands. She deftly juggled countless letters and scrolls, keeping track of every minor dispute about wages, contracts, and property rights. Ser Davos offered a nod. "Good morning, my Lord Hand. How does the city fare from your high perch?" Tyrion shrugged, half smiling. "Still standing. No dragons scorching the rooftops, so I'd call that progress." They settled into business at once. A minor lord from the Rose Road region had sent word of a scuffle between freedmen laborers and the local bailiff. There were conflicting accusations. The freedmen claimed they'd been promised higher wages. The bailiff insisted they'd broken an agreement. Missandei sifted through the documents. "We may have to dispatch someone to mediate. The Freedmen's Charter is clear that once a labor contract ends, a worker is free to go or renegotiate terms. The bailiff seems to think he can hold them to the original agreement for as long as he likes." Tyrion sighed. We'll need to correct that notion. All right, draft a letter to the local justiciar, instructing him to uphold the freedman's charter. If the bailiff continues to resist, he'll be summoned to the capital for a hearing. Missandei jotted notes with practiced efficiency. Then Ser Davos spoke up. We've fresh word from Bravos. The Iron Bank is satisfied with our updated payment schedule. For now, they're also encouraging us to trade more heavily in the Stepstones, which might help keep pirates in check. Tyrion blinked. Pirates in the Stepstones have always been a thorn, though less so since Daenerys' reign began. Perhaps a few crown-approved convoys could discourage the worst raiders. We can talk to Yara Greyjoy once she's back from the Iron Islands. The Iron Fleet might help patrol. Davos nodded in agreement. They proceeded through a litany of smaller tasks, grain shipments to the north, the arrival of new scribes from the Citadel to copy the final text of the newly unified code, negotiations with certain guilds in the city. The Freedmen's Charter loomed again and again as it had become the bedrock principle in nearly every region's approach to labor. Some lords embraced it, hiring freedmen as paid workers and discovering they could still profit. Others resisted in more subtle ways, hoping to bind laborers with onerous contracts that skirted the law. But each time, Daenerys' advisors stepped in to enforce the code. When the session ended, Tyrion found the midday sun shining through the tall windows. He ran a hand through his hair, feeling a dryness in his throat. Let's break for a meal, he said. We can reconvene in an hour. Missandei and Davos assented. They gathered their scrolls. Tyrion left the chamber, intending to stroll down the corridor to a small courtyard where a light luncheon was often served. But he had barely rounded the corner when a messenger with sweat-stained cheeks rushed toward him, panting. The man bowed hastily. Lord Hand, the messenger gasped. A raven came from Summerhal. Urgent news, Queen Daenerys calls for you at once. Tyrion's stomach twisted. What is it? She says they've discovered something near the ruins of Summerhal's deeper vaults. A hidden chamber with old Targaryen records but also signs of disturbance, like someone's been skulking there. The message is brief, only that she needs your counsel immediately. A swirl of anxiety and curiosity quickened Tyrion's heartbeat. Summerhal had once been a summer retreat for House Targaryen, lost to a mysterious fire decades ago. It was rumored that King Aegon V, Daenerys' ancestor, had perished there while attempting to hatch dragon eggs. The place was half in ruins, though Daenerys was using a partially rebuilt wing as a rest stop on her progress. All right, Tyrion said firmly. Summon me a horse and some guards. If the queen requires me, I'll ride south at once. Though Tyrion had only just begun to consider traveling, he had not expected it to happen so abruptly. Yet duty called. He doubled back to his chambers, scribbled notes for Missandei and Ser Davos, delegating as many tasks as he could. He informed them of his departure. In under an hour, he was astride a stout brown mare from the royal stables, accompanied by half a dozen gold cloaks who would serve as an escort. They set off, trotting through the city's streets. Tyrion felt the press of curious eyes as small folk recognized him, the dwarf who served as the queen's hand. Children pointed and whispered. He tried to maintain a posture of calm authority, though inside he buzzed with questions. What had Daenerys found in Summerhal? A hidden chamber might contain old scrolls, relics, maybe even something dangerous. He pressed the horse into a canter once they cleared the city gates. The Rose Road stretched ahead, flanked by fields that had grown vibrant with spring's arrival. Occasionally, travelers or farmers nodded as Tyrion's party passed. By nightfall, they reached a modest inn where he purchased stable space for the horses and tried to rest. His mind raced with speculation. Could it be ancient Targaryen knowledge about dragons? Some weapon hidden away? Or a nest of conspirators? They rose early and rode again, covering ground swiftly. By the second evening, they approached Summerhal. The old castle lay in rolling hills at the southwestern edge of the Stormlands, near the borders of the Reach. Daenerys had stationed some Unsullied around it, and when Tyrion arrived, he saw their spears glinting in the dying sunlight. A few incomplete walls jutted from the hillside, remnants of the catastrophic fire decades past. Daenerys had begun partial reconstruction, enough to house travelers and store supplies, but the site retained an air of haunted grandeur. Tyrion dismounted, leaving his horse in the care of a stable hand. An Unsullied soldier guided him through a half-ruined gatehouse into a central courtyard. There he spotted Daenerys conferring with Grey Worm and Missandei. He blinked. He had not known Missandei had come here, but perhaps she had joined Daenerys in the last few days. A small cluster of Stormland knights lingered nearby, along with a handful of local stewards. Daenerys looked up, relief flashing in her eyes when she saw Tyrion. You made good time. He bowed slightly. I came as soon as I could, Your Grace. You mentioned something about a hidden chamber. She nodded, beckoning him to follow. Grey Worm and Missandei trailed behind as Daenerys led them inside a partially reconstructed wing of Summerhal. The corridors were a curious mix of new stonework and old blackened walls. Torches guttered, casting flickers of light. We were exploring the old cellars, Daenerys explained, hoping to find salvageable records from King Aegon V's time. A portion of the castle was lost to the flames, but some vaults remained intact behind collapsed passages. We found a hidden door that must have been sealed for decades. Tyrion's imagination churned. And inside, Daenerys paused at the entrance to a spiral stairwell. We found a small trove of Targaryen records, letters, genealogies, some half-burnt scrolls about dragon lore, but also signs that someone else had been there before us. We found footprints, recent ones, and an extinguished lantern. Whoever it was, they fled once they realized we'd discovered the passage. Tyrion frowned. Intriguing. Why rummage through ancient Targaryen papers unless they're searching for something specific? Could it be a treasure? Or knowledge about dragons that remains lost? They descended the stairs, their footfalls echoing. At the bottom was a short corridor culminating in a low doorway. Two Unsullied stood guard. Daenerys ducked through, and Tyrion followed into a cramped chamber lit by a single torch. He immediately noticed the walls, blackened by ancient soot, but carved with Targaryen sigils. A large shelf sagged against the far wall, stuffed with scrolls that reeked of old parchment. On the floor lay scattered fragments of burnt wood, half-rotted boxes, and chunks of collapsed stone. Grey Worm lifted the torch higher, revealing a section of the floor that had been disturbed. We found footprints here, he said, pointing. They led to the far corner, then vanished. Likely the intruder used another passage to escape. Missandei moved carefully among the strewn papers. We've catalogued some of it, she said to Tyrion. These records concern Targaryen marriages, lineages, and rumored hatchings of dragon eggs. But look here. She bent to pick up a half-burned sheaf of parchment. There's mention of a hidden device to quicken the dragon's flame. The text is incomplete. Tyrion's pulse quickened. A device? That sounds suspiciously like some artifact or contraption to accelerate the hatching of eggs, or harness dragonfire in a more controlled way. Daenerys set her jaw. Aegon V died trying to hatch dragon eggs here. If there was a device, some mechanism to stoke the flames, perhaps it contributed to the fire that claimed them. Tyrion took the parchment from Missandei, squinting at the faded words. With cunning metal arms shaped by the great alchemist, rumored to quicken the unborn dragon within the shell. Yet the process is perilous. If the flame grows too swift, destruction is certain. He read it aloud, voice echoing in the cramped vault. Grey Worm glanced at Daenerys, uncertain. Great alchemist? Tyrion murmured. The Targaryens sometimes employed pyromancers or those with arcane knowledge. But to speak of metal arms shaped by an alchemist, this suggests some contraption to manipulate heat or control flame. Daenerys's expression hardened. If an intruder is seeking such knowledge, it may mean they want to replicate or harness it for themselves. Or for ill purpose. Missandei nodded. We saw footprints, and there were fresh scratch marks on the lock. Someone forced entry recently. They might have taken some scrolls we haven't even noticed missing yet. Tyrion felt a stir of alarm. We need to find out who it was. If knowledge of this device or method got into the wrong hands, well, we know how devastating dragonfire can be. And if they somehow applied it to wildfire or some new horror. Daenerys's face tightened. Precisely. This realm has suffered enough from hidden caches of wildfire. I won't allow any new madness. They spent hours in that vault, painstakingly sifting through every scrap of parchment. Tyrion's gold cloaks joined in, searching for hidden compartments. They uncovered half a dozen references to this device, always described vaguely, always accompanied by warnings of potential disaster. One scroll contained a partial diagram of curved metal rods and something that looked like a brazier. Tyrion rubbed his chin. If the original was here, presumably it was destroyed in the fire that killed Aegon V. But perhaps pieces survived, or someone rebuilt it. Daenerys traced a finger over the ancient Targaryen sigil etched in the wall. Could it be that my ancestors tried to harness an artificial method of hatching dragons? They succeeded in nothing but tragedy, as far as I know. And yet, Tyrion said softly, you hatch dragons by walking into a funeral pyre, combining magic, birthright, and fate, perhaps. No device was needed. She exhaled, voice echoing in the gloom. Whatever this contraption was, it didn't produce living dragons. Only death. Leaving the vault at last, they convened in the partially reconstructed courtyard. Summerhal's new walls enclosed them in a patchwork of old stone and new mortar. The evening light was fading, painting the sky with pale oranges and purples. A breeze rustled the scaffolding that leaned against a half-built tower. Daenerys, Tyrion, Missandei, and Grey Worm stood in a small circle, reviewing the day's discoveries. The local steward, a middle-aged man named Halbert Fawn, stood by anxiously, waiting to hear instructions. We must investigate who might be searching for these secrets, Daenerys said, her tone resolute. Perhaps some fool who wants to hatch his own dragons, or harness a more dangerous flame for war. We can't ignore this. Tyrion agreed. We should question travelers who recently passed through the region, the local villagers, the knights who guard these lands. See if anyone noticed a stranger poking about Summerhal's ruins. Grey Worm straightened. I'll take a squad of Unsullied to speak with the villagers. We can also send messages to nearby castles, Longtable, Cider Hall, even Highgarden, since the border with the Reach isn't far. Daenerys turned to Halbert Fawn. Steward, you'll assist them. Provide a thorough list of everyone who's visited the castle in the last fortnight. WN bowed wide-eyed. Yes, your grace. Missandei tapped a finger against her chin. If the intruder is a rogue scholar or a sellsword hired to find old Targaryen lore, they could already be gone from these lands. Word travels slowly. They might be heading for King's Landing or for some port. Tyrion nodded. Then we must also alert the city watch at King's Landing to look for suspicious travelers carrying old scrolls or artifacts. They mapped out a swift plan. Tyrion penned letters that very night, dispatching them via Raven to King's Landing, instructing the gold cloaks there to remain vigilant. Daenerys composed a short directive for the lords of the Stormlands and the Lower Reach, warning them that someone might be seeking to exploit old Targaryen secrets. Meanwhile, Grey Worm and a contingent of Unsullied set off at dawn to canvass local hamlets. For Tyrion, the night brought little rest. He lay in a small guest chamber that smelled of fresh mortar, candles flickering on the rough stone walls. His mind replayed the day's revelations, ancient contraptions, footprints in dusty vaults, missing scrolls. Something about it all made his skin prickle. Westeros had found precarious peace. The Freedmen's Charter and the new code had stabilized the realm. But new chaos could spring from unexpected corners. If someone harnessed leftover knowledge of wildfire or quickened flame from the Targaryen past, they might shatter that peace in a heartbeat. At last, he drifted into a fitful sleep and dreamed of a shadowy figure rifling through moldy tomes, forging a steel contraption, stoking a monstrous flame. He dreamed of Summerhal's old walls collapsing in a roaring inferno. Morning brought swirling fog across the Stormlands. Tyrion woke early and joined Daenerys in a small breakfast of bread and boiled eggs. She'd received a raven from the Stormlands lords at Harvest Hall, stating they'd seen no suspicious travelers of late, though they would remain alert. Grey Worm had yet to return with his scouting party. Missandei was in the castle's makeshift library, comparing the newly found Targaryen records with the official genealogies in King's Landing. Tyrion decided to help her, suspecting that an intruder searching for old Targaryen artifacts might also be chasing a genealogical claim, like some distant Targaryen branch. They had to consider every angle. He made his way to the library, which was housed in a refurbished side chamber. Rows of new shelves lined the walls, partly filled with books and scrolls from across the realm. Daenerys had insisted on installing a reference library wherever she had a seat to encourage knowledge rather than ignorance. A single window let in pale light, revealing floating dust motes. Missandei sat at a table, poring over a large volume, her brow furrowed. She offered Tyrion a slight smile as he approached. I found references to Aegon V's attempts to hatch dragon eggs. Not much beyond rumor. But then I came across a note. Some claimed a second device was built in secret, smuggled out of Summerhal before the tragedy. It's in an old chronicle, probably half rumor. Tyrion's pulse kicked. A second device. If it survived, that would be interesting. And possibly disastrous. Missandei nodded. Yes. If someone believed they could restore the Targaryen line's dragons by using it, or if they wanted to adapt it for some weapon, we'd have a problem. But it might be purely legend. Legends often contain seeds of truth, Tyrion said grimly. We must assume the possibility. They spent hours sifting references, linking genealogies and rumors. Among the notes was a mention of a regal Targaryen line, not to be confused with Daenerys's dragon regal. Regal Targaryen was an earlier Targaryen prince who had died under peculiar circumstances, leaving behind children with uncertain fates. Tyrion's mind hopped from detail to detail. It might be nothing more than dusty genealogies, but if someone believed they had a Targaryen claim, they could be searching for some symbolic artifact. At midday, the hush of the library was broken by the clamor of voices from the courtyard. Tyrion and Missandei exchanged a glance, hurriedly standing and heading outside. They found Grey Worm returning with his Unsullied, and to Tyrion's surprise, they had a prisoner in tow, a ragged man in worn leather, his face bruised, wrists bound. He stumbled as the Unsullied shoved him forward. Daenerys emerged from another corridor, her posture rigid. Grey Worm. Who is this? The leader of the Unsullied gave the man a cold glance. We found him skulking near a shepherd's hut. He tried to flee. The locals say he's been poking around for days asking about Summerhal's vaults. He had these in his pack. Grey Worm tossed a small leather pouch onto a table. Missandei opened it, revealing a couple of old coins bearing the Targaryen dragon on one side, plus a small parchment fragment that appeared to be from the old vault. Tyrion recognized the script, comparing it to the scraps they'd found. Daenerys eyed the prisoner. Speak your name. The man swallowed nervously, glancing around at the Unsullied spears. He had wiry hair, streaked with gray, and a cunning glint in his eyes. Lorcas, he muttered. I'm just a sellsword. Daenerys's tone was icy. A sellsword searching forbidden vaults, stealing Targaryen documents, fleeing the Queen's men? I doubt your innocence. Lorcas cast a sullen glare at her. I took nothing of value, only worthless scraps. I was hired to gather what I could about old Targaryen secrets. That's all. Tyrion stepped forward. Hired by whom? Lorcas pressed his lips together. Don't know his name. I swear. He wore a hood, paid in silver stags, told me to slip into Summerhal and retrieve anything referencing, well, devices for dragons. He said I'd get paid triple if I found more details. Tyrion's gut twisted. So it was a hired job orchestrated by someone in the shadows. Describe your employer. Any accent? Lorcas sighed, wincing as an Unsullied shoved him upright. He had a Westerosi accent, I think. Not thick. Could be a sellsword from overseas or a local lord playing secret games. I don't know. He met me near the crossroads and paid half in advance. Daenerys glowered. Do you have more of the documents? Are you alone? The prisoner looked genuinely fearful. I worked alone, yes. No group. I only found that little scrap in the vault. A bit of an old plan for some contraption. I swear, that's all. My employer, he might have other agents. I don't know. Tyrion studied him, deciding the man likely spoke half-truths. But it was enough to confirm that someone was orchestrating a search for Targaryen lore. Bind him well. We'll take him to King's Landing for questioning by the Crown's justiciars. Perhaps we can glean a better description from him eventually. Lorcas gulped. Grey Worm signaled to the Unsullied, who hauled him away. Daenerys's shoulders remained tense. Someone wants knowledge of these devices. That can't be good. Missandei frowned. We should also consider the possibility that the employer is no lord. Could be a rich merchant or some exiled noble from Essos or even a Bravosi who sees profit in controlling dragon-related secrets. Tyrion nodded. We'll have the City Watch investigate. Meanwhile, perhaps we need to see if there's any mention of another device actually surviving. If so, we must find and destroy it. Daenerys glanced at the half-finished walls of Summerhal. I can't linger here indefinitely. My progress is scheduled to continue to the Stormlands seat at Evenfall Hall, then to Storm's End. But I won't abandon this matter. Tyrion, do you think you can remain here for a short while, or would you prefer to return to King's Landing to coordinate the search from there? He weighed the options. The real investigative resources were in the capital, the City Watch, the Master of Whisperers, currently a trusted local named Rin Corlys, who had taken over much of Varys's old network. It might be more useful for me to go back to King's Landing, Tyrion concluded. We can interrogate the prisoner thoroughly, set watchers for any suspicious visitors. Missandei can remain to help you sift the documents if you like, or come with me if you prefer her counsel. Daenerys looked to Missandei. I'll need her in the Stormlands. But perhaps we can leave a smaller team behind. They agreed on a plan. Tyrion would escort the prisoner to the capital, rejoin the city's leadership, and spearhead an investigation into who might be behind these attempts to resurrect Targaryen secrets. Daenerys, accompanied by Missandei, Grey Worm, and her retinue, would continue the progress as planned, maintaining the sense of normalcy and not alarming the realm. Meanwhile, a handful of scribes would remain at Summerhal to comb through all the old vaults thoroughly, ensuring no further relics or hidden passages escaped notice. Before Tyrion departed, they spent another night conferring in the half-ruined Great Hall of Summerhal. Candles burned low, flickering on the carved Targaryen sigils that still adorned certain walls. The smell of damp stone lingered, a reminder that the castle had once been consumed by fire and left to the elements for years. Daenerys sat at a wooden table that had been brought in for the queen's use, rereading the partial diagram of the quickening device. Tyrion stood beside her. "Look at this," she murmured, pointing to a scribbled portion that referenced valor. He squinted. Valor, likely part of the word Valyrian steel or Valyria. Hard to say. Perhaps they used Valyrian steel components in the device. That would have increased the heat's intensity. Or they needed some essence of Valyria's old magic. She shook her head, brown-it in concern. The Targaryens fled Valyria's doom. They lost the full secrets of forging Valyrian steel or controlling dragons. The knowledge was scattered. I hatched my dragons by a miracle or destiny. But if some unscrupulous party thought they could replicate that with a device, Tyrion felt a chill. Then they might attempt to gather dragon eggs or manipulate any living dragon they could find. Or they might simply try to create a new form of destructive fire. Either way, it spells trouble. Daenerys set the parchment down. "Do what you must, Tyrion. Find out who's behind this. We've worked too hard to build a stable realm." He placed a hand over hers in a gesture of respect. "I promise, Your Grace, I'll not rest until we uncover the truth." The next day, Tyrion departed with the prisoner, Lorcas, and a small escort. He made sure the man was well bound to prevent any escape. They retraced the Rose Road northward, traveling at a brisk pace. The prisoner said little aside from occasional grumbling about ill fortune. Tyrion tried to pry more details from him during rest stops, but Lorcas mostly repeated the same vague story, that a hooded man hired him, that he only knew the pay was good, that he was told to search Summerhal for old secrets. 3 days later, they reached the sprawling gates of King's Landing. The city welcomed Tyrion with its usual medley of sights and smells, shouting hawkers, cartwheels rattling over cobblestone, the tang of salt from the bay. He led the group straight to the Red Keep. At the castle gates, gold cloaks saluted, and Tyrion marched Lorcas into the keep's dungeons, instructing the jailers to keep him under close watch. Tyrion wasted no time. That evening, he assembled a small council in a private chamber. Ser Davos, the city's master of whisperers Rin Corlys, and a few trusted gold cloak captains. Tyrion explained the situation. A hidden vault at Summerhal, references to a Targaryen device, footprints discovered, and a cell's word claiming to have been hired by an unknown figure. "We have to find this figure, or any associates," Tyrion said. "They might already be in the city or on their way. They could be a local lord, a merchant, or a stranger from across the sea." Rin Corlys, a lean man with graying hair and keen, watchful eyes, rubbed his chin. "I'll put my birds on alert. We'll circulate descriptions of anyone seeking old Targaryen scrolls or paying for ancient lore. We can also question black market dealers. If there's contraband, they often know of it." Ser Davos nodded. "Could be we should check with the Alchemists Guild, too. They still exist, though much reduced since the days of wildfire stockpiles. If someone's dabbling in flames or forging devices, the guild might have caught a whiff." Tyrion agreed. He assigned tasks. Rin Corlys would dispatch his whisperers, while Davos would talk to the alchemists discreetly. Tyrion himself would question the prisoner again, more thoroughly, perhaps with a recognized master of laws presiding. They had to do this properly. Daenerys' reign was not about secret tortures or Star Chamber proceedings. Yet the realm's safety hung in the balance, so Tyrion was determined to press hard for answers. The following morning, Tyrion convened an official interrogation. The Master of Laws, Lord Darren Mertens, an even-tempered man in his 50s, oversaw the proceedings. Lorcas was brought into a small stone room with a single window. 2 gold cloaks stood watch. Tyrion sat at a table opposite Lorcas with Mertens off to the side, quill in hand to record the conversation. Lorcas looked jittery, shifting in his seat. Tyrion regarded him coolly. "We've given you time to rest, even fed you. Now it's time to speak plainly. Who is your employer?" Lorcas's gaze darted. "I told you I don't know his name. He wore a hood. Paid with silver stags minted in the Westerlands by the look of them." He said I should meet him again at the Crossroads Inn in 2 weeks' time with anything I found. That's all. Tyrion tapped a finger on the table. So he used Westerland's coin. That suggests either he's from the Westerlands or has access to their currency. Did he say anything else that might hint at his origin? A phrase, a mention of certain places, any accent at all? Lorcas winced, searching his memory. He had a polished way of speaking, not highborn exactly, but refined. And he used the phrase, my lord, a bit stiffly. Could be he's used to addressing a noble. I'm no cunning linguist. Tyrion studied him. Did he mention any associates? Lorcas shook his head. No. Just said he had to be discreet, that if I told anyone, I'd lose my head. Then he gave me half the silver stags. Showed me a rough map of Summerhal, circled the likely vault entrance. Tyrion frowned. So he had some knowledge of Summerhal's layout. That's not common. Did he mention the contraption at all, or just say dragon secrets? Lorcas shrugged. He said there was rumor to be an old blueprint or method to harness dragonfire. He wanted me to gather any scraps referencing it. I found only that one partial diagram and some scribbles in the vault. Then you lot nabbed me. Tyrion drummed his fingers on the table. If you were to deliver them at the Crossroads Inn in 2 weeks, you must have had a name or a sign by which he'd recognize you. Lorcas swallowed. He told me to wait in a corner booth, order mulled wine, and say black ash on the breeze to the innkeeper. Then he'd show himself, presumably. Lord Merton scribbled the phrase onto the parchment. Tyrion exchanged a look with him. That was evidently a passphrase. Very well, Tyrion said. You realize your life depends on how honest you are with us. If you're found lying, or if more conspirators appear, your cooperation might be worthless. Lorcas's face tightened. I'm telling the truth. I never wanted trouble with the crown. It was just a job. Tyrion nodded curtly. He turned to Mertens. We'll keep him in custody. Let's have our men go to the Crossroads Inn in 2 weeks, disguised, see if they can spot this hooded contact. Mertens agreed. I'll dispatch a reliable agent or two. We can coordinate with the city watch if needed. With that plan set, Tyrion left the interrogation room and found Ser Davos waiting outside in the corridor, arms folded. I overheard some of that, Davos said. Crossroads Inn in 2 weeks. Should be an interesting little setup. Tyrion's mouth twitched into a grim half-smile. Yes. We'll see if this contact shows. We might corner him, or at least discover more threads to pull. They walked together toward the courtyard. Outside, the day was bright, the sky a tender blue. The city below buzzed with commerce and chatter, a testament to how far it had come since the wars. Any luck with the Alchemists Guild? Tyrion asked. Davos made a face. They're a secretive bunch. But they claim no knowledge of newly forged contraptions or attempts at large-scale wildfire. They say their membership has shrunk drastically thanks to the Queen's restrictions on hoarding wildfire. They keep only a minimal stock for special requests, like the city's occasional need to clear rubble. Tyrion nodded, somewhat relieved. Well, at least they're not the source of the trouble. We might check with blacksmith guilds next. Someone forging unusual metal arms might have ordered special materials. If the rumored device requires odd shapes of metal, we could find a clue. Davos agreed. I'll see to it. So began a new wave of quiet investigations in King's Landing. Ring Corlys whisperers fanned out, discreetly asking about any mention of Targaryen secrets or strange commissions for metalworks. The City Watch kept an eye on travelers. Tyrion himself met with the Master of Coin to see if any suspicious large purchases of Valyrian steel or rare metals had been reported. Nothing definitive emerged, but rumors trickled in. A traveling blacksmith once claimed to be able to mimic Valyrian forging. He was likely a fraud. A merchant from Pentos inquired about dragon lore curiosities. Another rumor suggested a wealthy anonymous buyer had been scouring the Crownlands for relics tied to the Targaryen dynasty. Amid these efforts, the realm's day-to-day governance continued. Tyrion chaired councils to handle everything from city sanitation to trade expansions. He corresponded with Sansa in the north. She reported that winter snows had receded early, boosting the new planting season. She also mentioned hearing from Jon, who was traveling south to meet Daenerys in the Stormlands. The Freedmen's Charter continued to spark smaller conflicts, but most were resolved by local councils established under the new code. A fortnight passed swiftly. The day arrived when an agent would slip into the Crossroads Inn and wait for the mysterious contact. Tyrion, anxious for results, paced the Red Keep corridors. He had assigned one of Rin Corlys' most capable spies, a man named Gallus, known for his unassuming face and skill at disguise. Gallus would pose as Lorcas or claim to speak for Lorcas, using the passphrase, "black ash on the breeze." Night fell, dawn rose again, and still no word. On the second day after the planned meeting, a rider thundered into the city bearing a sealed missive for Tyrion. He tore it open in a private alcove and read. The hooded contact never appeared. Gallus waited 3 nights, repeated the passphrase. No sign of anyone answering the code. Possibly they caught wind of our trap. Tyrion cursed under his breath. So the contact must have suspected something or changed plans. He summoned Rin Corlys, who arrived, cheeks flushed with annoyance. They must have realized Lorcas was captured, Rin said. Perhaps they had watchers near Summerhal or on the road. Saw you escort Lorcas away. Tyrion exhaled. So that trail is cold. Seems so, Rin agreed. We can keep eyes on the Crossroads Inn for a while longer. But if this conspirator is cautious, they'll lie low or find another approach. A knot of frustration formed in Tyrion's chest. We can't let our guard down. Let's keep searching. Maybe the blacksmith angle or the merchant from Pentos might yield something. Days turned into weeks. A thick humidity began to settle over King's Landing, a sign that summer was truly here. Daenerys sent occasional ravens from the Stormlands, describing her visits to Evenfall Hall and Storm's End. She also mentioned that Jon Snow had joined her entourage, discussing matters of taxation and harvest expansions. The people seemed receptive to the new code. Yet no fresh leads emerged regarding the Targaryen secrets or the rumored device. Lorcas languished in the dungeons, though Tyrion ensured he was not mistreated. The cell's word insisted he knew nothing more. Meanwhile, the City Watch found no sign of a hooded figure paying large sums for contraband. Rin Corlys whispers reported minimal suspicious activity, aside from the usual swirl of petty rumors. In the midst of these quiet days, Tyrion found himself haunted by the feeling that they were missing something. He pored over the partial diagrams from Summerhal whenever he could, trying to glean details that might reveal how the device was meant to be constructed. He consulted with the Red Keep's blacksmith, who studied the sketches and pronounced them some manner of bizarre flame distiller, maybe. None of it was conclusive. Then, one sweltering afternoon, word reached Tyrion that a nondescript ship had docked in King's Landing from Pentos, bearing a merchant named Quarim who specialized in antiquities. Quarim had visited the City Watch headquarters with the unusual request of seeking an audience with the Queen or her hand about interesting Targaryen artifacts for sale. The Watch, well briefed on Tyrion's warnings, brought the matter to him at once. Tyrion felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this Quarim was connected to the conspiracy. Maybe he'd peddle the very knowledge someone sought. He arranged a meeting in a discreet chamber of the Red Keep. That evening, Quarim arrived, escorted by 2 gold cloaks. He was a portly man in fine embroidered robes, with a carefully trimmed mustache and a conspicuous ring on each finger. He bowed effusively to Tyrion, calling him Exalted Hand of the Dragon Queen, in a thick Essosi accent. Tyrion motioned him to a seat. So, Tyrion said, leaning forward, you have Targaryen artifacts? Or so you claim. Quarim dabbed sweat from his brow. Ah yes, my lord. I trade in curiosities of noble lineage. I have come across a small trove said to be from the days of King Aegon V, found in Essos after it was smuggled out of Summerhal. If your queen is interested in recovering lost Targaryen heirlooms, perhaps we can strike a bargain. Tyrion's mind raced. What sort of heirlooms? Quarim opened a leather satchel, withdrawing a single piece of metal, slender, curved, with strange markings. This is but one part of a larger item. The seller claims it was once used in experiments to harness dragon fire. Notice the runes that might be Valyrian in origin. He handed it over. Tyrion examined the metal. Indeed, it had a faint swirling pattern reminiscent of Valyrian steel, though not quite the same. The shape was unusual, one end hooking like a claw. It matched, in broad strokes, the partial sketches from Summerhal's diagrams. His pulse thudded. How did you obtain this? Quarim smiled a merchant's oily smile. I have contacts across the narrow sea. I was told to bring it here to King's Landing as the Targaryen queen might pay handsomely for relics of her forebears. If you wish to see the rest of the pieces, they can be procured, albeit for a suitable price. Tyrion forced a neutral expression. The crown might indeed be interested. Where are these pieces now? Quorum shrugged. Scattered. My suppliers in Pentos claim to have some, a buyer in Lys might have others. It is said the device was broken into many segments long ago. My role is merely to connect seller and buyer. For a fee. Tyrion concealed his growing alarm. If these pieces truly belong to the quickening device, then someone had already begun gathering them, someone who perhaps realized their potential. And who is your direct supplier? We'd prefer not to pay multiple middlemen. Quorum's eyes gleamed with cunning. Oh, that is sensitive information. I can't simply reveal it. But if the crown is serious, we can negotiate. I would require a deposit, of course. Tyrion decided to apply pressure. You might be dealing in stolen property that belongs to House Targaryen by right. If so, you're treading on dangerous ground, Master Quorum. The merchant chuckled, though sweat beaded on his forehead again. Stolen? My lord, these items were found in Essos decades ago. The crown never laid claim. I suspect the rightful ownership is murky. Tyrion set the metal piece on the table. We are prepared to pay for the safe return of Targaryen relics. But we also have ways of dealing with unscrupulous smugglers. So I suggest you cooperate fully. The queen does not look kindly on those who trade in her family's stolen artifacts for profit. Quorum fidgeted. Of course. I mean no offense. If you like, I can arrange a meeting with the principal seller in Pentos, someone who claims to have half a dozen pieces. But it would require me traveling back across the sea and a demonstration of good faith. Tyrion thought fast. This could be a trap, or it could be the break they needed to track down the entire device. He didn't want Quorum scurrying away unsupervised. We could send an envoy with you. In fact, I insist on it. Meanwhile, we'll hold you here until we can ascertain the authenticity of your claims. Quorum paled. Hold me? My lord, I came in good faith. Tyrion gave a tight smile. Then you've nothing to fear. We'll treat you as a guest, but we must be sure this is not a ruse. Once we confirm matters, we can proceed. Understood. Reluctantly, Quorum nodded. That evening, Tyrion summoned Ser Davos and Rin Corlys to discuss the new development. He showed them the curved metal piece. Davos, upon inspecting the runes, said, I've seen some Valyrian steel swords in my day, but this is different. Feels lighter, maybe less tempered. Might be partial Valyrian steel or something akin to it. Rin Corlys frowned. This merchant is either part of a ring or an unwitting stooge. Could be we can use him to lure out the real players. If we let him go back to Pentos with an envoy, we might discover who's collecting these pieces. Tyrion nodded. Agreed. We must approach carefully. We can't risk sparking an international incident or giving unscrupulous foreigners the notion that the crown is desperate. They debated for hours, finally deciding on a plan. They would arrange for Quorum to lead a small royal delegation to Pentos under the guise of verifying the authenticity of these relics. The goal was to see who possessed the other segments, then either buy them or seize them. At the same time, they'd keep watch for any sign that local lords or other conspirators in Westeros were behind it. Tyrion decided he could not leave King's Landing indefinitely. Daenerys was still on progress and the capital required leadership. But Ser Davos volunteered. I know how to slip in and out of ports, he said with a crooked smile. I can command a small ship discreetly. If Quorum tries to double-cross us, we'll handle it. Tyrion liked the idea. Davos's smuggler instincts might prove invaluable. They chose 4 gold cloaks and 2 of Rin Corlys' best whisperers to accompany Davos. Once Quorum was assured he wouldn't be traveling alone, he seemed to relax, claiming he was delighted to serve as a broker. Within a week, Ser Davos and his small party set sail from King's Landing aboard a swift royal cutter named the Sea Falcon. Quorum accompanied them, though he wore the expression of a man who was both excited by potential profit and terrified of crossing the crown. Tyrion stood on the docks, watching the ship vanish into the haze of the bay. He felt a swirl of apprehension. If the relic pieces were truly in Pentos, they might draw the attention of powerful men, magisters, Sellsword captains, or even shadowy warlocks from the east. On returning to the Red Keep, Tyrion poured a cup of watered wine and tried to calm his mind. He wondered if Daenerys would want to know about this latest plan. He weighed sending a raven. But she was deep in the Stormlands, forging local alliances. Perhaps it was best to wait until Davos returned with concrete information. The last thing Tyrion wanted was for Daenerys to worry. Days slid by. Tyrion corresponded with Daenerys about routine matters. The Freedmen's Charter expansions, local Stormlands charters, new trade routes. He told her only that a small delegation had gone to Pentos to investigate the retrieval of certain Targaryen artifacts. He did not mention the device or the underlying threat just yet, not until he had more to share. He resumed normal duties, but each evening found him restless. The city sweltered under the summer sun with a dryness that left citizens complaining. Tyrion wandered the castle gardens at dusk, the only time the air felt tolerable. Sometimes he pictured what might happen if a new set of contraptions were built to stoke unstoppable flames. The Freedmen's Charter, the Constitution, the Great Councils, none of that would save them from a cataclysmic blaze. At last, on a scorching afternoon, the Sea Falcon returned, gliding into the harbor. Tyrion was notified at once. He rushed to the docks where he found Ser Davos disembarking with a grim set to his mouth. Quarm followed, looking even more portly in the humid heat, sweat staining his robes. Tyrion greeted Davos with impatience. "Well," Davos exhaled, "we reached Pentos." Quarm made contact with the supplier, but it appears we were expected. The moment we arrived at the arranged warehouse, a group of armed sellswords attacked. We fought our way out. Some of them shouted about our liege, not wanting Targaryen meddlers. We did salvage a crate containing more metal pieces, but no sign of the buyer or the ultimate paymaster. Tyrion felt dread coil in his stomach. "So they tried to kill you?" Davos said. "We lost one gold cloak, the others were wounded. We retreated to the ship. As for the crate, look." He gestured, and 2 gold cloaks came forward carrying a heavy wooden box. They pried it open carefully. Inside lay several curved rods and jointed brackets of that same strange metal bearing partial runes. Tyrion recognized them from the sketches. "How many?" Tyrion asked, gazing into the box. Davos counted. 6 pieces, maybe enough to form part of a ring or frame. The smugglers were loading them onto a cart when we interfered. We seized the crate, fled. Quarm was no help in the fight, but at least he didn't betray us. Tyrion shot Quarm a dark look. The merchant lifted his hands defensively. "I had no idea they would turn violent. I swear. They must have known the crown wouldn't simply pay. I barely escaped with my life." Davos continued. "We questioned one wounded sellsword. He died before giving a name, but he spat out that his master is someone in Westeros with a claim to fire and blood. That's all we got." "Fire and blood," the Targaryen words, Tyrion muttered. "A pretender, or some relative, or simply someone fixated on Targaryen power. Gods." He stared at the battered crate. They had more pieces of this puzzle now, literally. Yet the rest might still be out there. And an unknown conspirator. "We'll store these under guard in the deepest vaults of the Red Keep," Tyrion decided. "No one sees them except with my permission." He turned to Quarm. "You may have told the truth, but your role in all this is questionable. For now, you remain under watch. If you cooperate fully, perhaps you'll earn your freedom." Quarm mopped his brow, nodding fervently. "I'll do whatever you wish. I had no desire to cross swords with those men." Tyrion and Davos hauled the crate into the Red Keep. With Rin Corlys present, they sealed it in a secure storeroom guarded by 6 gold cloaks. Then they retired to Tyrion's solar, where a pitcher of cool water and a tray of bread awaited. The heat pressed in through the thick stones. They sat at a broad table, fanning themselves. "So we have more fragments of this blasted contraption," Davos muttered. "But we nearly lost men over it. And we still know nothing about the mastermind." Tyrion sipped water. "He claims to have a right to fire and blood, so presumably he fancies himself a Targaryen claimant. Or an ally to such a claimant. The trouble is, after the wars, we thought all Targaryens besides Daenerys were dead. Jon's heritage was revealed, but he's with Daenerys, not conspiring in the shadows. So who else?" Davos shrugged. "Could be a fraud. Some distant offshoot who has Targaryen blood through an old marriage. Or it could be a cunning lord who just wants to resurrect the Targaryen mystique for power." Tyrion stared out the window, listening to gulls cry over the harbor. "We mustn't let it fester. I'll write to Daenerys, inform her of the danger. She'll want to come back, no doubt, but she's in the midst of winning deeper loyalty from the Stormlands." Davos frowned. "We can handle this for now, but she should be aware." Tyrion called for parchment and quill. He penned a detailed letter to Daenerys, summarizing all that had happened since he left Summerhal, the interrogation of Lorcas, the crossroads in plan that failed, the trip to Pentos, the skirmish, and the partial contraption recovered. He urged her caution in the Stormlands. If a hidden claimant existed, they might attempt to sow discord wherever they could. The next day, Tyrion sealed the letter and dispatched it via Raven to Storm's End. Then he returned to the daily tasks of governance, pushing aside his unease as best he could. The Freedmen's Charter continued to require minor arbitration. A new wave of trade opportunities had emerged with the Summer Islands, and the Master of Coin demanded Tyrion's input on adjusting tariffs. Even without Daenerys in the capital, the wheels of the realm turned ceaselessly. A week passed before Tyrion received a reply from Daenerys. The Raven brought a short but firm message: "I am returning to King's Landing as soon as I finish a final engagement at Harvest Hall. Expect me within 10 days. Jon Snow will remain behind to finish negotiations with the Stormlords, but I must see these contraption fragments myself. The realm cannot be left in ignorance if a pretender is stirring." Tyrion breathed relief. At least she was well informed. He dreaded telling her the next portion. They still had no clue who the conspirator might be. Ring Corlys informants had scoured the city for rumors of a hidden Targaryen scion. Some claimed a silver-haired woman was spotted in the alleys, likely nonsense. Others suggested a priest of Lawlor had come from Essos spouting prophecy about a new dragon king. But no credible leads. 9 days later, word reached the capital that Daenerys was nearing the city. Tyrion hurried to prepare for her arrival. By mid-morning, horns sounded from the southern gate. She'd arrived with a retinue of Unsullied plus a small cadre of Stormlands knights who had joined her as an escort. Regal and Viserion soared overhead, their cries echoing across the rooftops. The sight drew crowds of onlookers. People cheered the returning queen. Tyrion joined the gold cloaks at the main courtyard. When Daenerys rode in, dust swirling around the hooves of her white mare, the crowd parted. She dismounted gracefully, attire practical for travel, dark riding leathers, a single dragon clasp at her shoulder. Grey Worm flanked her, expression stoic. Missandei was absent, likely still in the Stormlands with Jon or handling some errand. Tyrion bowed. Daenerys extended her hand and he clasped it lightly. "Your Grace," he said. She looked weary but resolute. "Tyrion, take me to the contraption fragments at once." He nodded. No time for pleasantries. He led her into the Red Keep, through corridors bustling with officials who bowed as they passed. Finally, they reached the guarded storeroom. The gold cloak stepped aside and Tyrion unlocked the heavy door with a ring of keys. Inside, the crate from Pentos rested upon a stout table watched over by 2 stern guards. Daenerys approached, leaning over to lift the lid. She gazed at the twisted metal rods, a glimmer of disquiet in her eyes. Carefully, she picked up one piece. Her lips pressed into a thin line. "This matches the sketches from Summerhal's vault. So it's real." Tyrion folded his arms. Ser Davos and his men fought to retrieve these. The would-be sellers are likely connected to whoever's gathering the rest. We suspect it's incomplete, some pieces remain out there. Daenerys turned the metal in her hands, studying the runic markings. If assembled, might it replicate the same conditions that led to the tragedy at Summerhal? Or harness some variant of dragonfire? "I won't let that be unleashed on my realm." Grey Worm spoke softly. "We can search every corner of the city, Your Grace, but the conspirator may be elsewhere, maybe in the Westerlands or the Reach or even across the sea." She set the rod back in the crate, face set with determination. "We must do so. The Freedmen's Charter, the stability we've built, none of it will matter if someone unleashes a second catastrophe." Tyrion cleared his throat. "Your Grace, do you wish to remain in the capital now or return to your progress? The Stormlands might feel slighted if you cut your visit short. But this is urgent." Daenerys frowned, considering. "Jon can handle the final negotiations. The Stormlords are nearly settled with him. This matter is more pressing. I should be here, coordinating the search. And if a pretender lurks, trying to claim Targaryen blood, I'd best be in King's Landing, where I can respond swiftly." Tyrion nodded. "As you will. I'll arrange a small council meeting at once." So Daenerys took up residence again in her chambers, and that very evening, Tyrion assembled a war council in the Red Keep's largest meeting hall. In attendance were Grey Worm, Ring Corlys, Ser Davos, and a handful of other key officials. They lit a long table with torches, unrolled maps of Westeros and Essos, and placed the crate of contraption pieces on a side table for reference. Daenerys opened the session with crisp resolve. "We face an unknown threat, someone who wants to reassemble or replicate a device that nearly destroyed Summerhal decades ago. My ancestors paid dearly for their hubris. We must not let history repeat. We also suspect this figure claims a right to fire and blood," the Targaryen words implying a false claimant. "I want strategies. How do we root them out?" Ring Corlys stepped forward, tapping the map. "We know they had agents in Pentos. Pentos is a city-state that often deals with the wealthy magisters. If they're gathering pieces, they might have contacts in Volantis, Lys, or even Karth. But that's a wide net." Davos folded his arms. "We can't chase them across every free city. Maybe we can smoke them out by letting it be known we have some pieces in our possession. If the conspirator wants a full set, they might come for ours. Tyrion raised a brow. That's risky. If we bait them, we risk an infiltration or an assault on the Red Keep. Though we do have dragons. Daenerys considered. Dragons can deter open assault, but cunning enemies strike from the shadows. If they believe we keep these fragments in the keep, they might bribe or blackmail guards or attempt sabotage. Grey Worm stepped in. We can fortify the storeroom further and rotate guards. Perhaps we spread a rumor that we're willing to sell the fragments or trade them to any rightful Targaryen heir. That might lure out the conspirator. Daenerys lifted her chin. An interesting notion, offer them for a public price, disclaiming that if any true Targaryen relative wants to stake a claim, they must come forward. But it might provoke confusion or panic among the lords who hear we're dealing in dangerous relics. Tyrion sighed. Whatever approach we take, subtlety is key. If we go too public, we might alarm the realm. The Freedmen's Charter might overshadow everything else, but if rumors spread that a new Targaryen pretender is conjuring a doomsday device, we'll have panic. They debated late into the night. Eventually, they settled on a compromise. Ren Corlys whisperers would start discreet rumors in the underworld that the crown had partial fragments and sought to purchase or negotiate for the rest in hopes of destroying them. But no mention of any official public sale. The idea was to create an opening for the conspirator to approach them. Meanwhile, the Red Keep's security would be tightened around the storeroom and watchers would monitor any unusual visitors or attempts to break in. Before they adjourned, Daenerys placed a hand on Tyrion's shoulder. We'll solve this, she said quietly. I won't let a single shadow undo the peace we've built. Tyrion nodded, meeting her gaze. Nor will I. One way or another, we'll expose this pretender. In the days that followed, Ren Corlys' network spread the rumor that the crown possessed pieces of a Targaryen relic and would consider purchasing the remaining shards if anyone had them. The message seeped into the city's black markets, then drifted outward with traveling merchants. At the same time, Daenerys quietly increased patrols around the Red Keep, instructing the gold cloaks to question suspicious foreigners. Tyrion oversaw the details, ensuring that no lord would suspect the crown of fueling some new madness. Weeks passed with no immediate bite. Day after day, the city carried on. Freedmen haggled in markets, guilds hammered out deals, the small folk sweated under the summer sun. Daenerys resumed her normal audiences, hearing petitions from minor lords about disputes or trade expansions. Tyrion began to wonder if the conspirator had gone to ground for good. Then, one afternoon, a whiff of news arrived. A roving minstrel from the Westeros turned up at a gold cloak checkpoint near the Lion Gate, claiming to bring a private letter from a friend of House Targaryen. The minstrel said only that he was told to deliver it to the queen's hand, no one else. The gold cloaks, wary, escorted him to the Red Keep. Tyrion accepted the letter under guard, dismissing the minstrel after verifying he knew nothing else. Tyrion retreated to his office, Daenerys by his side. They stood alone, the door bolted. Tyrion slit the wax seal and unfolded the parchment. A faint scent of perfume wafted out. The handwriting was bold but elegant. To the hand of the Dragon Queen. You claim to hold fragments of the device once used by Aegon V at Summerhal. Perhaps you wish them destroyed. We hold the rest. We prefer them assembled for a grander purpose. If your queen is wise, she will negotiate. We propose a meeting in secret at the deserted fortress of Hayford, 3 days' ride from King's Landing, at dusk on the next new moon. Bring no more than 3 companions, and we shall do likewise. We shall see if the realm is ready for the true legacy of House Targaryen. Sign your next raven to me with the words, Dragons Remember. Then we will know you intend to parley. No signature. No name. But the implication was clear. They had the other pieces, they wanted a meeting, and they believed they had the right to House Targaryen's legacy. Daenerys' hand trembled slightly as she reread it. They're bold, inviting us to meet in a fortress. Hayford is mostly in ruins since the wars. No one lives there but a few squatters. Tyrion frowned. It's near the Crownlands. The location is convenient for them, close to the city. They say we hold the rest of the device. If that's true, it's a chance to secure everything in one place and either see it destroyed or keep it from them. But it reeks of a trap. Daenerys set the parchment aside. If we go in force, they'll vanish. If we go with few numbers, we risk an ambush. But I'm tired of chasing shadows. We must confront them. Tyrion nodded slowly. Agreed. We can plan carefully. Perhaps have dragons overhead hidden at a distance. We must, at the same time, ensure they can't slip away with the rest of the device. Daenerys took a breath. We'll do it. The new moon is in 10 days. That gives us time to prepare. I'll answer with the phrase dragons remember so they know we're coming. Then we set a trap of our own. They moved quickly. Tyrion composed a coded letter, entrusted it to a loyal raven handler, sending it to the location specified by the minstrel with the phrase dragons remember. For the next days, Daenerys and Tyrion strategized in secret. They would ride out in small numbers to maintain the illusion of vulnerability, but behind them, Grey Worm would lead a hidden contingent of Unsullied, creeping close enough to intervene if needed. Daenerys also intended to have Rhaegal and Viserion circle nearby. She might not bring them swooping down immediately, but their presence could end any betrayal swiftly. As the day approached, a hush of tension gripped the Red Keep. Only a handful of trusted advisors knew the plan. Even Ser Davos was told to remain in the city, ready to respond if things went awry. The Freedmen's Charter and daily governance continued, but a shadow loomed behind every mundane task. Daenerys insisted on personally attending the parley. Tyrion recognized that she wouldn't be deterred. At last, the new moon came. Night sky was dark, stars bright. Daenerys, Tyrion, and Grey Worm departed the Red Keep at midday, riding inconspicuously. They had only 4 additional Unsullied with them in visible escort. Another 40 traveled in secret, taking a separate route to approach Hayford. Meanwhile, the dragons soared overhead at intervals, though from a distance. The ride was long but uneventful. Tyrion found the hush of the countryside unnerving. They passed only a few peasants who barely looked up from their chores. By dusk, they glimpsed the silhouette of Hayford, a low, ruined fortress of crumbling walls and a half-collapsed keep. Weeds choked the courtyard. No banners flew. In the last war, Lannister forces had partially burned it and no one had truly rebuilt. They dismounted near a gap in the walls. Daenerys, dressed in a dark riding cloak, stepped forward with Tyrion at her side. Grey Worm and the 4 Unsullied lingered behind, scanning for signs of movement. A hush lay over the ruin, broken only by the soft chirr of cicadas in the summer night. Tyrion's heart thudded. "We're here," he murmured. "If they're true to their word, they should appear soon." No torches were visible. The sky deepened to black. Tyrion could almost taste the tension. Then, from the shadows of the collapsed keep, figures emerged, 3 of them, shapes gliding closer. Each wore a hooded cloak. They halted some 20 paces away, faces obscured by the gloom. A voice spoke, low but carrying. "We see the queen and her hand." "Good. Let us speak civilly." Daenerys drew herself up. "Step into the moonlight that we may see you." The figure hesitated, then pulled back the hood. A woman with silver blonde hair in a neat braid. She wasn't Daenerys's age, perhaps older by a few years, lines at the corners of her eyes. She had a proud carriage, her chin lifted. In the faint moonlight, Tyrion discerned Targaryen-like features, pale hair, violet-tinged eyes. His breath caught. Daenerys stiffened. "Who are you?" The woman's voice resonated, oddly regal. "I am Hera of House Targaryen." Or so my mother claimed. She was the granddaughter of Prince Rhaegal, exiled to Essos after certain tragedies. "For years I remained hidden, watching your conquests from afar, biding my time. I do not seek to dethrone you, Daenerys Stormborn, but I do insist that Targaryen knowledge belongs to all of our blood." Tyrion's mind raced. Could this lineage be valid? Prince Rhaegal had fathered children, but records were murky. Many had died or vanished. Some might have escaped to Essos, living quietly. It was possible. Or she could be a fraud who happened to have silver hair. Daenerys's posture was coiled. "If you truly are of my blood, why skulk in shadows, hiring thieves to rummage Summerhal's vaults?" Hera's lips tightened. "Because I doubted you would share. The device is Targaryen heritage. I believe it can kindle new life in dormant dragon eggs if done correctly. You rely on your 3 living dragons, but the realm needs more to secure its future. The Targaryens have always been the dragon lords." Daenerys's eyes flashed. "That device caused Summerhal's fire, killing my ancestors. You speak of forging more dragons, but that experiment ended in tragedy." Hera's expression flickered with resentment. "They failed because they lacked the final piece, the knowledge of Valyrian blood combined with the correct sequence of flame. I have studied ancient scrolls in Essos. We can succeed. Think of it, cousin, an entire generation of dragons to protect Westeros from any threat." Tyrion stepped forward, voice tight. "Or burn it to cinders if it goes awry. And what if you're sneaking about with mercenaries, attacking Davos's men in Pentos?" Hera cast him a sharp look. "I had to protect the fragments. I never ordered your men's death, but some loyal guards took matters into their own hands. I regret that. But you forced my hand by seizing pieces that rightfully belonged to Targaryen heirs." Grey Worm shifted, scanning the darkness for the other 2 hooded figures. They stood quietly, one a lean man with a crossbow at his belt, the other possibly female as well. Daenerys exhaled. If your claim is genuine, you are still misguided. We cannot replicate the birth of dragons with some contraption. And even if we could, the risk is too great. The realm is at peace, forging a future free of the madness that consumed my father and others. I will not resurrect that madness. Hera's expression hardened. So you say, but you sit on the throne alone with only 3 dragons. If they die, House Targaryen's living flame ends. We should multiply them, ensure Targaryen dominion endures. My mother taught me that a Targaryen must always keep the bloodline's power strong. Tyrion saw the fervor in her eyes. This was no casual pretender, she truly believed in the old Targaryen creed of fire and blood. And if the Freedman's Charter or the new code conflicts with your vision of dominion, he asked softly. Hera flicked him a glance. Freedom of the small folk is fine, so long as House Targaryen remains supreme. Let us not pretend your charters can stand forever if no dragons live. People fear dragons, and that fear keeps them in line. My approach is to ensure the Targaryen line's unbreakable strength. Daenerys's cheeks reddened. Fear is not the bedrock of the realm we're building. I've seen what happens when kings rule by terror. We strive for a realm built on justice. Hera gave a faint, pitying smile. Justice is fleeting, cousin. Fire endures. Tyrion felt the tension snap like a drawn bow. So you want the device? You expect us to hand over the fragments we possess so you can risk another Summerhal disaster? Hera's mouth set in a line. I came to propose a partnership. Daenerys, you and I can stand together, gather the eggs from the Shadowlands or from old caches, use the device properly, and birth a new flight of dragons. Both our claims recognized 2 Targaryens forging an era of unstoppable power. No foreign threat, no rebellious lords. The Freedman's Charter might remain if you wish. But the realm would bow willingly if confronted by a legion of dragons. Daenerys's eyes flashed with contempt. That is not the realm I want. A brittle silence followed. Hera's face twisted with disappointment. Then you are a fool, squandering your inheritance. I had hoped. She paused, sorrow flickering in her gaze, then turned to steel. If you won't join me, then you stand in my way. But I am not ungrateful for your service in reclaiming the throne from pretenders like Cersei. Perhaps you only need time to see reason. Grey Worm's stance shifted. Tyrion felt the moment teeter on a knife's edge. Surrender the rest of the device, Tyrion said, voice firm, and we'll consider mercy. But you cannot leave here with it. We won't let you imperil the realm. Hera's 2 hooded companions stirred, hands drifting to weapons. Hera let out a soft laugh. Mercy. I see. If that's your stance, I fear we have no deal. We have enough fragments that, even without yours, we can attempt the hatching. But I'd prefer to complete the device. Are you so certain you can keep me from it forever? Daenerys's voice rang out unwavering. Yes. Stand down. This ends now. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Hera gave a sharp gesture with her hand. The crossbowman whipped out his bow, aiming at Daenerys. Grey Worm lunged forward with lightning speed. A bolt whistled through the air, missing Daenerys by inches and clattering off stone. Grey Worm's spear thrust impaled the crossbowman's shoulder, knocking him back with a cry of pain. Tyrion stumbled aside as one of the hooded figures flung a small flask, a swirl of green. Wildfire? No, Tyrion realized it was some kind of flash powder, for it erupted in a blinding glare and smoke. Chaos exploded in the courtyard. Daenerys coughed, eyes watering. Grey Worm bellowed commands. The 4 Unsullied who waited outside the ruin sprang in, spears leveled. Hera turned, her face half-lit by the flash. We depart, she hissed to her wounded companion, who staggered, bleeding. The other figure hurled another small vial. This time Tyrion recognized the sizzling green tinge. This was wildfire. He shouted a warning, but it was too late. The vial smashed near a crumbled stone arch, igniting in a blast of emerald flame. Heat roared, tongues of green fire licking upward. Tyrion scrambled to shield Daenerys, heart hammering. She coughed, batting away smoke. Grey Worm, stop them, she yelled. Grey Worm and the Unsullied lunged through the swirling smoke, but Hera and her allies had darted behind a broken wall, vanishing into the gloom. The smoke thickened, choking. Tyrion could hardly see. He heard scuffling, cursing, the clang of steel. Another surge of flame lit the night with lurid green. Abruptly, a deafening roar filled the air as Regal descended from above, responding to the chaos. His massive wings stirred dust and ash. The green flames seemed to flicker under the gust. Tyrion glimpsed Hera's shape sprinting beyond the collapsed keep, one ally dragging the wounded crossbowman. The Unsullied in pursuit, but the swirling smoke hampered them. Then Regal unleashed a torrent of normal dragon fire, searing the stones near the wildfire's heart, trying to burn it out. The collision of green wildfire and red-orange dragon flame created an explosion of steam and sparks. Tyrion yelped, flinging himself prone. Daenerys staggered, but Grey Worm seized her arm, dragging her to safety behind a jutting wall. Moments later, the roar subsided. The worst of the wildfire burned off quickly, leaving scorched stone and thick smoke. Tyrion coughed, scanning for sign of Hera. The Unsullied scrambled around, searching. Grey Worm returned, face grim. They're gone, vanished into the darkness. Might have had horses hidden. We found some footprints, leads to the eastern side. Tyrion's heart pounded. Gods, they had wildfire. This is no idle threat. Daenerys emerged from behind the wall, hair singed at the edges, face smeared with soot. Her eyes blazed with anger. They dared attack me with wildfire, near my own dragons? If Hera is truly Targaryen by blood, she's chosen the path of madness. Tyrion put a hand to his chest, trying to steady his breathing. We're lucky the damage was minimal. That was a small flask, but enough to kill us if we'd been too close. Grey Worm's voice was grim. We must mount a full search of the area. But with the smoke and nightfall, they likely escaped. Daenerys looked at the scorched stones, her expression bleak. So we have our answer. Hera Targaryen, or so she calls herself, is real, and she wants to create more dragons by any means. Tyrion pressed his lips tight. Yes. And she has at least some portion of that device. She has men willing to fight for her, maybe more. And she's cunning enough to vanish when cornered. Daenerys turned to him. We need every resource, every ally, to stop her. If she tries to gather dragon eggs or create a conflagration, the realm is at risk. The Freedmen's Charter, the Code, all our work, none of it will matter if we're plunged into war or devastation. Tyrion nodded. Agreed. We must rally the lords, or at least your loyal houses, to track her. If she truly claims Targaryen blood, some might be tempted by the old ways. We must show them this is not the path of the future. A swirl of painful smoke drifted by, stinging Tyrion's eyes. In that moment, he recalled all the labors they had undertaken to build a better world. Now a single pretender threatened to tear it all down in the name of Targaryen heritage. He clenched his fists. He would not allow that to happen. Daenerys looked around at the battered ruin. Rhaegal circled overhead, roaring his agitation. The few remaining tongues of green flame sputtered on the stones, then fizzled out. We return to King's Landing at once, Daenerys commanded. There, we plan our next move. If Hera wants war, we'll meet her, but not on her terms. The realm stands behind the rightful queen, the rightful hope for a freer future. Tyrion bowed his head. Yes, your grace. Let's ensure we preserve what we've built. And so, under the star-strewn sky, they departed the smoldering ruin of Hayford. The new moon's darkness seemed symbolic of the shadows into which Hera and her conspirators had fled. But Daenerys's company rode with grim resolve. They had faced illusions of Targaryen power before, mad kings, misguided scions, illusions of unstoppable might, and triumphed at a terrible cost. This time, they would stand united, determined not to let a new wave of fire and blood devour the realm. Tyrion Lannister felt the weight of what lay ahead, but he also felt a flicker of the same dogged hope that had guided him from the start, that cleverness, cooperation, and a refusal to yield to terror might once more preserve the fragile dawn they had fought so hard to bring about. Thus they rode, the Freedmen's Charter and the new code still guiding Westeros, even as an old name rose from the ashes, threatening to plunge them all back into darkness. The future was uncertain, the threat of hidden flame looming, but Tyrion and Daenerys would face it side by side in the realm they had shaped through wits and will. And so their story continued, forging ahead in a land that had once seemed doomed to endless war, now struggling to hold onto the fragile promise of a better age. Tyrion Lannister entered the Red Keep's courtyard by lamp light, shaking off the weariness of a long ride from Hayford. He had left that ruined fortress just hours before, traveling through a moonless night with Queen Daenerys and their small retinue. The acrid tang of wildfire still clung to his clothes, and the memory of emerald flames danced at the edge of his mind. In all his years, despite witnessing more than his share of infernos and explosions, he still felt a chill whenever he recalled that burst of green. This time, it had been used not by Cersei or a deranged pyromancer, but by a woman claiming to be of Targaryen blood, Hera, who believed she could create new dragons through a device that once doomed King Aegon V at Summerhal. Rhaegal had circled above them all the way back, an anxious presence in the star-riddled sky, as though he sensed his queen's disquiet. The night was sultry, the air as thick as a tapestry, and the city's stone walls still exhaled daytime heat. Tyrion dismounted gingerly and handed his reins to a stable boy who bowed in haste. He felt every bruise in his body from diving to avoid that crossbow bolt. Grey Worm, unspeaking as ever, gestured instructions to the Unsullied, who formed a protective ring around Daenerys. She looked exhausted, her silver-gold hair matted with sweat and soot, her riding leathers streaked with ash from the wildfire. Yet her eyes gleamed with an unspent fury that Tyrion knew too well. Daenerys Targaryen was never more dangerous than when someone threatened the realm she had fought so hard to shape. They stepped inside the keep. By prior arrangement, a handful of key figures waited in a small receiving hall, torches spluttering along the stone walls. Ser Davos stood among them, fiddling with the cuff of his leather sleeve. Ring Corlys, master of whisperers, was there too, wearing the wary expression of a man braced for bad news. A few gold-cloaked captains hovered at the fringes. The Freedmen's Charter, the realm's new code, the day-to-day affairs of governance, none of that truly mattered in this moment, overshadowed by the knowledge of someone out in the dark, someone who wore the Targaryen name and brandished wildfire. Tyrion spoke first, voice echoing in the hall. We encountered an ambush at Hayford. Wildfire used against us, thank the gods it was a small amount. The woman who calls herself Hera Targaryen is real, and she escaped. The details poured out, the crossbow bolt that nearly struck Daenerys, the swirling smoke, the reveal of Hera's claim to be descended from Prince Regal, her talk of forging a new era of Targaryen might by hatching more dragons. Ser Davos whistled under his breath. "Seven save us." Another Targaryen line, or someone who believes it fervently enough to kill for it. "You're certain she survived?" Grey Worm answered flatly, "Yes. She fled into the night with 2 allies. We found tracks leading east, but we lost them. The region was too large to comb in darkness." Daenerys' exhaustion gave way to the steady steel in her tone. She wants to harness a device that nearly burned Summerhal to rubble, all in the name of conjuring new dragons. She claims to share my blood, yet she brandishes wildfire and calls me a fool for forging a realm built on law rather than fear. Ring Corlys' face grew grave. "We must assume she has a network, money, men, perhaps more. She claimed a right to fire and blood. That might stir certain Targaryen sympathizers." Tyrion exhaled. "Yes. And if she secures enough pieces of that contraption, she could attempt to replicate Summerhal's tragedy. We have some fragments hidden in the Red Keep. She has others. This is a puzzle that must never be completed." Daenerys steadied herself. "We meet in council at first light. For now, see to it that the Red Keep's defenses are on high alert. Rin, your whisperers must chase every lead, anyone who might harbor illusions of Targaryen dominion by the old ways. Davos, ensure the harbor watch is vigilant. If Hera tries to slip away by sea, we must know." They bowed or murmured assent. Daenerys turned on her heel, heading for her private chambers in the keep. Tyrion followed, accompanied by Grey Worm. Only when they reached the queen's antechamber did she allow herself a moment to slump against a wall, pinching the bridge of her nose. Tyrion spoke gently. "Your Grace, you've traveled half the night after a near disaster. You should rest." "I will," she replied, though her voice vibrated with tension. "But my mind won't be quiet. This realm we've built stands on a delicate foundation: Freedmen's Charter, local charters for each region, the Great Council system for succession. It's an edifice of laws and cooperation. Now this woman emerges, bearing Targaryen features and old fanaticism. If she whips up rumors that I spurn my own heritage, if she unleashes havoc with dragonfire, the realm could fracture from fear." Tyrion rubbed a knot in his shoulder. "We won't let it come to that. You overcame Cersei, you overcame the long night. We'll handle this as well." She nodded wearily, summoning a half-smile of thanks. "Then let's talk in the morning, after we've had a scrap of sleep." Tyrion bowed and took his leave. On his way to his own chambers, he pondered how frail peace could be. He recalled every step they had taken, from the Freedmen's Charter hammered out in Meereen, transplanted to Westeros, to the new code that gave each region a measure of self-rule. They had labored to break the cycle of tyranny. Now, ironically, a self-proclaimed Targaryen threatened to reimpose that cycle under the guise of true legacy. It was enough to make him want to drain a cask of wine on the spot. But he refrained, simply removing his sooty clothes, washing in a basin of tepid water, and finally collapsing on the bed. His sleep was shallow, haunted by flickers of green flame. Come morning, a small council convened in the refurbished council chamber, just as Daenerys had ordered. The queen arrived in a simple gown of dark fabric, hair tied back. Tyrion, Ser Davos, Grey Worm, and Rin Corlys attended, as well as Lord Mertens, the Master of Laws, and Ed Araglover, an envoy from the north who happened to be in the capital for other matters. Missandei was still away with Jon Snow in the Stormlands, unfortunate timing, but there was no help for it. Tyrion outlined the threat for them all. Rin Corlys reported that watchers at the gates and docks had not spotted any sign of Hera or her allies, though it was possible they traveled incognito. Adara Glover listened in somber silence, occasionally meeting Tyrion's gaze with dark concern. She represented Sansa's interests, and the North would not be pleased to hear of an emerging Targaryen pretender who threatened the fragile peace. Daenerys addressed them all in a clear, resonant tone. We must treat Hera as a real danger. She claims to be a descendant of regal Targaryen exiled decades ago. We know House Targaryen had many branches, some died out, some rumored to have vanished across the sea. Whether she's a true scion or not hardly matters if she can gather support. In the eyes of fearful or power-hungry lords, she might seem a more traditional Targaryen, unafraid to rule by fear. She also commands at least some store of wildfire. We suspect she's forging that old contraption that once doomed Summerhal. She paused, scanning the room. We cannot let her vanish from our sight. We can neither ignore her nor let her claim that she alone will champion the true Targaryen heritage. The Freedmen's Charter stands as proof that we have walked away from the tyranny of the past, but that does not mean we have forsaken House Targaryen's strength. Grey Worm inclined his head. I can dispatch patrols throughout the Crownlands, coordinate with local lords to search for unknown visitors or hidden camps. If she's near, we'll find her. Lord Mertens tapped his quill against parchment. Meanwhile, we can send word to the Reach, the Westerlands, even the Vale. Let them know a pretender stirs, brandishing wildfire. Ask them to watch for signs of infiltration or recruitment. We've at least half the realm's lords on our side, grateful for the stability we've brought. If they see trouble, they'll warn us. Daenerys nodded. And the North, please communicate with Lady Sansa. Let her know we may need northern support if Hera becomes a military threat. We would prefer not to provoke alarm, but we can't hide this either. Adara Glover looked resolute. I'll send a raven to Winterfell at once. Lady Sansa and King Jon have pledged their full support to your reign. This new pretender is no friend to the North. Davos cleared his throat. Aye, but we must keep our people calm. If word spreads of another Targaryen conjuring dragons, we might see panic. The Freedmen's Charter is still being implemented in many pockets. Fear can lead to backlash if lords suspect the Queen is losing her grip. Tyrion nodded gloomily. We walk a knife's edge. Let's keep the public story simple. A rogue claiming Targaryen blood is meddling with forbidden wildfire. The Crown will handle it. We do not need to parade the device fragments or mention any detail that might spark rumors of unstoppable flame. If we show confidence and unity, I doubt many will rally to Hera's cause. They concluded with a plan. The City Watch, Unsullied, and Rin Corlys whisperers would expand their net, scouring for any sign of Hera or her followers. Raven messages would go out to loyal lords, urging them to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, Daenerys would oversee daily governance as if unruffled. The Freedmen's Charter was to be enforced, the new code upheld, so the realm would see that the Queen remained firmly at the helm. Yet as days passed, no sign of Hera emerged. Tyrion spent much of his time trudging through the city, reviewing the Watch's reports, speaking with Rin's informants, scanning for infiltration. Nothing. Grey Worm's patrols rode far along the Rose Road, up to the Crownland's edges, with no luck. Occasional rumors drifted in. Someone claimed a silver-haired woman had been spotted on the Windwater, but that turned out to be a Lyseni merchant. Another rumor placed her in the hinterlands near Tumbleton, or sneaking into the city as a septa. None were verified. Daenerys tried to focus on her queenly duties. She presided over a dispute between freedmen farmers and a local landlord who refused to grant them rights to keep a portion of the harvest. She heard petitions from Dorne about certain trade routes. Tyrion watched her closely. She performed her role impeccably, never betraying the anxiety that simmered beneath. But in private, when they shared a glass of chilled wine in her solar, she admitted her frustration. I'd almost prefer Hera staged another open provocation. This waiting in shadows, not knowing what she plans. It's worse for my nerves. Tyrion sympathized. It's a game of cat and mouse, though we're not sure who's the cat. She has an advantage in that she can move in secret, while we must remain visible. But the realm stands behind you. If she tries to gather an army, we'll hear of it. Unless she conjures dragons first, Daenerys murmured, her tone grim. She spoke so fervently of forging new eggs to life. Even if it's madness, madness can still kill. In the second week after the incident at Hayford, word arrived from the north. Sansa wrote that she had heard of no suspicious Targaryen-like arrivals. She vowed that the north would stand ready should the crown need men. Another raven arrived from Dorne, where Princess Arianne Martell likewise reported quiet in the south. So far, no sign of Hera. It seemed she had vanished as thoroughly as a shadow at sunrise. Then a fresh puzzle landed at Tyrion's feet. Late one afternoon, he was in the council chamber discussing the Freedmen's Charter enforcement with Davos and Missandei, who had recently returned from the Stormlands, when a Goldcloak messenger barged in, breathless. "My Lord Hand, we've reports from the port that a ship carrying contraband was seized by the harbor watch. They found crates of strange metal rods matching the Queen's contraption fragments. The crates were heading for a private warehouse near Flea Bottom. The label said spices and tools, but inside these odd lengths of steel." Tyrion's heart lurched. More pieces? Who owns that warehouse? The messenger hesitated. Records say it's leased to a minor merchant clan from the Westerlands, House Carrick. But rumor has it the Real occupant keeps a low profile. We suspect a front for black market dealings. Tyrion looked at Missandei and Davos. This was new and urgent. Let's go at once. We need to see these rods and question whomever might be behind them. They rowed to the docks under a blazing sun. The capital's harbor bustled with ships from Bravos, Lys, and beyond. The smell of fish and tar hung thick in the muggy air. Near the far pier, gold cloaks formed a perimeter around a battered merchant cog that had been hauled in. Tyrion dismounted, weaving through crates and rigging. The officer in charge saluted. "My Lord Hand, we found these crates in the hold." The captain claimed ignorance. He said they were sealed cargo from an Essos trader in Volantis. Tyrion pried open a crate. Inside lay rods of metal, some curved, some straight, each bearing faint runic patterns that might be Valyrian in style. They were smaller than the big segments from Pentos, but definitely cut from the same cloth. Possibly the same device or an offshoot. He counted a dozen pieces. The sense of dread deepened. Davos tapped one rod with a finger. Whatever the conspirators are doing, they're bringing in more bits and bobs for this insane device. The question is, who arranged for them to be shipped to this warehouse? And how does it tie to Hera? Missandei knelt, scrutinizing the runes. We have to suspect Hera or her allies. If they plan to gather every piece from across the seas, they must have a reason. The device isn't small. Perhaps they want multiple attempts at forging some new dragon hatching mechanism, or maybe they want backups if something fails. Tyrion nodded grimly. We must not let any piece slip into the wrong hands. Confiscate all of this. Interrogate the ship's captain thoroughly. I want to know who loaded the cargo in Volantis, who paid for it, who gave instructions about that warehouse. The officer saluted. Aye, my lord. They carried the crates to a secure hold in the Red Keep. Tyrion assigned triple guard. Missandei and Davos went to question the captain, who was locked in a side room. Tyrion remained, sifting through each rod, searching for clues. Most were unremarkable, but one possessed a hinged joint reminiscent of a lever or clamp. He recalled the partial drawings from Summerhal that spoke of metal arms shaped by the great alchemist. A chill crawled down his spine. If Hera or her cohorts reassembled the entire device, it could create a level of heat or flame beyond normal forging. For the purpose of hatching dragons, or unleashing a new conflagration. That night, Tyrion and Daenerys conferred in her private solar. The queen listened intently as he described the seized rods. She pressed her lips into a tight line. So, another shipment from Essos. She truly is trying to gather them all. Our holding of some pieces might not be enough to halt her if she gets enough duplicates or partial sets. Tyrion massaged his temple. It's possible. She might have multiple sources. If Hera is wealthy or has supporters across the sea, she could replicate any missing segment with partial Valyrian steel. All she needs is the correct design. Daenerys paced, her riding boots scuffing the tiled floor. We cannot simply chase every cargo from Essos. The realm depends on trade. But this is more than contraband. It's a threat to everything we've built. I agree, Tyrion said quietly. We need to do more. Perhaps we should mobilize or at least prepare for the possibility of confrontation. If Hera unveils an army or tries to spawn new dragons, we must be ready. Daenerys stood still, shoulders taut. I'll not start a new war blindly, but if she forces our hand, I'll do what's needed. A hush lingered. The Freedmen's Charter, the Code, all their reforms, rested on the assumption that major violence wouldn't tear the realm apart. Now, a single determined fanatic might shred that assumption with a wave of green flame. Tyrion told himself that they had faced worse. White Walkers, King's Landing siege, the Mad Queen Cersei. Still, the pit in his stomach refused to ease. The next week brought a small breakthrough. The captain from Volantis, under persistent questioning, revealed that a noble patron had financed the cargo, paying in gold dragons minted in the Westerlands. The cargo was to be delivered to a scribe named Halwyn in Flea Bottom, who had left cryptic instructions to store it under House Targaryen's rightful claim. Rin Corlys whisperers swept Flea Bottom for any sign of Halwyn, eventually capturing a timid man who admitted to being a go-between. Halwyn claimed he had never met the noble patron directly, only receiving letters delivered by messenger. The letters told him to rent the warehouse under House Carrick's name and expect shipments of metal rods. He was promised a fortune if he cooperated. Tyrion, listening to Halwyn's trembling testimony, felt more frustration than triumph. The chain of go-betweens continued. This noble patron had not revealed themselves, nor mentioned Hera. Possibly it was her agent or someone who believed in her cause. All roads led to a dead end. Nobody could identify the final puppet master. Nonetheless, they had disrupted one supply route. Maybe that would slow Hera's efforts or drive her into the open. An uneasy calm fell over King's Landing. Daenerys spent her days managing the crown's normal obligations. She oversaw expansions of the Freedmen's Charter enforcement, ensuring each region recognized that forced servitude was outlawed. She signed off on local charters for the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Iron Islands, continuing the incremental process of giving the lords formal autonomy under the new code. Occasional tensions flared, a few minor lords tried to cling to old privileges, but the Queen's advisors stepped in to enforce the standard. Tyrion found some comfort in these routine acts, reminders that real progress had been made. Freed slaves were settling in the city, finding paid work. The markets bustled with produce from the Reach and fish from the Iron Islands. The Freedmen's Charter was no mere scrap of parchment, it shaped daily life. But beneath the surface, the specter of Hera Targaryen cast a long shadow. Tyrion had nightmares of stepping into a courtyard to find the sky ablaze with green, the Red Keep consumed by a new dragon lore device that spiraled out of control. He told no one of these dreams, but he knew they pressed upon him. Daenerys, too, seemed more guarded, her temper short whenever the question of Hera arose. Grey Worm, for his part, kept an even closer watch, drilling the Unsullied in readiness for sudden conflict. At last, a fresh piece of intelligence arrived from a surprising quarter. Ser Jorah Mormont, exiled long ago, once a spy, then a loyal companion, had been traveling Essos in search of scattered exiles or threats that might imperil Daenerys' reign. He had parted ways with the Queen amicably, still carrying a longing to atone. Now, a battered ship delivered him to King's Landing's harbor half a year after he last sent word. Jorah came with news that he had glimpsed rumors in Pentos and Myr about a silver-haired lady purchasing partial Valyrian steel shards. Another swirl of the same story. But, crucially, Jorah believed he had found a lead, an old Essosi alchemist who once boasted of forging dragon-binding arms for a wealthy sponsor. Tyrion and Daenerys welcomed Jorah into a private chamber. The knight looked older, as if weather and time had carved lines into his face. Still, he bowed deeply to Daenerys, admiration in his eyes. "Your Grace, I've done my best to follow the scent of anyone who might threaten you. I never expected to find what I did, this talk of forging contraptions to replicate the old Targaryen rituals. It's madness. And yet there's coin behind it. Enough to stir the forges in Pentos and Myr." Daenerys offered a grateful nod. "Thank you, Ser Jorah. We know of a woman named Hera who claims to be my cousin through Prince Regal. We suspect she's the one paying for these forges. What else can you tell us?" Jorah settled into a seat. "I found a Myrish alchemist named Paisano who bragged in a wine sink that he'd discovered the method to amplify Dragon's flame. He claimed a wealthy patron was paying him handsomely to craft specialized rods that could focus heat. When I cornered Paisano quietly, he denied everything, said he was only drunk. But the rumor lingered. Another cell's word told me the patron is some Targaryen woman." Tyrion leaned forward. "So it's consistent with Hera. She's paying various alchemists to create these rods, shipping them piece by piece to Westeros, presumably to assemble them in secret." Jorah nodded. "That's my guess. The question is, where does she plan to do this assembly? If she tries to do it in King's Landing, it seems unlikely. The City Watch has been on guard. She could attempt to do it somewhere remote, maybe the Stormlands, the Crownlands, or even the Westerlands. If she secures a quiet location, she could attempt the same catastrophic ceremony that King Aegon V attempted at Summerhal." Daenerys' jaw tightened. Summerhal ended in tragedy, destroyed by flames. But if Hera believes she knows the missing piece, the devastation might be even greater, especially if she has caches of wildfire. Grey Worm's voice was cold. We must find her before she attempts anything. Tyrion exhaled. Agreed. We can't keep reacting. We need to anticipate her next move. If she means to hatch new dragons, she'd need eggs. Where might she find them? The old Targaryen eggs in Westeros are mostly lost or destroyed. Some rumored to exist beyond the Narrow Sea, but it's never been confirmed. She might rely on rumor or on infiltration to find any hidden eggs. Yora frowned. In Essos, rumors swirl that shady collectors in Lys or Karth hoard petrified dragon eggs. They fetch obscene prices. If Hera has deep pockets, she might buy them or steal them. But that'd require time. Unless she already has them. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, as if remembering her own eggs, the ones that had hatched Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion. Eggs gifted to her in Pentos, believed lifeless stone, yet awakened by fire and blood. If Hera has even one egg, the risk of her setting off a massive conflagration is too high to ignore. She might attempt it anywhere, some remote ruin, some isolated keep. Tyrion thought of the Freedmen's Charter and the new code. The realm had never been so stable, yet never so vulnerable to a single cataclysmic event. We should verify whether Hera has eggs. Rin Corlys can direct his whisperers in Lys, Karth, Volantis, anywhere such eggs might be sold or stolen. Meanwhile, we can watch for any large shipments heading inland. She'd need materials, fuel, alchemical reagents, glass, or metal for the contraption. Daenerys looked at Yora. Will you remain in Westeros for now? Your knowledge of Essos might prove valuable. Yora bowed. As you wish, your grace. I pledge my sword to help end this threat. That very night, ravens flew out again, alerting loyal lords to watch for suspicious shipments or signs of a hidden ritual. The Freedmen's Charter continued to unfold in daily business, but overshadowed by the scramble to track Hera's next steps. Over the following weeks, the palace informants gleaned a few scraps, a rumor in the Westerlands that a silver-haired woman visited old Tarbeck ruins, a tale from the Riverlands of a group traveling discreetly with wagons of alchemists' jars. None were solid. Yet Tyrion suspected Hera was on the move, preparing something. He found himself longing for a direct confrontation, at least that would bring clarity. At last, a messenger from the Westerlands arrived in a swirl of dust one morning, demanding immediate audience with the Queen's hand. Tyrion hurried to meet him in the outer hall, where the man, sweaty and anxious, delivered a sealed letter. Tyrion recognized the wax seal, the golden lion of a minor Lannister branch that resided near Lannisport. Odd. He opened it, read swiftly, then felt his heart jolt. He turned to the messenger. You're certain? Yes, my lord, the messenger panted. My masters said the region near Castamere has seen unusual nighttime activity in the old mines. Some travelers with wagons arrived, rumored to be dealing in black market goods. Then locals glimpsed a silver-haired woman. She calls herself Hera Targaryen, so they say. She's offering gold for any casks of old wildfire rumored to remain from Tywin Lannister's day, as well as forging some device in secret. Tyrion's pulse hammered. Castamere, a name soaked in the blood of the Rains, once annihilated by House Lannister. It was mostly ruins now, a labyrinth of collapsed mines and tunnels. A perfect hidden lair for those who wanted privacy. Thank you. The Queen shall hear of this at once. He found Daenerys in the courtyard, speaking with Missandei about trade routes. He interrupted, breathless. We have a lead. Hera is in the Westerlands, near Castamere's old tunnels, apparently collecting wildfire. Possibly forging her device. Daenerys's eyes narrowed. Then we ride. I'll not allow her to complete it. If she's gathering wildfire, we must strike before she sets a single spark. Within hours, the Queen mobilized. Tyrion insisted on a carefully planned approach. They couldn't barge into the Westerlands with a full army. Unnecessary alarm might push lords to side with Hera out of fear. But they needed enough force to quell any resistance. Ultimately, Daenerys decided to muster 1,000 Unsullied, plus a smaller cavalry contingent from the Crownlands. She also planned to bring Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion if possible. The Freedmen's Charter would be enforced in her absence by Ser Davos and Lord Mertens, who would remain in King's Landing. Missandei offered to stay behind to keep daily governance from faltering, though she fretted about the risk to Daenerys. The Queen turned to Jorah Mormont, requesting that he accompany her as a field advisor. He agreed, grateful for the chance to serve. Before leaving, Tyrion wrote urgent letters to the Lannister stewards in the Westerlands, advising them that the Queen would pass through. He also discreetly asked them not to hamper her progress. Some might be reluctant to see Targaryen might in their region. But Daenerys was queen, and the Freedmen's Charter was law even there. In truth, Tyrion felt an odd pang returning to the Westerlands where he had been born and scorned. He suspected memories of Tywin Lannister, his father, would weigh heavily the moment he neared Castamere. The royal host set out at dawn, traveling the Gold Road west. Daenerys flew overhead on Drogon, Regal and Viserion shadowing her. It was a majestic sight, enough to inspire both awe and apprehension in any who glimpsed them. 1,000 Unsullied marched in disciplined columns. A cavalry of Crownland knights brought up the rear. They made good time, passing rolling hills, farmland, and the occasional roadside inn. Tyrion rode near the front, scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. Yora occasionally pointed out strategic vantage points or reminded them how the Westerlands' terrain might hamper dragon landings. On the third day, they approached a region of rocky foothills. Small hamlets dotted the valleys. Lannisport lay farther west, near Casterly Rock, but Castamere's old seat was in the southwestern portion of these hills. Tyrion remembered the tales, how Tywin Lannister crushed House Rain, flooding their mines with water and burying them alive. Generations later, the place remained a symbol of Lannister ruthlessness. Now it might become the stage for a new tragedy if Hera had her way. Scouts returned at dusk with word that columns of smoke rose from the vicinity of the old Castamere mines. Possibly forges or campfires. The roads around the area were strangely deserted as though locals had fled. Tyrion exchanged a look with Daenerys. That suggested Hera was present, forging, or preparing something. They decided to halt the main column in a wooded glen half a league away and approach with a smaller scouting party at first light. The dragons would circle overhead, though Daenerys did not want them to risk a nighttime assault without knowledge of the terrain. The next morning, with pale light creeping across the hills, Daenerys, Tyrion, Yora, Grey Worm, and a small detachment of Unsullied advanced carefully. Drogon soared above, scanning the ridges. Castamere's ruins came into view around a bend in the rocky slopes. A collapsed fortress tower, half-buried mine entrances, and scattered rubble. Tyrion felt a tightness in his chest, remembering the lore of House Rain's annihilation. They found no watchmen at the outer edge, no visible guards. Eerie silence reigned, broken only by the hush of wind over stone. Then they spotted fresh tracks and wagon ruts near one mine entrance. Tyrion dismounted, Grey Worm at his side. Daenerys slid off Drogon, who landed with a gust of air, dislodging dust. She stroked his flank and whispered for him to stay alert. The party advanced on foot. Yora tested the mine entrance, a gaping hole reinforced by rotting timbers. Inside, blackness yawned. A swirl of tension coiled in Tyrion's stomach. If Hera was inside, she might have traps, watchers, or worse, caches of wildfire. Daenerys signaled 2 Unsullied to scout ahead with torches. They crept forward, stepping into the darkness. The air smelled stale, laced with faint sulfur. Tyrion wrinkled his nose. Smells like something chemical, possibly alchemical. They progressed deeper, the torchlight dancing over the jagged walls. Occasionally, wooden supports glimmered. Overhead, the rock seemed precarious, as if the slightest quake could cause a collapse. Tyrion clenched his jaw. They glimpsed footprints in the dust, tracks of multiple people. A wide cavern opened before them, scattered with crates and lumps of raw ore. The flicker of a forge glowed in the distance, an orange-red shimmer in the gloom. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Then a woman's voice echoed off the stone. "Turn back. This place is no seat for a queen who forsakes her birthright." Hera. Tyrion recognized the edge of fanaticism in that tone. Her silhouette loomed near the glow of the forge, flanked by men with spears. Another shape flickered behind them, large and angular, a half-built contraption of steel rods and hinged arms. He felt a cold wave of dread. She was building the device right here in the mines. Daenerys took a step forward, chin high. "Hera, surrender yourself. Your illusions will only bring destruction." Hera's laughter rang, echoing in the subterranean space. "You cling to a half-measure, cousin. The Freedman's Charter, the talk of new codes and councils, it's a child's game. Targaryen might was always built on dragons. I have nearly assembled the means to create more. Once I set these pieces in alignment with the right heat and this..." She gestured to a series of barrels near the contraption. "My wildfire caches, we can hatch new eggs. A glorious blaze to birth an era of unstoppable Targaryen power." Our family's legacy restored. Tyrion's mind raced. She must indeed have at least one egg. Possibly more. She was insane enough to replicate Summerhal's catastrophe. You'll burn yourself and everyone else alive, he spat. Summerhal proved that. She shook her head, eyes gleaming in the forge light. They failed because they lacked the final step. I have it. My alchemists discovered it in Meereen. I only needed time to gather the rods. Now I have them. Even your captured shipments were replaced, thanks to my allies across the sea. Daenerys' voice carried a tremor of anger. If you truly are of Targaryen blood, you betray everything I've fought for. Our house once unleashed terror. I refuse to repeat that crime. Hera's face hardened. Then stand aside. You have 3 living dragons. That was your miracle. It's not enough to secure the future. We must raise more. If you can't see that, you forfeit your claim. Grey Worm and the Unsullied stepped forward, spears leveled. Hera's men tensed. Tyrion spotted at least a dozen, possibly more, in the shadows. Some wore battered armor, others carried crossbows. All looked prepared for a fight. Meanwhile, the contraption rose behind them, half-constructed like a monstrous spider of steel arms. At its center, a circular cradle might hold an egg. Barrels of green-tinged wildfire lined the walls. One spark in this enclosed space and everything might blow. Daenerys raised a hand to stall Grey Worm's advance, clearly worried that a fight could ignite the wildfire. You'll kill your own men, your own self, if you light that, she warned Hera. Small price for Targaryen ascendancy, Hera retorted. But I'd rather you joined me. My cousin, last daughter of Ares, let us bond through the forging of new dragons. We can share the realm, shape it as we will. Let me show you. Let me prove the device can work safely. Daenerys stared at her, a flicker of sorrow in her expression. Then, with quiet resolve, never. I saw the horrors of war, saw innocent people burned. I won't unleash that again. Silence. Hera's face twisted with cold regret. So be it. She whirled toward a ring of metal rods that circled a cradle. Tyrion glimpsed something nestled there, a large, oval shape. An egg, dull black with faint red flecks. His heart lurched. Even petrified, it might hold the spark of life if the conditions were right. If Hera ignited all that wildfire, the heat might replicate the funeral pyre that hatched Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion. Or it might simply destroy them all. Stop her. Tyrion barked. Grey Worm lunged. Hera, quick as a snake, seized a torch from the forge. Her men stepped between her and the Unsullied, crossbows lifted. One crossbowman fired. An Unsullied soldier went down with a bolt in the thigh. Another lunged forward, skewering the crossbowman through the gut. Chaos erupted. Tyrion ducked behind a crate. Daenerys, eyes blazing, shouted for the men to capture Hera alive if possible, but do not let her light the wildfire. The air filled with shouts and the clang of steel. Sparks flew from the forge. Hera's supporters slammed into the Unsullied, but the disciplined eunuchs forced them back. The problem was the barrels. Any stray torch could set off an explosion. Tyrion prayed none of Hera's men were mad enough to fling a torch. He peered over the crate in time to see Hera dash toward the center cradle, brandishing her torch near a ring of rods. She jammed the torch between 2 rods. The metal glowed. Wildfire casks were stacked on each side. If she unsealed one, the entire chamber could blow. Daenerys sprinted forward, ignoring the swirl of fighting, her hand outstretched. Don't do this. In that moment, the mine echoed with a deep rumble, a shifting of timbers. The scuffle had likely disturbed the supports. Dust rained from the ceiling. Tyrion's heart clenched. If the roof caved, they'd be entombed with the wildfire. Grey Worm bellowed for the Unsullied to push the mercenaries back. The men struggled, the crossbows reloading. Another bolt was near Tyrion's ear, shattering on stone. Hera, heedless, turned to Daenerys, her torch lighting her face in flickering orange. What do you know of sacrifice, cousin? I spent years in exile, studying the old ways, gathering scraps of the device. My line was cast aside. I have the right to do this. She thrust the torch into a small trough of some blackish powder leading toward a sealed cask. A hiss and sputter followed. Wildfire run, Tyrion thought in horror. She's going to blow the cask, ignite the entire contraption. They'd all die. He scrambled out from behind the crate, searching for a crossbow or any weapon. He found a short sword from a fallen man. With trembling hands, he snatched it up. If Hera lit that cask fully, it would set off the chain reaction. The entire mine would become a funeral pyre. Daenerys shouted, Hera, enough. She advanced. Hera swung the torch again, sending sparks. Then Grey Worm tackled her from the side, knocking her to the ground. The torch flew from her grip, clattering near the trough of black powder. The flame flickered dangerously close. Tyrion lunged forward, stamping on the burning torch. He felt the heat singe his boot, but mercifully the flame died. The black powder smoked, not fully ignited. He coughed, heart hammering. Hera twisted under Grey Worm's hold, spitting curses. Her men, seeing their leader pinned, tried to rush to her aid. The Unsullied formed a ring, blades flashing. Crossbow bolts scattered. Jorah Mormont, appearing from behind a pillar, bashed a mercenary aside with his shield. Another rumor of shifting rock overhead made them all cringe. Tyrion scrambled toward the half-assembled contraption. The cradle where the egg rested glowed faintly from the forge's heat. He could sense the heavy presence of raw power, as though the slightest spark might unravel them. With trembling hands, he kicked the cradle's support beam. The ring of rods clattered sideways. The egg rolled from the cradle onto a mat of cloth. He seized the egg in both arms. It was heavier than it looked, warm to the touch, but better in his arms than near that device. Suddenly, a swirl of motion to his right. One of Hera's men rushed him, dagger raised. Tyrion turned, egg in hand. Helpless, he braced for the blade. But the attacker jerked back, howling. As Regal's head thrust into the chamber from the mine entrance, jaws parted. A gush of flame roared outward. Not the green of wildfire but normal, searing red-orange. The attacker was engulfed, shrieking. Tyrion reeled from the intense heat, gasping. The few remaining mercenaries threw down their weapons or fled deeper into the tunnels. But with Regal blocking the main exit, they had nowhere to run. The standoff ended in seconds. Grey Worm subdued Hera, pressing her face to the dirt, while the last of her men either surrendered or collapsed wounded. The air reeked of smoke, sweat, and raw tension. Tyrion clutched the egg, his pulse pounding. If Regal's flame had hit the wildfire casks, all would have perished. They had been seconds away from oblivion. Daenerys approached, soot-smudged, eyes blazing. She looked at Hera pinned to the ground. "You nearly destroyed us all," she hissed. Hera glared back, face twisted with an almost delirious fury. "You could have joined me," she rasped. "But you cling to weakness." Grey Worm hauled her upright. She struggled feebly, face streaked with grime. The contraption's rods lay scattered, the forge sputtering. The rest of the casks remained sealed. Thank the gods. Tyrion let out a shuddering breath, carefully setting the egg aside on a safer patch of ground. Jorah wiped sweat from his brow. "We should get out of these mines. The supports may not hold much longer." They hurried to secure the wildfire casks, or at least ensure they wow. El Dient blow. A few Unsullied carefully rolled them away from open flame. Others dragged Hera's mercenaries together, disarming them thoroughly. Then, with the egg in Tyrion's arms, they made for the surface. Hera was dragged along, cursing and spitting, but she was clearly spent. The fighting died behind them as they emerged into the harsh daylight. Drogon, perched on a rocky ledge, roared a greeting. Regal withdrew from the mine entrance, shaking dust from his scales. Outside, a wave of relief washed over them. Tyrion sank to his knees, cradling the egg. Daenerys turned to Grey Worm. "Ensure the mine is sealed. We'll have to carefully remove the casks. We can't leave them for anyone else to find." Grey Worm bowed. "At once, Your Grace." Jorah guided Hera, her hands bound behind her back, onto a patch of level ground. She glared with near-hysterical rage. "You cannot kill me. I am Targaryen. My blood is the true line." Daenerys stepped forward, her posture regal despite the dust and sweat. "If you truly are Targaryen by blood, you've dishonored that legacy by seeking to massacre innocents for your ambition. My father was the Mad King. His madness almost destroyed House Targaryen. I will not let yours finish the job." Hera spat on the ground. "You are the mad one to spurn the power that is ours by right. You hide behind freedmen's charters and councils, trusting fickle lords. Without fear, the realm will slip through your grasp." Daenerys' eyes were chips of ice. "You know nothing. Fear is easy, but it breeds only endless war. I have chosen a different path, one where the realm might break free from the tyranny of the past. You would drag us backward." She looked to Grey Worm. "Take her back to King's Landing. She'll answer for her crimes." Tyrion exhaled in relief. The Freedmen's Charter declared the Queen's justice should be fair, not a summary execution. Hera would stand trial, presumably. He caught Daenerys' eye. She nodded once at him, silently thanking him for surviving the ordeal and rescuing the egg. He managed a small, tired smile. The Freedmen's Charter might seem a distant concern in a crisis like this, but it was the principle that separated them from savage rule. They would not kill Hera in the darkness. She would face the consequences under the laws they had built. Within hours, they managed a precarious operation of removing the wildfire casks from the mine. Some mercenaries had fled deeper underground, but the Unsullied blocked all known exits, capturing them as they emerged. A few were found collapsed from smoke inhalation. Meanwhile, Tyrion oversaw the dismantling of the half-built contraption. The rods that Hera had forged or smuggled in from Essos were carefully hauled out. Each piece would be locked away or melted down. He refused to leave a single scrap behind. The discovered dragon egg, black with red flecks, was carried in a padded chest, assigned a guard detail. Daenerys casted uneasy looks, remembering how her own eggs had awakened. But this time, the realm could not risk summoning more dragons by such a lethal method. The Freedmen's Charter was built on the premise that men and women were not to be mere fodder for the ambitions of the powerful. Birthing more dragons by mass destruction would violate every tenet she championed. At day's end, the entire force marched away from Castamere. The nearest farmland provided a campsite. Hera rode in a wagon under heavy guard, sullen and silent now, perhaps realizing her dream had collapsed. Tyrion expected she might lash out again, but she seemed too drained to try. When they returned east, they followed a route that allowed them to avoid alarming local towns with the sight of dragons overhead. Rhaegal and Drogon soared at a distance. The Freedmen's Charter might be law, but seeing dragons in the sky still made small folk uneasy. Some recognized the Queen's banner, cheering or kneeling in wonder. Others hid in huts, recalling old nightmares of Targaryen conquest. Daenerys sometimes flew low, letting them see that she did not come to harm them. A subtle reassurance that she was not an enemy, even if she carried the name Targaryen. On the final stretch, as the banners of King's Landing came into sight, Daenerys drew Tyrion aside. They rode at the head of the column. Grey Worm was behind, commanding the Unsullied who escorted Hera. Yora lingered a short distance away, watchful. The dragons soared overhead, their shadows sliding across the hills. Daenerys said softly, "We have Hera. We have the egg. We have the device fragments. And we have avoided a second Summerhal barely. But I worry how the realm will react if they learn a Targaryen claimant nearly summoned a new wave of dragonfire. Will they blame me for her madness? Will it undermine the Freedmen's Charter, the code? People might say, look, Targaryens can never be trusted not to burn us all." Tyrion bowed his head in sympathy. Some might whisper that. But your reign has proven otherwise. You overcame the undead in the north, you ended Cersei's tyranny, you gave people new laws, new freedoms. If we handle Hera's trial properly, publicly revealing her attempts at mass destruction, the realm will see you as the one who protected them from the old horrors. It will reaffirm the Freedmen's Charter, not undermine it. She nodded, though her gaze was pensive. We'll give her a fair trial, show the evidence, the wildfire, the contraption, the forced labor of mercenaries. She'll be judged. If found guilty, the realm will see that I do not let Targaryen blood excuse atrocities. Tyrion touched her forearm lightly. That will prove to all that your monarchy stands for more than blood. That's precisely the point of everything we built. The next day they entered King's Landing in a subdued procession, carrying Hera bound in a prison wagon, the contraption pieces secured in the Red Keep's vault, the egg in a heavily guarded chest. The Freedmen's Charter scribes and City Watch looked on curiously, uncertain what new threat had been thwarted. Daenerys gave no grand address that day, she was exhausted, as were they all. But the hush in the city suggested rumors were swirling. In the days that followed, the Crown prepared a formal trial for Hera. Lord Mertens, the Master of Laws, organized the proceedings in the throne room. Key witnesses would testify, Tyrion, Grey Worm, Yora, and others who had seen her attempt to ignite the wildfire. There would be no hidden inquest, no quiet disposal. Daenerys insisted that the Freedmen's Charter and the new code mandated a process that was transparent even for someone who claimed Targaryen blood. That was how they would differentiate themselves from the tyranny that once reigned. When the day of the trial arrived, the throne room was filled with lords, knights, and onlookers, including some freedmen who had become outspoken supporters of the new laws. The Queen presided from the Iron Throne. Tyrion stood by her side, scanning the crowd. He recognized ambassadors from Dorne, the North's envoy Adara Glover, representatives from the Reach, the Vale, and even the Westerlands. They had come to see the end of this Targaryen pretender's gambit. Guards led Hera in. She wore a plain gown, her silver-blonde hair unkempt. She seemed thinner than before, eyes sunken with defiance. Yet when she caught sight of the assembled watchers, her chin lifted as if to say she was above them. The freedmen in the crowd muttered, some gazing at her with awe or fear. The hush deepened as Lord Mertens began reciting the charges: conspiracy to commit mass murder by wildfire, illegal possession of crown property, the contraption rods, assault on the queen and her retinue, subversion of the realm's peace. Tyrion testified about the events at Hayford and Castamere, describing in plain terms Hera's obsession with hatching dragons through a device. Grey Worm detailed how she threatened to blow the mines, risking thousands of lives if the wildfire casks ignited an unstoppable blaze. Yora attested to her network in Essos. Others came forth to confirm the shipments of metal rods, the infiltration of the city, the ring of mercenaries. Throughout it all, Hera stood silent until the final moments when Lord Mertens asked if she wished to speak in her defense. She took a slow breath, meeting Daenerys' gaze with a fierce scorn. I do not deny wanting to birth new dragons. I do not deny that I would use flame to restore Targaryen might. That is no crime in my eyes, it is the will of the blood. All you who gather here under your freedmen's charters and codes, you forget that power is what truly rules. If the Targaryens lose that power, you will see this realm tear itself apart again. She raised her bound hands, voice echoing. I sought only to secure our family's future, cousin. You pretend to be queen, but you're truly shackled by the illusions of mercy. Mark me, if no new dragons rise, this realm will fall to the next war, or the next. Power alone can keep it safe. She fell silent, the tension in the throne room thick enough to choke on. The watchers squirmed, some unsettled by her claims. Tyrion saw Daenerys' jaw clench, fury mixed with a glimmer of sorrow. This was the old Targaryen madness, the old arrogance, refusing to see that fear was not the only path to unity. The Freedmen's Charter had proven that men and women could be moved by justice as well as intimidation. After a quiet moment, Daenerys spoke, her voice echoing in the hall. You stand accused of endangering thousands of lives. If I believed in your convictions, I might pity you. But your actions speak only of cruelty and disregard for innocent blood. The Freedmen's Charter and the new code exist precisely to prevent the tyranny you champion. The realm must see that no one, Targaryen or otherwise, stands above these laws. She turned to the onlookers. Do any dispute the evidence? She boasted openly of her deeds. She threatened to burn us all. The contraption was discovered. The wildfire casks were real. None spoke in Hera's defense. Even those who might have harbored sympathy for a lost Targaryen line shrank from her brazen invocation of mass destruction. Silence reigned. Daenerys stood from the Iron Throne. Then I, Daenerys of House Targaryen, first of my name, Queen of the Undals and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons, do pronounce you guilty of treason, conspiracy, and attempted mass murder. For these crimes, the penalty is death. Her voice was steady, though a subtle tremor lingered. Perhaps she recalled the times she had executed slavers in Essos or the memory of her father's madness. Hera straightened, eyes blazing with hatred, but she did not cower. So you perpetuate the Targaryen tradition of dealing death to your kin. How noble! Daenerys exhaled. I spare no tears for those who would reduce us to ash. Guards, remove her to the dungeons. The sentence shall be carried out at dawn tomorrow. She paused, then added publicly. The realm must see justice done, not vengeance in shadows. Hera spat one last curse as the guards dragged her away. The watchers filed out in uneasy hush. Tyrion saw some freedmen nodding in approval. The queen had upheld a fair trial by the new code's standards. Others, mostly older lords, looked unsettled by the notion of a Targaryen queen condemning her own blood. But fear trumped any lingering illusions. Hera had nearly unleashed wildfire upon them. That was enough to quell regrets. Tyrion lingered by Daenerys as the throne room emptied. She sank onto the Iron Throne, shoulders slumping. I never imagined I'd condemn a cousin to death, she said softly. Once they were mostly alone. But she gave me no choice. Her madness was as lethal as my father's. Tyrion placed a hand on the arm of the throne, just below her. You upheld justice, not cruelty. That's the difference. The next morning, as dawn's pale glow crept over King's Landing, a scaffold was erected in a courtyard near the Red Keep. Hera Targaryen was brought out, wrists chained, escorted by Unsullied. Onlookers gathered. Freedmen, city dwellers, a few lords. Daenerys stood with Grey Worm and Tyrion. She had chosen not to burn Hera by dragonfire, for it might evoke images of Targaryen terror. Instead, the sentence was to be swift beheading as the law prescribed for high treason. Hera refused a hood, glowering at Daenerys with unbridled contempt. In that final moment she hissed, "I die, but the old ways do not. Fear is stronger than your illusions." Then the headsman swung his sword. Her eyes flashed wide. Blood spattered the scaffold. The freedmen in the crowd watched in a hush. A final breath of that old Targaryen madness dissipated into the early sunlight. It was over. The city's bells tolled quietly, marking an end. Tyrion exhaled. The freedmen's charter remained in effect, the new code intact, the realm unbroken. That same morning, under Daenerys's orders, the contraption fragments were melted down in the Red Keep's forges. Tyrion watched as each rod glowed orange, losing the runic patterns in the heat. At last, the lumps of twisted metal were quenched in water, rendered scrap. If any ephemeral magic had once clung to them, it was drowned. The final act was to deposit the black with red flecks egg in a secure vault, sealed away from any who might try to stoke it with reckless flame. Tyrion knew Daenerys wrestled with the choice. She revered dragons, but not at the cost of repeating Summerhal. Better the egg remain dormant. Afterward, Daenerys retreated to a high balcony in the Red Keep, gazing at the city. Tyrion found her there, wind stirring her silver-gold hair. Below, life went on. Freedmen hawking wares, guilds building new structures, lords negotiating treaties. Overhead, Regal and Viserion soared, while Drogon roost near the hills outside the city. The realm had faced another brush with catastrophe. Tyrion stepped beside her, letting the hush settle for a moment. Finally, she spoke quietly. "Some part of me pities Hera. She was a product of exiled bitterness, convinced the old ways were the only path to Targaryen might. I wonder if I could have turned her from that course." Tyrion folded his hands. "She made her choice, and in so doing, she threatened everything we stand for. You gave her a fair trial. That's more mercy than most kings or queens would grant." Daenerys nodded, though sorrow lingered in her eyes. "Yes, I know. And yet I can't help thinking how easily that wildfire could have devoured us. One misstep. Even the freedmen's charter might have been lost in the flames, another fragile dream undone by a single fanatic." He met her gaze. "But it wasn't undone. We prevailed and the freedmen's charter stands. The code stands. This realm, still battered, still fragile, is a step closer to truly escaping the cycle of fear. That's worth celebrating, albeit quietly." She let out a long breath, eyes drifting to the horizon. "One day, perhaps. For now, we have more to do, further expansions of the Freedmen's Charter in the Stormlands and the Westerlands, more local charters to sign, trade routes to secure. The realm is never short of tasks, is it?" Tyrion smiled faintly. "No, Your Grace. But I welcome those tasks over the meltdown of civilization any day." He paused, then added, "We overcame this threat by holding to our principles: transparency, justice, no blind tyranny. The realm saw that a Targaryen queen can uphold the law even against her own blood. That alone may reassure them more than we realize." She slid him a sidelong glance. "And you, Tyrion? You nearly got yourself skewered or blown to cinders more than once in this escapade. Are you well?" He half laughed wryly. "I'm in one piece, though I'll have nightmares of green flames for a while. But I'm alive, and more importantly, so is the realm we've toiled to nurture. That's enough." A silence companionable this time. The morning sun cast bright rays on the city's spires, highlighting scaffolds where new housing rose, the bustle of markets in squares, the steady flow of boats on the Blackwater. For all its scars, King's Landing stood as a living testament to their efforts, a place not of random cruelty but of laws and cautious hope. The Freedmen's Charter gave once enslaved people a foothold to shape their destinies. The new code gave lords a reason to unify under Daenerys' rule rather than scheme for the Iron Throne. Now, with Hera's plot thwarted, a new wave of relief might settle in. After a moment, Daenerys rested a hand lightly on Tyrion's shoulder. "Thank you, old friend. You've been with me through every crisis, from Slaver's Bay to the Long Night, from the conquest of King's Landing to this new madness. I'd not have navigated it without your wits." He inclined his head, voice thick with sincerity. "It's been my honor, Your Grace." I left King's Landing once in search of a cause worth serving. I found it in you in this vision of a realm guided by more than fear. I'll see it through wherever it leads. She smiled softly, the burdens of queenship momentarily gentled. Where it leads, hopefully, is to a future where no pretender can upend us with illusions of unstoppable flame. A future in which Freedman's Charter and our new code become the bedrock of peace. We're not there yet, but each crisis survived brings us closer. They lapsed into a quiet that felt almost peaceful. Below, the city's swirl of life continued, and overhead, dragons soared in lazy arcs. Tyrion let himself breathe in the moment. The Freedman's Charter endured. The Targaryen name, once feared, had been reclaimed by a queen who refused to repeat the sins of her ancestors. The realm might face more storms, but if they had weathered a near Summerhal cataclysm, perhaps they could withstand anything. Later that day, word spread softly through King's Landing that Hera Targaryen was gone, her threat extinguished. Some freedmen raised a toast in local alehouses, praising the queen's swift action. Others in taverns debated the near-miss of wildfire cataclysm. The City Watch, the Alchemists Guild, and the lords who once trembled at the name Targaryen all breathed easier. Tyrion sensed a subtle shift in the city's mood, an exhalation of tension. The Freedman's Charter, the reforms, the entire tapestry of laws they had woven had faced a dreadful test, yet stood unbroken. By evening, a hush fell over the capital. Daenerys found Tyrion in his office, where he was going over ledgers. She wore a simpler dress than usual, her hair down, the lines of care in her face softened. "It's over," she said quietly, leaning against the doorframe. He pushed aside the ledgers, standing. "For now. The Freedman's Charter, the Code, the Realm, none of that is truly safe forever. But for tonight, we can rest in the knowledge that we averted another calamity." She crossed the room, footsteps echoing on the stone floor. A gentle, almost weary smile curved her lips. "Then let's rest indeed. Tomorrow, we face the daily avalanche of petitions, trades, local charters, but tonight, let us remember that we triumphed without becoming monsters ourselves." Tyrion bowed his head. "A toast to that, Your Grace." He poured 2 modest cups of Dornish wine and offered one to her. To a realm not built upon cowering terror, but upon a vision of freedom that can withstand even the ghosts of Targaryen madness. They clinked cups, sipped. The wine tasted sweeter than usual, though there was a faint dryness on Tyrion's tongue. Perhaps that dryness was the aftermath of the tension that had nearly burned them all in the Westeros. But the relief was real. He let it settle in his chest. In the courtyard below, unsullied patrolled, freedmen's banners fluttered, a reflection of the new order. The Freedman's Charter and the Code might not be perfect, might never quell all ambition or strife. But they had prevailed against a fanatic who embodied the worst of the old ways. That victory, Tyrion thought, could be a potent symbol for the realm's future. The power of tradition, of fire and blood, had threatened to devour them, but the queen had met it with justice. Time would roll on as it always did. Sansa in the north would continue her stewardship, the Vale would keep to their mountain strongholds, Dorne would guard its deserts, and the Stormlands would watch the horizon. The freedmen across the realm would keep working the fields, manning the shops, forging families. Step by step, the new code would shape the politics of Westeros in ways no one could have imagined under the old monarchy. Dragons still soared, but they were not unleashed as tools of tyranny. Daenerys was forging a legacy that might outlive the fearsome old legends. Tyrion sipped his wine, mind drifting to the black and red-flecked egg locked away in the keep's depths. Perhaps it would remain forever dormant. Perhaps, centuries hence, another Targaryen might try to hatch it. But for now, they had chosen life over inferno. That was what separated them from the nightmares of the past. Daenerys drained her cup. "We've come so far, haven't we?" she said softly. Tyrion smiled, gentler than usual. "Farther than anyone dared dream when you first crossed the narrow sea. And we've more to do. But yes, we've come far indeed." They parted soon after, Daenerys returning to her rooms, Tyrion to his. As he strolled the corridors, lamplight flickering over the stone walls, he felt the fatigue of many battles, many intrigues. Yet also a profound sense of meaning. He remembered the moment years ago when he'd slipped out of King's Landing in secret, disillusioned with the cruelty of his own family, determined to seek out the rumored Targaryen queen in Essos. That single choice had led him here, the hand of a queen who believed in building rather than burning, a realm that dared to dream of justice. Yes, the Freedman's Charter required endless vigilance, yes, the new code demanded constant negotiation. But for all its fragility, it was a realm worth defending, with a queen worth following. He reached his chamber, ignoring the dryness in his eyes. Sleep beckoned, but he also felt a stirring of quiet contentment. Hera was gone, and with her, the immediate threat of a second Summerhal cataclysm. The Freedman's Charter endured. Tomorrow would bring new problems, some petty, some grand, but that was the nature of governance. He thought of Daenerys's words that they had triumphed without losing themselves to tyranny. That, he reflected, was the heart of it all. Tyrion sat heavily on his bed, pulling off his boots. Through the window he heard the city's night sounds. Distant calls of watchmen, the murmur of waters lapping at the docks. Far overhead a dragon's roar echoed, perhaps Drogon announcing his presence. A gentle hush of wind followed, stirring the warm night air. He lay back, letting out a long breath. The Freedman's Charter was alive. The code was intact. A pretender had been thwarted, her final flame extinguished. And so the realm pressed on, shaped by a queen who had chosen compassion tempered by resolve. Tyrion closed his eyes, lulled by the thought that, for all its challenges, Westeros had come a step closer to the promise that drew him from King's Landing all those years ago, a promise that cleverness, mercy, and unyielding courage could break the old cycle of fear. If Hera's wildfire had not undone them, perhaps nothing would. He drifted into a dreamless sleep. Tomorrow they would keep building the realm they believed in, Freedman's Charter and all, forging a future lit not by green conflagration but by the steady glow of hope. And so it went, the Game of Thrones changed forever, one piece at a time, in the realm Daenerys Stormborn and Tyrion Lannister had shaped with wits, courage, and a refusal to bow to the ghosts of the past. Tyrion Lannister awoke to the clamor of bells echoing through the Red Keep's corridors. Early light slanted across the polished floor of his bedchamber, revealing the swirl of dust motes. He inhaled the city's familiar tang, smoke from cook fires, brine from the bay. Outside, the bells tolled from a nearby sept, their chimes mingling with the faint calls of vendors setting up morning stalls. A new day in King's Landing, and at least there was no smell of wildfire this morning, no shrieks of panic. The Freedman's Charter still stood, the realm had not crumbled after Hera Targaryen's brazen attempt, and the city's life rumbled on. Small mercies. He stretched, still sore from last week's journey back from Castamere. The memory of those mines weighed on him, the half-assembled contraption, the casks of wildfire, the madness in Hera's eyes. Yet they had thwarted her plot, seized the egg, and ended her life through a public trial. The Freedman's Charter had withstood the test. He tried to let that victory warm him, despite the daunting tasks that always waited beyond his chamber door. He rose, dressed in a doublet of dark cloth embroidered with the Queen's dragon sigil, discreetly, though. He had never been one for showy finery. A quick splash of water from a ceramic basin banished lingering sleep from his eyes. Then he stepped into the corridor, greeted by the faint hush of servants bustling about. Everywhere in the Red Keep there was a new tension but also a sense of relief. Tyrion felt it in the guarded smiles of the castle staff, in the more relaxed stances of the gold cloaks at their posts. Yes, the realm had survived yet another threat. He made for the council chamber. Along the way he passed windows that opened onto the capital, already alive with foot traffic. Freedmen laborers carried crates, fishmongers shouted prices, gold cloaks patrolled near the gates. In the months since Daenerys had launched the Freedman's Charter into everyday governance, the city had changed. Wages were more consistent for day laborers, and scrupulous landlords found themselves fined if they tried to trap tenants in exploitative contracts. And traveling scribes read out official decrees in squares so even the illiterate might understand. Tyrion felt a trickle of pride each time he saw freedmen actively shaping the city's daily pulse. But building a fairer system came with friction. Some old guard lords still resented the new laws. Tensions still flickered here and there like embers in a hearth. At the council chamber he found Ser Davos Seaworth, Missandei of Noth, Grey Worm, and Lord Mertens, the master of laws, already gathered. Daenerys had not yet arrived. The large wooden table was piled with scrolls and parchments, complaints about bandits in the Rose Road, appeals from Dorne for revised trade routes, and discussions about how to store the recently confiscated wildfire from Castamere. The Freedman's Charter had overshadowed everything for months, but it was hardly the only matter requiring attention. "Good morning," Tyrion greeted, taking his seat near the head of the table. "What new travails greet us?" Davos sipped a cup of weak ale. "The bandits in the Rose Road hinterlands are getting bolder, apparently. They've attacked 3 merchant wagons this past week. The Crown will need to dispatch a force or grant local lords permission to handle it. But if we let them handle it alone, we risk them ignoring the Freedman's Charter. Some lords might punish entire villages or forcibly conscript peasants, and that's no longer legal." Tyrion nodded. "We must enforce the new code in dealing with criminals, not revert to the old ways of punishing the innocent." "Very well. We'll see if we can spare a small contingent of gold cloaks or unsullied to assist. The Freedman's Charter remains paramount, no forced levies, no mass reprisals." Missandei shuffled her notes. We also have formal requests from the Vale to re-examine their local charter. Young Lord Robin Arryn is not quite up to the task of ruling, so a regent is managing. They want more clarity on inheritance laws now that families who were once allied with the crown might be forging new alliances. That's a naughty business. Tyrion's head already ached. We'll address it. The Freedmen's Charter is primarily about labor rights, but the realm's new code leaves many details of inheritance to local charters. If the Vale's regent insists, we might need a special envoy to oversee that discussion. Perhaps a mild negotiation to ensure we don't spawn a new wave of confusion. Lord Mertens rubbed his temples. And there's the matter of the old Targaryen egg, locked away in the vault. Some freedmen in the city have begun whispering rumors that the queen might hatch a new dragon for them. Rumors can twist anything. We should quell that. Tyrion felt a surge of weariness. Yes, the egg. The Freedmen's Charter doesn't need overshadowing by talk of more dragons. Let's remind folk that we have no intention of repeating Summerhal. The egg is safer dormant. Perhaps we can reassure them in a public statement the Queen's living dragons suffice for the realm's defense and no new hatching is planned. Grey Worm, silent thus far, now spoke. We also must finalize disposal of that device's rods. Your forges have melted most, but some were crafted from partial Valyrian steel. The blacksmith says he can reforge them into useful tools if we wish. Or we can bury them in the sea. We should decide soon. Tyrion grimaced. Let's keep the Valyrian steel rods locked away for now until we decide. Reforging them might cause rumors that we're forging new weapons. Burying them in the sea might be simplest, but that might also raise suspicion. We'll talk to the queen, see which approach is best. On cue, the doors swung open and Daenerys entered, flanked by 2 Queen's Guard in gray cloaks. She wore a practical gown of deep charcoal, a single silver dragon pin at her shoulder. Despite the early hour, she looked alert, posture straight. Tyrion and the others rose in deference. Be seated, Daenerys said gently, taking her place at the head of the table. The Queen's Guard remained at the edges. She eyed the stack of scrolls. Another busy day, I see. Let's begin. Tyrion summarized the issues: bandits on the Rose Road, the Vale's request for updated inheritance clauses, the Freedmen's Charter expansions in each region, and the question of how to handle the partial Valyrian steel rods. Daenerys listened intently, occasionally glancing at Missandei for confirmation. Regarding the bandits, Daenerys said, assemble a small force of gold cloaks and a few unsullied. Let them coordinate with the local lords, but ensure they adhere to Freedmen's Charter protocols. We do not want peasants collectively punished for a few criminals' actions. Have the gold cloaks deliver statements from the crown reminding local lords that forced labor or mass reprisals violate the law. Tyrion noted that. Yes, your grace. She turned to Missandei. Draft a letter to the Vale's regent. We'll consider sending an envoy to clarify the inheritance clauses. Possibly Ser Davos might handle it, he's well-liked and diplomatic. Davos blinked, then nodded. If you wish, your grace, I'll do my best to untangle their knots. Daenerys offered a small, approving smile. Then she looked at Grey Worm. And the rods? We can't keep them locked away forever, but forging them into common tools might indeed alarm the realm if they suspect we're building new weapons. Burying them in the sea seems wasteful, but maybe safer. Grey Worm gave a curt nod. Yes, safer. If the queen orders it, I can arrange for them to be tossed into deep waters, far from any chance of salvage. Daenerys exhaled, glancing at Tyrion. Would that be best, do you think? Tyrion weighed it. Melting them down might be more productive, but rumor can be a powerful force. If we quietly sink them, no one can reconstruct that contraption. We do have some partial lumps of Valyrian steel, though, which is valuable. It's a shame to waste it. Daenerys considered. What if we reforge them into a single sword or two, and present them as gifts to lords who have supported the Freedmen's Charter? That might show we are not forging new horrors, but also not discarding precious steel. A symbol of unity, rather than fear. Davos let out a low whistle. Valyrian steel swords are treasured. That could bolster loyalty to the new code. But we must be absolutely sure no rumor persists that we're forging more contraption rods in secret. Daenerys nodded. We'll do it openly. Let the realm see we melt the rods for a legitimate, peaceful purpose. Let's choose a loyal house that truly championed the Freedmen's Charter. Perhaps a lesser house in the Riverlands or the Crownlands, to show we acknowledge all supporters. The second sword, if enough steel remains, might go to a freedman champion, someone who rose from bondage to a position of recognized standing. That would be a powerful statement. Tyrion felt a surge of admiration. A freedman receiving a Valyrian steel blade from the Queen's own forging? That's unprecedented. But it could galvanize support. Grey Worm's face was unreadable, but a flicker of approval crossed his eyes. He too had once been enslaved. A freedman champion, yes. We have freedman officers in the City Watch now, thanks to your reforms. One might be worthy. Daenerys breathed in. Then let's do it. Let the forging be done in public, so no rumor of secret contraptions arises. We reclaim these rods from Hera's madness for a new era, an era of freedman's charter. That's the story we tell. They agreed, hearts buoyed by the notion that from something dark, they could fashion a tangible symbol of unity. It would not solve every tension or suspicion, but gestures carried weight in a realm so often ruled by fear. Tyrion scribbled down the Queen's instructions. Tomorrow, they'd summon the city's top blacksmith, show him the lumps of partial Valyrian steel, and begin forging under the watchful eyes of freedmen and lords alike. The rest of the council session moved briskly. Missandei read out letters from Dorne, where the freedman's charter had integrated relatively smoothly. Dornish culture already offered more freedoms than many other regions. A letter from Winterfell indicated Sansa had reinforced the freedman's charter in the far north, punishing a minor lord who tried to demand free labor from peasants in exchange for protection. That had caused a minor uproar, but Sansa's backing of the code stood firm, and apparently most northern lords fell in line. Tyrion smiled at that. The freedman's charter, once a radical notion from across the sea, had truly taken root in a land that used to revere only swords and old feudal oaths. Slowly but undeniably. Finally, Daenerys rose, concluding the meeting. We proceed with care, always. The freedman's charter is no fleeting fancy. We'll keep forging alliances, bridging old rifts. Let the realm see that every day we strengthen what was once broken. If conflict arises, we address it with justice, not blind wrath. Tyrion and the others bowed or voiced agreement. The council adjourned. Outside, midday sunshine draped the city in a bright haze. Tyrion lingered with Ser Davos near a colonnade overlooking the bustling yard where gold cloaks drilled. Freedmen recruits marched in disciplined lines, some were men, some women, each wearing simple armor. Tyrion found it refreshing to see that the City Watch was no longer the exclusive domain of petty bullies or nepotistic hires. A freedman could join the watch and earn a fair wage, guarded by the code's labor rights. It was slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Will wonders never cease? Davos said, following Tyrion's gaze. A year ago, freedmen on the City Watch was all but unthinkable. Now they're a normal sight. Tyrion folded his arms. Small changes lead to bigger transformations. In time, perhaps no one will even question freedmen's presence in any role. Then we'll know we've truly changed the realm. They parted ways, each off to their tasks. Tyrion spent the rest of the day conferring with scribes about the forging demonstration, drafting letters to local lords in the Crownlands about bandit patrols, and scanning reports from the Vale. By evening, his hand cramped from writing and his mind was a blur of correspondences. But beneath his fatigue, he felt a quiet sense of purpose. That night, as the city's lamps flickered, Daenerys arranged a small gathering in a courtyard garden for a handful of freedmen officers and City Watch veterans. Tyrion received word that his presence was required, so he donned a clean tunic and headed to the garden. There, soft torchlight illuminated a cluster of potted citrus trees and a modest fountain. A table was laid with bread, cheese, and watered wine, simple but welcoming. Daenerys stood near the fountain, speaking quietly to a freedman officer named Warys, whose mother had been enslaved in Slaver's Bay before crossing the narrow sea. Warys now served in the City Watch, recognized for valor in stopping a gang of cutpurses. Tyrion joined them in time to hear Daenerys say, "And we are forging a Valyrian steel blade from the melted contraption rods. One will go to a loyal house, one to a freedman champion. We'd like to name you as a candidate, Warys, if you're willing." Warys' eyes shone with a mix of astonishment and pride. "Your Grace, I never imagined. Valyrian steel is for lords and knights, not for someone like me." Daenerys smiled gently. "A freedman, yes, but you've proven your valor and your adherence to the freedman's charter. Times have changed. I want the realm to see that any man or woman who exemplifies our new principles can bear a sword that once symbolized aristocratic power. Will you accept?" Warys' throat bobbed. "Yes, Your Grace. I am honored." Tyrion suppressed a grin. This was a grand symbolic move indeed. A freedman receiving a Valyrian steel sword was unprecedented. He made a mental note to craft a suitable speech for the forging ceremony, something about turning the instruments of tyranny into tools of unity. It might ring a bit dramatic, but Westeros thrived on drama. By the evening's end, the freedmen officers departed, voices hushed with excitement. Tyrion and Daenerys lingered near the fountain, the warm summer breeze rustling the citrus leaves. She seemed pensive. "Are you worried about how the old lords might react?" Tyrion ventured. "Some could call it a direct insult that a freedman wields steel once reserved for highborn knights." Daenerys shrugged. "If they find insult and justice, let them. The freedman's charter isn't just words. It must reshape the realm's hierarchy. And what better way than to entrust Valyrian steel to a freedman who's proved himself? If any lord objects, they can bring their complaints to me." Tyrion inclined his head. "Indeed. They may grumble, but publicly few will challenge you after the fiasco with Hera. They see your dragons, your unsullied, your resolve." She gave a small sigh. "Power, fear, these things still hold them in check," as Hera said. "But we use them to defend a fairer system, not to impose brutality. That difference matters." He reached for a cup of watered wine from the small table. "Well said. We've come a long way from the days of open rebellion and conspiracy. Let's keep forging ahead. Speaking of forging, tomorrow we begin smelting the rods." They parted with a sense of expectancy. Tyrion trudged back to his chambers, mind racing with ideas. Or the forging ceremony. Maybe they could hold it in the outer courtyard, letting freedmen and lords witness the rod's destruction. One sword for a loyal house, one for freedmen warriors. A powerful statement indeed. The next morning dawned bright and hot. Workmen erected a makeshift forge in the Red Keep's broad courtyard, well away from the main building to avoid any fiasco. City Watch and Unsullied cordoned off an area for onlookers. Tyrion arranged a row of benches for lords who came to see this curious event. The freedmen's charter was not an official guest, but freedmen themselves thronged the perimeter, eager to witness a symbolic transformation. Word had spread quickly. The queen was destroying the last remnants of Hera's contraption to create swords that honored the freedmen's new rights. Daenerys arrived mid-morning, flanked by Grey Worm and Missandei. She wore a practical tunic of deep blue, no crowns, no elaborate braids. She wanted this to feel less like a regal spectacle and more like a communal demonstration of forging a new path. Warriors stood to one side, wearing his City Watch uniform, eyes downcast with nerves. Tyrion stepped forward to address the gathering, clearing his throat in the hush. "Lords, ladies, freedmen of King's Landing. We gather to finalize the destruction of a dangerous device that once threatened to plunge us back into the horrors of unbridled dragon fire. These rods, gleaned from a contraption meant for mass destruction, are here melted down in plain sight, ensuring no future tyranny can resurrect them. Instead, from these remains we forge swords, symbols of protection, not oppression." He gestured to the blacksmith, a burly man named Andric, who bowed awkwardly. Beside the forge, lumps of partial Valyrian steel, once rods twisted with runes, lay waiting, half-melted. Another station displayed a large crucible, glowing red-hot. Tyrion continued, "Her Grace, Daenerys Targaryen, has decreed 2 swords shall be made. One will be gifted to House Rowan of the Reach, who steadfastly embraced the freedman's charter. Another shall go to freedman officer Warriors to honor his service and the new rights that grant him the chance to stand as an equal under the law." A ripple of murmurs coursed through the crowd. Lords from the old families exchanged glances, some uneasy, some curious. Freedmen onlookers craned to see the blacksmith begin his process. Daenerys herself stepped forward. "Let it be known that our realm will not harness fear for dominion. We repurpose the tools of tyranny into symbols of unity. As the freedman's charter ensures freedom from forced servitude, let these swords serve to protect that freedom." She inclined her head to Andric, who set to work. Assistants fanned the forge flames, stoking them with bellows. The lumps of steel were placed in a crucible. Sparks flew. The crowd pressed in, but gold cloaks kept them at a respectful distance. Tyrion watched with rapt attention as Andric and his apprentices hammered, folded, and hammered again. It was slow, methodical. They poured molten steel into ingot molds, heated those ingots, hammered them again, shaping the raw mass with repetitive clangs that rang across the courtyard. Sweat gleamed on Andric's brow. Piece by piece, the once feared rods lost their shape, merging into a single molten swirl. Over the course of hours, the blacksmith hammered out the shape of 2 blades. They would need further refinement in the days to come, quenching, polishing, but the crowd saw enough to witness that the contraption rods were irreversibly transformed. Freedmen watchers burst into scattered applause, some teary-eyed at the notion that a freedman officer would bear a sword of Valyrian steel. Lords of the old houses looked uncertain, but none dared voice opposition in public. Daenerys' example and the freedmen's unwavering gratitude created a tide no one wanted to stand against. By late afternoon, the blacksmith halted for a respite. The blades were in rough form, needing more cycles of folding and tempering. Tyrion signaled to the watchers that the major portion of forging was done for the day, but they'd continue in subsequent days to perfect each sword. Daenerys shook Andric's hand, praising his skill. Freedman officer Warys approached the forging station, gazing at the half-shaped blade meant for him in awe. As the crowd dispersed, Tyrion heard freedmen murmuring about how incredible it was to see such a gesture. He also caught whispers from certain lords, Bar Emmon, Stokeworth, Massey, expressing mild discomfort that a freedman was receiving a sword. But none were rash enough to challenge the queen openly. The freedman's charter was law, and Daenerys had just shown how deep her commitment ran. That evening, a subdued celebration occurred in the Red Keep's smaller hall. Freedmen officers, city watch leaders, and a handful of progressive lords dined together. Daenerys presided with Tyrion at her side, content to let the freedmen share stories of what the day's forging meant to them. Officer Warys was the star of the night, though he looked bashful with all the attention. Eventually, the night wound down and Tyrion found himself stepping onto a balcony for fresh air. The harbor glimmered with lanterns, a balmy breeze rustling his hair. Daenerys joined him, a goblet of watered wine in hand. She leaned on the balustrade, gazing out over the city. "Quite a day," she said softly. Tyrion chuckled. "One for the books, indeed. You just hammered home the freedman's charter's significance in a single public display. That may carry more weight than 100 speeches." She sipped her wine. "Still, I sense some lords biting their tongues. They fear the freedman's charter upends the feudal order. They're not entirely wrong, it does. But perhaps it's time feudal tradition evolved." He nodded. "They'll adapt or be left behind. A bit of caution is wise. They might not rebel openly, but some might undermine the charter's enforcement in their lands. We'll have to stay vigilant." Daenerys exhaled. "I'm used to that. I'll not let them sabotage what we've built. Not after Hera, not after all the battles we've fought. This realm must keep moving forward." In the weeks that followed, the freedman's charter kept moving forward indeed. Ser Davos traveled to the Vale to clarify their inheritance laws under the code. Reports came back that while some Vale lords grumbled, the presence of freedmen scribes reading official directives quelled major protests. The bandits on the Rose Road were routed by a combined force of gold cloaks and local levies who, thanks to crown oversight, refrained from punishing entire villages. Tyrion considered that a modest victory for the new code's approach to justice. Meanwhile, the forging of the 2 Valyrian steel swords proceeded under public scrutiny. Freedmen gathered at intervals to watch the blacksmith shape the blades. Lords came to observe, some curious, some uneasy. But the very act of forging them in the open, with freedmen and lords side by side, became a microcosm of the realm's shifting balance. Tyrion oversaw the final quenching ceremony, ensuring the freedman's charter was invoked in the smith's prayers. Odd to see old forging traditions combined with new references to labor rights, but perhaps that was how culture evolved. At last, the day arrived to present the swords. The courtyard filled once more. Daenerys stood on a small wooden dais, Tyrion at her side, while Missandei read out the freedman's charter's essential clause. "No man or woman shall be forced into servitude, nor shall the fruits of their labor be stolen by threat or vow. All labor must be justly compensated, and none shall be bound but by free contract." Applause rippled among the freedmen onlookers, a subdued tension among the old lords. Then Daenerys summoned House Rowan's representative, a broad-shouldered knight named Ser Raymond Rowan. This house had championed the freedman's charter in the Reach, sometimes clashing with more conservative houses. "You have stood by our vision," Daenerys said, "ensuring freedmen in your lands enjoy fair wages and the protection of the law. In gratitude, accept this Valyrian steel blade, once twisted by tyranny, now forged to defend justice." She handed him the finished sword, sleek, dark, with faint ripples of folded steel, a gold-pummeled hilt decorated with the Rowan sigil. Raymond knelt, receiving it with visible awe. Freedmen in the crowd clapped, and a smattering of lords joined the applause, if more reservedly. Next came Officer Warys, escorted by Freedman City Watch. Daenerys addressed him and the crowd at large. "You have exemplified the freedman's charter. Your diligence, courage, and compassion in protecting King's Landing's people, freed and otherwise, deserve recognition. Bear this Valyrian steel sword as a testament that freedmen may stand equal with any lord bound by honor, not birth. She handed him the second sword, slender, with a simpler black hilt. The freedman roared approval. Warys looked pale but determined, tears in his eyes. He knelt, murmuring, "I'll wield it for the realm, your grace." The courtyard erupted in applause. Daenerys nodded, smiling, though Tyrion saw the flicker of watchfulness in her gaze. She knew, as he did, that this open bestowal might stir deeper resentments among certain lords. But the freedmen's charter needed bold acts to entrench it, and this was certainly bold. That evening, a small feast took place in the Great Hall. Lords mingled with freedmen officers, the Watch, city officials, and a sprinkling of traveling merchants from the north and Dorne. It was far from a typical courtly feast. No one wore extravagant silks or flaunted gem-studded finery. Daenerys had insisted on a more modest table: roasted fish from the bay, fresh vegetables from local farms, spiced wine from Dorne. Music played softly. Freedmen spoke openly of their journeys from bondage to paid laborers, some even rising to small positions in local governance under the new code. Tyrion roamed the hall, exchanging pleasantries. He overheard freedmen praising Daenerys' generosity, calling her the breaker of chains in hushed awe. He also heard lords trying to reconcile their old prejudices with the new era. A few older knights sipped wine in stoic silence, clearly uncomfortable. But no one dared voice outright opposition. Eventually, Tyrion ended up near a table where Ser Raymond Rowan and Officer Warys chatted. Each carried the new forged sword at their side. Rowan was explaining how House Rowan had been approached by freedmen needing better wages and how their acceptance of the freedmen's charter had improved productivity. "They work harder when they're fairly paid," Rowan said with a shrug. "We turn a profit, they feed their families. No reason to cling to old bondage. The Queen's right, the realm must change." Warys nodded, listening. "We freedmen just want a chance to stand proud, not cower in debt or forced labor. Her Grace gave us that. And now she gave me a blade of Valyrian steel. I still can't believe it." He touched the hilt, expression reverent. Tyrion felt a swell of satisfaction. Scenes like this justified all the trials and near catastrophes they had endured. Hera's mania, the contraption rods, the wildfire, none of it had stopped them from forging a new social compact. He coughed politely. "Gentlemen, it pleases me to see the freedmen's charter forging alliances I'd never have imagined. May your swords serve the realm well." They toasted with wine, shared a few words about the state of the roads, then parted. Tyrion wandered on. Near the dais, Daenerys conversed with a pair of lords from the Stormlands. They'd come to confirm that freedmen's charter expansions were working in their region. He overheard them praising how freedmen laborers built new roads efficiently, paying taxes in coin rather than forced tithes. Perhaps it was still a fragile arrangement, but it was progress. Eventually, the feast wound down. Torches burned low, freedmen drifted out, lords claimed horses or rooms in the city. Tyrion helped oversee the final details, then collapsed into bed near midnight, mind buzzing with possibilities. The freedmen's charter might well become a permanent feature of the realm if it kept winning these quiet victories. Life resumed a steadier pace in the months that followed. The freedmen's charter anchored daily governance. Tensions flared periodically. Some lords tried to cheat freedmen of wages or imposed hidden fees for farmland, but each time, local freedmen turned to the crown's new courts. Daenerys' officials stepped in, penalizing violators. The new code thus gained teeth. Lords couldn't easily flout it without risking the crown's wrath. Tyrion spent many days traveling short distances around the Crownlands, meeting freedmen communities, ensuring local reeves understood the new code. Grey Worm occasionally accompanied him with a small squad of Unsullied, just in case. The freedmen often greeted them with cautious gratitude, still half expecting betrayal. Tyrion would read out certain clauses in their presence, reminding them that forced servitude was banned. Over time, freedmen in the Crownlands gained confidence, forming small cooperatives to improve farmland or pool resources. Tyrion found it strangely heartening, more tangible than politicking in a hall. The freedmen's charter was no mere theory if real people felt safer claiming their rights. One such trip took him to a riverside village once ravaged by the War of the Five Kings. The local lord, a sullen man named Harold Byrch, had demanded freedmen labor to rebuild a collapsed bridge without pay. Freedmen had petitioned the Queen's officials, citing the charter. Tyrion arrived with a handful of gold cloaks, confronted Byrch in his half-ruined keep, and read him the relevant codes. Byrch tried to protest that they owe me for living on my land, but Tyrion calmly explained that such forced labor was outlawed. Pay them a fair wage or face crown penalties. Byrch grudgingly relented, paying coin from his stores. Freedmen on the bridge crew cheered quietly as Tyrion oversaw the distribution. That night, freedmen invited Tyrion to a simple meal by the riverside, a pot of fish stew, coarse bread, and watery ale. They talked of how the freedmen's charter had changed their prospects. One man said, "We used to flee each time a lord demanded we fix his fences or till his fields. Now we can stand our ground. The Queen's law protects us." Another added, "Still some fear left, but at least we can dream of saving enough coin to buy our own small land." Tyrion left that village tired but satisfied. He returned to King's Landing to find Daenerys had been dealing with disputes in the Westerlands. She dispatched a messenger to negotiate with Lannister cousins who oversaw Casterly Rock for the Child Lord. Freedmen's charter expansions there faced pushback. But the Queen's message was firm. The Freedmen's Charter applied to all the realm, no exceptions. Tyrion felt a pang thinking of his father's old seat, the place that once scorned him. Maybe it was justice that freedmen now found rights in Lannister lands. That same day, news arrived from the north. A wedding. King Jon Snow, who sometimes avoided the trappings of monarchy, had apparently decided to wed a northern lady from House Serwyn. Sansa wrote that it was a quiet affair, overshadowed by more pressing matters of governance. Tyrion felt a flicker of curiosity. Once, people suspected Jon and Daenerys might wed, uniting Targaryen and Stark, but they had parted ways, deciding that personal entanglements complicated an already fragile realm. Now Jon had chosen a northern bride, perhaps to strengthen alliances. Tyrion resolved to send a letter of congratulations. Daenerys took the news calmly, though Tyrion glimpsed a faint sadness in her eyes, perhaps the last ember of that old bond. She masked it well, focusing on the Freedmen's Charter and the realm's future. Seasons slipped onward, a year passing since Hera's rebellion was snuffed out. The Freedmen's Charter became ingrained enough that certain freedmen began forming guilds in King's Landing, cooperatives for fishmongers, seamstresses, or carpenters. They aimed to secure fair prices for their labor and ensure no freedman was exploited. Tyrion oversaw many tense negotiations with established merchants' guilds that feared competition. But Daenerys always intervened if needed, reminding them that competition was not a crime, and freedmen had a right to organize. During these expansions, the Freedmen's Charter faced a test in the Reach, where a cluster of old guard lords refused to pay freedmen seasonal laborers the agreed wages, claiming harvest shortfalls. Freedmen from those estates banded together, withheld their labor, and petitioned the crown. Tyrion traveled with a small delegation to mediate. He found tensions high. Lords complained freedmen were insolent. Freedmen insisted the lords were cheating them. After lengthy talks, Tyrion devised a compromise. The freedmen would accept slightly lower wages this season only if the lords provided extra winter grain rations at a set measure. Next season, wages must revert to the standard. Both parties grumbled but signed. Tyrion viewed it as a fragile peace, reflecting the Freedmen's Charter's power. Freedmen didn't have to yield to old threats. They could negotiate using the law's backing, much like how lords once negotiated among themselves with swords. Meanwhile, daily life in King's Landing stabilized. The City Watch included freedmen in leadership roles. Crime rates dipped slightly, though smuggling in the harbor remained an issue. Missandei, maintaining an updated registry, discovered that freedmen from Essos continued trickling in, hoping to find better prospects under Daenerys' rule. Some ended up as dockworkers, stable hands, or small-scale traders. Tyrion saw in them a reflection of the Queen's earliest vow, to break the chains. Now she was fulfilling that vow on Westerosi soil. At times, Tyrion worried about overstretching. Freedmen flocked to the capital from scattered corners, and the city's resources were finite. Housing grew tight in some districts. Wages sometimes dipped from oversupply of labor. The Freedmen's Charter guaranteed fair wages, but if too many freedmen arrived, competition could undercut wages anyway. Daenerys recognized the challenge. She sponsored expansions of farmland in the Crownlands, trying to create more paid opportunities. She also funded new workshops and encouraged freedmen to migrate to other regions. Over time, some freedmen settled in the Reach, the Riverlands, or the Vale, where farmland and labor needs existed. This required careful coordination with local lords, who demanded to be sure freedmen wouldn't form enclaves that ignored local laws. Tyrion brokered deals, ensuring freedmen groups pledged to respect local charters. The Freedmen's Charter still outranked local codes if they clashed on forced labor or pay, but for most things, like taxes or general order, they agreed to abide by local rules. Slowly, a patchwork of freedmen communities took root across the realm. In King's Landing itself, freedmen began forming a quarter near the western city walls. They built modest but sturdy homes with communal courtyards, funded partly by a crown program that offered small loans for freedmen's housing, another of Daenerys' reforms. Visiting it, Tyrion saw evidence of pride in what freedmen could do when given the chance. Children played on cobbled lanes, freedmen artisans wove baskets or shaped clay vessels, freedmen scribes taught basic letters to neighbors. The Freedmen's Charter, hung in public squares, reminded them of their rights. No lord or official could simply tear them from their homes. During one walk through that freedmen quarter, Tyrion came across a small group discussing the possibility of freedmen eventually holding minor offices. One freedman, a former scribe from Essos, said if a freedman shows ability, why not let him or her serve as a local reeve or even a city official? We understand the freedman's needs best. Another freedman chimed in, but is that allowed? Lords might never allow freedmen to outrank them. Tyrion interjected politely, explaining that under the new code there was no direct ban on freedmen holding local offices. However, in practice, lords typically appointed reeves and the queen only intervened if she suspected prejudice. But times are changing, Tyrion told them. If freedmen prove capable and the local community supports them, the queen might well recognize that appointment. The freedmen listened, eyes alight with cautious hope. In the ensuing weeks, Tyrion reported these ideas to Daenerys. She responded by quietly urging certain crownlands lords to consider freedmen reeves if they were qualified. A few smaller lordships complied, albeit warily. One freedman named Caris, who once served as a steward in Essos, was appointed reeve of a crownland's hamlet. Tyrion oversaw the official letter granting him the position. It caused a stir among old families but stood as another milestone for the Freedmen's Charter. All was not tranquil, of course. Whispers arose of pockets of rebellion or resentment. Tyrion's spies indicated a handful of lesser knights in the Westerlands still refused to treat freedmen laborers fairly. In the Stormlands, rumors claimed certain lords harbored ill will, muttering that freedmen refused proper fealty. Daenerys dispatched warnings the Freedmen's Charter was not optional. If these lords openly defied it, they faced crown sanctions. The presence of dragons overhead, Drogon, Regal, Viserion, helped quell thoughts of overt revolt, but Tyrion knew resentment could fester if not addressed. They needed continuing vigilance and the demonstration that freedmen's labor, fairly compensated, could enrich everyone rather than undermine old structures. As another year turned, small councils across the realm mirrored the approach used in King's Landing, with freedmen invited to speak about local concerns. Not every region welcomed this wholeheartedly, but the Queen's backing forced them to adapt. The Freedmen's Charter was codified in thick volumes, circulated among scribes who traveled from castle to castle, reading it aloud so no lord could claim ignorance. Tyrion oversaw the printing of dozens of copies, distributing them widely. The freedmen themselves memorized key clauses, passing them around by word of mouth. A slow but unstoppable wave of awareness rolled across Westeros. One day, Tyrion strolled through the Red Keep's library where Missandei was reorganizing shelves of old records. The Freedmen's Charter sat in pride of place near the front, a thick scroll now annotated with clarifications from each region. She smiled when she saw him. We've come a long way, haven't we? This charter was once a novelty from Essos. Now it's a living document shaping the daily breath of the realm. Tyrion nodded, running a finger along the scroll's wooden handle. Indeed. I recall the day Daenerys first proposed bringing freedmen's rights to Westeros. People called it madness, said lords would never accept it. But we hammered it into law, fought conspiracies, overcame fanatic Targaryens who threatened to burn everything. And here it stands. Missandei's smile glowed with quiet pride. I remember Slaver's Bay, how freedmen struggled to unify, how we faced rebellion after rebellion. It wasn't perfect, but we never gave up. And now, Westeros freedmen have more stability, ironically, than many in Essos. That's thanks to the Queen's unwavering stance and your counsel, Tyrion. He shrugged, half embarrassed. I've merely facilitated. Daenerys is the one with the dragons and the moral fervor. Without that, this might have collapsed at the first sign of protest. Missandei's eyes shone. You underestimate your role. But humility suits you. She replaced a scroll on the shelf. Either way, the Freedmen's Charter stands. Let's hope the realm will never again see a day when slavery or forced servitude rears its head. Amen, Tyrion said quietly. Time marched on, bringing fresh expansions and complexities. Freedmen caravans ventured north to serve in new farmland projects. Freedmen artisans found roles in the Stormlands, rebuilding old roads. The Freedmen's Quarter in King's Landing swelled to the point that Tyrion authorized new housing outside the city walls, effectively forming a small freedmen's borough. Lords from the Vale and the Reach tested the charter's limits, occasionally trying to impose hidden fees or cunning new forms of apprenticeship that came perilously close to servitude. Each time, the Crown intervened, citing the code's clarity that no person could be bound to labor without fair compensation and the right to leave. Slowly, the Freedmen's Charter became the realm's default assumption, an undercurrent that shaped how people lived and worked. While not every freedman thrived, some found it difficult to find stable wages in a shifting economy. The difference was that they at least had legal recourse now. They could not be sold, could not be forced to labor at sore point. This fundamental shift, if unstoppable, required constant oversight, but it gradually took hold. The next major test emerged with the Iron Islands. Yara Greyjoy had pledged fealty to Daenerys, but the Ironborn had a tradition of reaving, capturing thralls. That clashed directly with the Freedmen's Charter. Yara, seeking to modernize the Isles, had outlawed thralls, but not everyone complied. Tyrion received word that certain captains refused to release thralls they held as spoils of the sea. Daenerys resolved to take direct action. She loaded the Unsullied onto ships, accompanied by Regal and Viserion overhead, and sailed for Pike to remind the Ironborn that the Freedmen's Charter was not optional. Tyrion accompanied her, braving the sea with a grimace. His stomach never adored ships. But it was vital to ensure the Freedmen's Charter's enforcement. If the Iron Islands clung to thralls, it would undermine the entire realm's stance. They arrived at Pike in a swirl of salt wind. Yara greeted them warmly but with an undertone of tension. Some old captains still reeve. They take thralls from coastal raids in Essos or beyond. I've tried to rein them in, but they hide behind the old ways. Daenerys' eyes hardened. No more. We ended slavery in Meereen, Astapor, Ukai. We ended forced servitude across Westeros. The Iron Islands are no exception. Take me to these captains. They convened in Pike's battered Great Hall. Tyrion observed the assembled captains, salt-worn, defiant. Yara introduced them as some of the last old-school reavers. Their scowls said enough. They disliked the Freedmen's Charter. They disliked bowing to a Targaryen queen, even one who had supported Yara's claim. But they also recognized the threat of dragons. One captain spat on the floor, saying, "Reaving is our birthright. Thralls are spoils. We pay the iron price." Daenerys stood flanked by Tyrion and Grey Worm. She repeated in measured words that the Freedmen's Charter was absolute. Any thralls must be freed or face the Queen's justice. Captain Harag, a bulky man with a braided beard, sneered, "You threaten Ironborn in our own keep?" Yara scowled at him. "I told you, Harag, the old ways are gone. If you break the Freedmen's Charter, you face the Queen's wrath and mine." She gestured to the window where Regal's silhouette glided in the gray sky. "Do you fancy your ships against a dragon's flame?" Harag spat curses, but another captain muttered, "Better to bend than burn. The realm is changing. Let's not get ourselves destroyed." Under Yara's watchful glare, the recalcitrant captains grumbled, but eventually they yielded. They promised to free thralls. Tyrion insisted on following through. He accompanied Yara's men to certain hidden coves, found battered thralls caged in shipholds, and forced the captains to release them. Freedmen's scribes recorded each thrall's name, ensuring they had the option to leave or accept paid labor. Some thralls, ironically, wanted to stay on the Ironborn ships if paid fairly. Others wanted no part of it and demanded transport back to the mainland. Tyrion oversaw a partial compensation from the captain's plundered loot to the newly freed, a stiff penalty. Harag nearly burst a blood vessel but had no power to defy dragonfire. The Freedmen's Charter triumphed again. Daenerys took flight on Regal, circling Pike's jagged towers as a final demonstration that she would not be trifled with. Yara parted from them with a relieved grin, grateful for the Queen's backing. As their ships sailed away, Tyrion noted how the freedmen on the deck, some newly freed from Ironborn captivity, stared at the horizon with expressions of wonder. They were no longer thralls. They had rights, upheld by a queen who spanned seas to enforce them. Tyrion felt a flicker of awe at how thoroughly Daenerys had embedded the Freedmen's Charter into the realm's identity. After returning to King's Landing, Daenerys and Tyrion faced a fresh batch of petitions from newly freed Ironborn thralls who decided to migrate to the mainland. Another wave of freedmen integrating into Westeros's population. The freedmen's quarter near the city swelled further. Some of them had lived savage lives under Ironborn reavers, but were determined to find a future in the Queen's domain. Each success story fueled the Freedmen's Charter's legend, and each challenge tested their capacity to keep it consistent, fair, and accessible. In the midst of these transformations, Tyrion often wrote letters to Sansa Stark, exchanging updates about the Freedmen's Charter. The North had its own brand of autonomy, but freedmen from the South occasionally migrated there, seeking new farmland. Sansa seemed supportive, though the North had fewer freedmen historically. She reported that some old houses disliked outsiders, but she insisted on applying the Queen's code. On quiet nights, Tyrion would reread her letters and reflect on how improbable it was that once he had been forced to marry Sansa under Lannister schemes. Now they were distant allies in forging a realm more just than their families had allowed. Time marched onward, forging a sense of normalcy under the Freedmen's Charter. The impetus for a new cataclysm, like Hera's wildfire plots, seemed to have passed, at least for now. Daenerys convened occasional councils with major lords, freedmen representatives, and allied merchants to refine trade laws. Freedmen found a seat at the table more regularly, suggesting input on labor codes. Some lords bristled, but seeing freedmen stand with quiet dignity, referencing the code's clauses, gave them little room to object. 3 years after Hera's downfall, Daenerys declared a grand convocation in King's Landing to celebrate the Freedmen's Charter's successful integration into every region. Lords from the north to Dorne, from the Westerlands to the Vale, journeyed to the capital. Freedmen from each region were invited as well, representing local councils or cooperatives. The city bustled with color and sound. Tents erected outside the walls for visiting delegations, ships clogging the harbor with new arrivals. Some said it was the largest gathering since the war council that ended Cersei's reign. Tyrion spearheaded preparations. He arranged lodging, scheduled events, balanced security concerns with the desire for openness. Grey Worm mobilized the Unsullied to keep order. The Freedmen's Charter had cut deeply into old hierarchies, but it had also seeded new alliances. If no major conspiracy had arisen by now, it was unlikely to do so at a celebratory convocation. Still, Tyrion left nothing to chance. He posted watchers discreetly among the crowds. On the opening day, Daenerys welcomed the delegates in the refurbished throne room. Freedmen's banners hung alongside the banners of great houses. The dais held the Iron Throne, but Daenerys did not sit on it for her speech. She stood before it, arms at her sides, posture regal yet approachable. Tyrion, Missandei, Davos, Grey Worm, and others stood behind her. Freedmen and lords filled the hall. She spoke with measured clarity. Lords, ladies, freedmen of every corner of Westeros. 3 years ago, many said the Freedmen's Charter could never take root here. They said our realm was too bound by old ways, too reliant on fear. Yet here we stand, freedmen working side by side with lords, forging new prosperity. We overcame conspiracies, fanatics who would revert to terror. We overcame centuries of ingrained custom, and we continue to adapt. The Freedmen's Charter is not a finished tale. It grows with each new generation of freedmen who contribute to the realm. She paused, letting murmurs subside. Today, I gather you all not to declare our work done, but to recognize how far we've come. Together, we have proven that the wheel of oppression can be broken. The Freedmen's Charter stands not as a piece of paper, but as a living covenant among us all. Now let us discuss how we can refine it further to ensure no corner of Westeros lingers in the shadow of forced servitude. A surge of applause rose, freedmen cheering. Many lords clapped politely. Tyrion observed the mixture of expressions: acceptance, pride, cautious neutrality. No open hostility. That alone was a triumph. The freedmen's charter had become woven into the realm's identity. Over the following days, delegates met in smaller sessions to share experiences. Freedmen from the north described how they taught newly arrived freedmen to survive harsh winters. Freedmen from the Iron Islands explained the shift from raiding to legitimate seafaring. Freedmen from the Reach touted cooperative farming. Lords in attendance listened, some wide-eyed, some skeptical. But each conversation hammered home that freedmen were no passing fad. They were integral to the realm's new tapestry. Tyrion drifted through these sessions, offering guidance, occasionally mediating. He saw freedmen forging alliances across regions, discussing ways to unify labor practices or exchange skilled workers. He glimpsed lords proposing joint ventures, acknowledging freedmen as valuable partners. That synergy was exactly what Daenerys had envisioned. Not a realm of cowering subjects, but a realm of cooperating free people. On the final day, Daenerys hosted a grand feast in the Great Hall, bridging freedmen and lords at the same tables. Platters of roasted boar, spiced vegetables, crusty bread, fresh fruit from Dorne. Freedmen minstrels performed songs celebrating the charter's success. Lords drank and conversed with freedmen carpenters or scribes. Tyrion circulated, wearing his best doublet, ensuring everyone felt included. As the feast neared its climax, Daenerys rose from her seat. The hall quieted. She announced special commendations to freedmen and lords who had excelled at implementing the charter. House Rowan, who'd once received a Valyrian steel blade, freedman officer Warys, who still bore his own blade and had become a city watch captain. Freedman Reeve Carys in the Crownlands, freedman farmers in the Reach, freedman fisherfolk in the Vale, and more. Each was recognized, stepping forward to bows or applause. Some freedmen wept openly, never having expected to be honored in a royal hall. At last, Tyrion stepped up for the concluding words, his heart pounding with an odd blend of pride and humility. Years ago, I left King's Landing seeking a purpose. I found it at the side of Daenerys Targaryen, who broke chains in Essos and vowed to free all from tyranny. When we brought that vow to Westeros, many scoffed. Yet look around. Freedmen stand among lords, not as slaves or thralls, but as equals under the law. We do not pretend all problems are solved. The Freedmen's Charter is an ongoing commitment. But every day we prove that a realm need not be built on terror or forced servitude. We can build it on justice and cooperation. This is our home, freed and otherwise, together forging a future none thought possible. He paused, taking in the sight of freedmen, lords, city watch, all listening. In memory of those who suffered under the whip or the threat of forced labor, and in honor of those who championed the Freedmen's Charter against all odds, let us toast the realm we've shaped and the realm we can still shape. To freedom and unity. He lifted a goblet, voice strong. The hall erupted in cheers. Freedmen cheered the loudest, but many lords joined in, buoyed by the celebration. Daenerys watched from the high table, eyes shimmering. Tyrion caught her gaze, and she gave a small, grateful nod. Thus ended the convocation in a swelling wave of applause and mutual respect. Over the next days, delegates departed, carrying the renewed sense that the Freedmen's Charter was unstoppable. Tyrion heard freedmen talking about forging regional councils, lords discussing freedmen labor as an asset. The old ways had not vanished entirely, some pockets still might chafe, but the momentum was undeniable. When most delegates had gone, Tyrion strolled through the freedmen's quarter outside the city walls, marveling at how the convocation had electrified residents. Freedmen children played with carved wooden dragons, referencing Daenerys's protective presence. Freedmen merchants displayed wares from every region, no longer terrified of being seized. Freedmen scrawled the charter's words on walls, calling it our shield. This was a city once known for the worst of exploitation, now brimming with cautious hope. He ended his walk at a vantage point overlooking Blackwater Bay. The sun sank low, painting the water bronze. Daenerys joined him, footsteps light on the stone walkway. They stood side by side as gulls cried overhead. She spoke softly. It's done. The Freedmen's Charter is firmly woven into the realm. If we keep guarding it, I believe it can outlast us. Tyrion exhaled. You've built something extraordinary, Your Grace, and not with dragonfire, but with law, perseverance, and mutual respect. A ghost of a smile curved her lips. We used dragonfire to protect it when needed. But yes, the foundation is law, not fear. She gazed at the glimmering bay. Sometimes I recall standing in the red waste. No allies, only 3 newborn dragons, terrified but hopeful. If someone had told me I would one day rule a realm where freedmen lived as equals, I wouldn't have known how to imagine it. But here we are. He bowed his head gently. I'm honored to have walked this path with you. Perhaps we've proven that people can break the cycles of cruelty if they dare enough. Daenerys's gaze was distant yet content. We'll face new challenges, always, but the Freedmen's Charter stands as testament that we need not repeat the old sins of tyranny. Let the realm live by these new rules, forging a lasting peace. She turned to him fully, her voice quiet yet fervent. Thank you, Tyrion. You believed in me when many scorned me. Your counsel guided me through wars, conspiracies, even the madness of a lost Targaryen cousin. The Freedmen's Charter is as much your triumph as mine. Tyrion felt an uncharacteristic warmth in his cheeks. Your grace flatters me. I just talk a lot. You do the real leading. A gentle laugh escaped her. And I wouldn't have half succeeded without your talk. Now, the Freedmen's Charter belongs to the realm. We've done what we can to embed it in laws, in hearts. The rest is up to future generations. They shared a moment of silence, the sea breeze tangling Daenerys's silver-gold hair. The freedmen's quarter behind them pulsed with quiet life, and the city across the bay glimmered with torchlight. Tyrion reflected on the improbable journey from the day he fled King's Landing in secret to find a rumored Targaryen queen across the sea to this evening's hush with that queen by his side, freedmen free under her rule. Fate or choice, or both? He gave her a final, respectful nod. Shall we go, your grace? We still have the small matter of tomorrow's council among 1,000 other trifles. The Freedmen's Charter might be secure, but daily governance never ends. She smiled, turning from the bay. Yes, my lord hand. Onward then. They walked away from the vantage, heading back toward the Red Keep's gates. In the days that followed, the Freedmen's Charter continued its steady life in Westeros. Freedmen traveled, worked, bargained, gained recognition. The realm as a whole breathed easier, no looming threat of apocalypse, no White Walkers, no savage Targaryen pretender. Daenerys reigned as a queen who had proven she would not revert to tyranny. The Freedmen's Charter had replaced fear with the possibility of shared prosperity. Some years later, in a final echo of that hope, a freedman Reeve from the Crownlands was elected by local notables to represent them at a summoning of the Great Council to address a minor succession matter. He stood among highborn peers, referencing the Freedmen's Charter to justify certain legal arguments. Lords listened, no one laughed. This quiet scene showed how deep the transformation ran. Freedmen no longer had to beg from the shadows, they had a seat at the table. If that was not a victory for Daenerys Targaryen's vow to break the wheel, Tyrion didn't know what was. When Tyrion recalled the earliest days, those dusty Essos roads, the battered city of Meereen, the uncertain crossing to Westeros, he marveled at how improbable it all seemed. Yet the Freedmen's Charter was real, hammered into law, tested by conspiracies, fortified by compassion and a queen's unwavering stance. The realm's old feudal bones had bent, if not fully broken, allowing freedmen to breathe free. For all the blood and sweat, for all the sleepless nights and near catastrophes, Tyrion considered it a worthy outcome. And so the Freedmen's Charter endured, a living testament to what could happen if men and women chose not to rule by fear alone. Every harvest that freedmen toiled and profited from, every workshop run by freedmen artisans, every orchard they planted, testified to the realm's new order. Over time, children grew up not remembering a day when forced servitude was an accepted norm. Freedmen's families mixed with local communities. Prejudices softened, though never vanished entirely. But the Freedmen's Charter gave them the legal bedrock to stand upon, long after the generation who fought for it had passed. And that, Tyrion often told himself, was the truest measure of success. Building something that outlived its creators. He would stand in the Red Keep's courtyard some mornings, watching Freedman City watch recruits drilling under the shadow of the Queen's dragons overhead, and think, we did it. We truly did. Not alone, never alone, but guided by Daenerys's vision, by the stubbornness of freedmen who refused to remain powerless, and by the new code that replaced might with right. At last, Westeros had a realm that might endure storms, as it had endured the storms of Targaryen madness, Lannister cruelty, and everything in between. There would always be new battles, new disputes, new lords who tested the boundaries. But so long as the Freedmen's Charter and the new code held, so long as Daenerys's dragon soared above a city unbound by chains, Tyrion believed the realm had a chance to stand on something stronger than fear, a foundation that might hold come what may. Thus concluded the saga that began with Tyrion's decision to leave King's Landing on a gray morning, spurred by rumors of a Targaryen queen in the east. He had found her, pledged his cunning, survived wars and conspiracies, and together they shaped Westeros into a place that recognized freedmen as free indeed. No destiny was pre-written. Choice had guided them across seas, through battlefields, into the crucible of forging new laws. Now, on the other side, they stood in a realm that, while imperfect, was undeniably changed for the better. Tyrion could think of no grander accomplishment. And each sunrise over King's Landing, each flurry of freedmen commerce in the markets, each conflict resolved through law rather than raw violence, reminded him that sometimes the improbable could become reality. If one had the will, the wits, and the courage to stand against the old ways and break them, one link at a time. Tyrion Lannister stood on the highest balcony of Maegor's Holdfast, cradling a cup of cooled wine in his hands. Dawn had just begun streaking the eastern sky, the rooftops of King's Landing glowing a subdued orange. From this vantage, he could see the sprawl of the freedmen's quarter beyond the city walls, a testament to how deeply the realm had changed since the day Daenerys Targaryen first unfurled her banner on Westerosi shores. Where once only hovels and dusty outbuildings had stood, there were now rows of modest homes, communal courtyards, and small workshops. Smoke from a dozen forges curled into the morning air, mingling with the brine off Blackwater Bay. He sipped the wine and let his gaze wander. The freedman's charter, once mocked as a foreign fancy, had become a bedrock principle of the realm. At first, lords pretended to accept it only because of the queen's dragons and her unswerving will. But over the years, enough saw the benefits to commerce, harvests, and stability that its enforcement had grown simpler. Freedmen labored of their own will, were paid for their work, and spent their coin in ways that fueled the local economy. For every old guard noble who still bristled at the idea, half a dozen found it tolerable, even profitable. Yet nothing in Westeros ever remained static. Shadows could always creep beneath bright achievements. He glanced over the parapet, noticing an incoming messenger on horseback winding through the castle gates with a sense of urgency. The gold cloaks ushered the rider into the courtyard below. Tyrion felt the old stir of apprehension that had never quite left him. Things in King's Landing were never entirely calm, not even in these relatively prosperous times. He drained the last of his wine and headed downstairs, steps echoing in the winding halls until he reached the entry corridor. By the time he arrived, the messenger stood panting before a cluster of guards, one of them holding out a scrap of parchment. When Tyrion took the parchment, he saw it bore a small sigil, a scorpion coiled around a sword. House Coheres, a lesser branch from the Crownlands. Not one of the big names, but they had to keep near a forested region south of the Wendwater. He broke the seal and read quickly. My lord hand. We write in desperation. A wave of raids strikes our fields, carried out by masked riders on pale horses. They seize our freedmen laborers, claiming them as spoils. We fear they mean to smuggle these people away and force them to work elsewhere, in direct violation of the freedmen's charter. We have appealed to nearby lords, but no one can track these riders. Please send aid from the Queen's forces. We cannot defend ourselves alone. Below the rushed script was the scrawled signature of Ser Jom Coheres, a name Tyrion barely recognized. Tyrion felt his stomach twist. Whoever these masked riders were, they violated the freedmen's charter in the most blatant way, kidnapping laborers. That was slavery by another name. In some corners of the realm, a few had tried. The Queen had always cracked down ferociously, but it seemed each generation had a handful of fools who thought they could resurrect old cruelties. Tyrion handed the note to the guard captain, ordering him to bring it immediately to the Queen's attention. Within the hour, Daenerys summoned Tyrion, Ser Davos, Grey Worm, and a few others to a quick council session in the refurbished throne room. She read the note aloud, voice tight with anger. Freedmen from her vantage had become the backbone of the new economy in many rural estates. And now some brigand group thought to spirit them away like stolen cargo. They must be stopped, she said firmly. The freedmen's charter leaves no ambiguity. Forced servitude is illegal everywhere in this realm. Let them try to hide behind an old banner or some claim of spoils. We will burn out their operation. Tyrion rubbed his chin. It's puzzling, though. These are masked riders. They target freedmen specifically. Could this be the work of a small cabal of lords unwilling to accept the charter? Or opportunists looking to make coin by selling them across the narrow sea? Ser Davos leaned on the table. Opportunists, likely. There's still profit in capturing freedmen and selling them in Essos. A vile trade, but not unheard of. If they move quickly and use hidden routes, they might slip them onto ships before the local lords can react. Grey Worm's face remained impassive, though his voice held an edge. We have ships patrolling the bay. We can also send Unsullied south by land, root out these raiders. We'll free any captives and punish the slavers. Daenerys' eyes flared with a hot anger. Yes. We must act swiftly. Tyrion, you and Davos organize a response. Grey Worm, prepare a detachment of Unsullied. We march at once to House Coheres, see the situation, and crush these brigands. They planned quickly. A force of 200 Unsullied would ride south with a small cavalry contingent of City Watch. Tyrion would accompany them to handle negotiations with local lords. Davos would remain behind to manage the harbor watch in case the raiders attempted shipping freedmen through the ports. Daenerys declared she would fly one of her dragons to the Windwater region so any hidden encampment might be spotted from above. The freedman's charter was her vow. She would not stand idle. By midday, Tyrion found himself riding south along the Windwater road, dust kicking up beneath the hooves of the cavalry. Grey Worm commanded the Unsullied in disciplined ranks behind them, tall spears glinting. Overhead, Regal soared, a dark shape against the brilliant sky. Daenerys had chosen Regal for this mission, leaving Drogon and Viserion behind to guard the capital. The Freedman's Charter might be the foundation of law, but it never hurt to remind brigands that dragons were still a force. Tyrion tried to ignore the dull ache in his back. He'd never loved riding, but necessity outweighed comfort. They camped that night near a modest village, freedmen and city watch mixing around campfires. Tyrion walked among them, hearing low talk of the recent forging ceremony where freedmen received Valyrian steel blades. Many freedmen remembered how the realm had changed. Now, faced with new threats, they were determined to uphold the charter. Tyrion shared some words of encouragement, cautioning them to keep their swords close. If these masked riders attacked the camp, they'd be in for a surprise. At dawn, they resumed the march, passing farmland dotted with haystacks and small stone huts. The Freedmen's Charter had guaranteed farmers fair compensation for their labor, and Tyrion noticed signs of prosperity in some fields, tidy rows of vegetables, new barns. Yet in other spots, the land looked abandoned as though workers had fled. By noon, they reached the keep of House Coheres, a modest stone stronghold with a single tower. The gate swung open to reveal a worried Ser Jom Coheres and a handful of his guards. Ser Jom greeted them in the courtyard, bowing deeply to Daenerys when she dismounted from Regal. The dragon perched on a low hill, rumbling softly, unsettling the local horses. Tyrion tried not to smirk as he saw the Lord's guards edge back nervously. Some things never changed about people's reactions to dragons. The dusty, middle-aged Ser Jom wasted no time. "Thank you for coming, Your Grace. These raiders are devils. They strike at dusk, round up freedmen from the fields, and vanish. My men gave chase once, but the riders split into multiple paths, and we lost them in the forest." Daenerys offered him a reassuring nod. "We'll help you defend your lands. Can you show us where the raids occur most frequently?" Ser Jom led them inside, spreading a rough map on a wooden table. He pointed to a cluster of fields near a shallow river. "We suspect they have a hidden camp near the forest edge." Freedmen who escaped spoke of hearing wagons in the night carrying captives away. Grey Worm studied the map. "We can deploy Unsullied in small squads across these routes. Once the raiders come, we ambush them." Daenerys turned to Tyrion. "Let's do it. I'll fly overhead on Regal, see if I can spot any telltale signs." The Freedmen's Charter states no forced bondage of any kind, so these raiders are criminals under crown law. They must be taken alive for questioning if possible. "We need to know who funds them." Tyrion agreed. "We suspect they might be selling freedmen overseas. Let's hope we find evidence." They spent the rest of the day moving forces into position around the targeted fields. Freedmen laborers who still remained were quietly informed to stay close and look for signals. Night fell with a crescent moon. Tyrion waited in the hush of tall grass alongside Grey Worm, each wearing dark cloaks to blend into the countryside. Unsullied squads were scattered at intervals, city watch cavalry hidden behind a low ridge. Daenerys soared overhead at a higher altitude on Regal, able to see by faint moonlight. If the raiders appeared, they would be caught between ground forces and dragonry. Hours passed in tense stillness. Crickets chirped. A mild summer breeze rustled the grain. Then, near midnight, Tyrion glimpsed movement at the far edge of the field, a line of riders, torches doused, silhouettes gliding under starlight. They advanced quietly, dismounting to approach a cluster of makeshift huts. Freedmen apparently bunked there, harvesting the fields by day. Tyrion's pulse quickened. The raiders had come. With practiced stealth, the masked men moved among the huts, muffling terrified freedmen with cloth gags, binding hands. Tyrion's hand curled around the hilt of his dagger. Wait, he reminded himself, let them gather so we can take them all at once. Grey Worm tensed beside him, spear readied. They counted at least 15 raiders. Then, from overhead, a distant roar. Regal, sensing the threat, loosed a cry that split the night. The raiders froze. Some cursed, pointing upward. A moment later, Grey Worm gave the signal. Unsullied erupted from the fields, silent shapes converging. The raiders spun in alarm. A few fumbled for crossbows. Others tried to flee, dragging bound freedmen with them. Tyrion rose, heart-pounding, though he let the soldiers do the brunt of the fighting. One raider whipped a blade toward an Unsullied's throat, but the eunuch soldier sidestepped and rammed a spear through his midsection. Another raider flung a torch, hoping to start a distraction, but the ground was too damp and the flames sputtered out. The freedmen cried muffled pleas as city watch cavalry thundered around the perimeter, cutting off escape routes. The clash was brief but fierce. Tyrion ducked behind a low stone wall to avoid stray arrows. He saw Grey Worm slice the hamstrings of a fleeing raider, then pivot to disarm another who tried to raise a crossbow. The raiders, outnumbered and disorganized, collapsed into chaos. Suddenly, a giant shape swept overhead, roaring. Regal unleashed a plume of fire not on the raiders themselves but across the open field behind them, blocking their retreat with a line of flame. The heat washed over the battlefield, scorching the night air. The raiders, trapped, fell into a panicked retreat, only to be cut off by Unsullied spears or the swirling cavalry. When the dust settled, nearly all the raiders lay dead or wounded. Only 3 or 4 were pinned, alive, under Unsullied steel. Freedmen laborers spilled from huts, trembling. Tyrion emerged from cover, heart hammering. Grey Worm stood over a captive, pressing a spear tip to the man's chest. The raider's mask lay askew, revealing a gaunt, sweat-streaked face. Daenerys landed regal in a swirl of dust, dismounting with regal fury in her eyes. She strode among the captives. Free the freedmen, she ordered. Bind the raiders and bring them for questioning. Let none escape. A flurry of movement followed. Unsullied cut the ropes binding freedmen. Tyrion offered a freedman woman a reassuring nod as she sobbed in relief. A few freedmen huddled over wounded laborers, but thankfully no freedmen had been killed before the rescue. The raiders, however, had lost more than half their number to the swift onslaught. As torches were lit, Tyrion noted that the captive raiders wore identical black leathers with no sigil. Their faces were etched in desperation or hate. Daenerys confronted one captive who spat curses. You violate my law, she said icily. Explain who sent you to snatch freedmen. The man only glared, refusing to speak. Another captive, bleeding from a cut on his arm, finally broke under the menace of Grey Worm's silent stare. We do it for profit, he stammered. We heard freedmen were easy pickings, fetch good coin in Lys or Volantis. No lord hired us. Just a group of Excel's-words. Tyrion frowned. He suspected there might be more to it. But the man insisted it was purely mercenary, that they had no instructions from any Westerosi lord. Possibly they were telling the truth, or possibly they were covering for a hidden patron. Daenerys's jaw clenched. You murdered and enslaved for coin, she said, voice quivering with barely contained rage. You would resurrect the very horrors I crossed seas to end. She turned to Tyrion. We'll hold them under guard, interrogate them further. If they truly act alone, we'll punish them in accordance with the Freedmen's Charter. If they serve a hidden master, we'll root that out. Tyrion nodded, relief mingling with caution. Agreed. We can question them more thoroughly at House Coheres's keep or even in King's Landing. In the meantime, let's see how the freedmen are faring. They spent the next few hours tending to freedmen, giving them medical attention and food. The freedmen recounted how over the past fortnight these raiders had struck multiple hamlets, stealing away more than 24 laborers. The freedmen believed their kin might already be on ships to Essos. Daenerys's fury grew. She assured them the crown would do all it could to track those ships if they existed. She whispered something to Regal, stroking his scaled neck as though vowing never to let such atrocities stand. By dawn, the freedmen began returning to their huts, though many trembled at the prospect of more raids. Tyrion promised that Unsullied would remain in the area for a time, reinforcing local defenses until the threat was neutralized. Daenerys and Tyrion then escorted the surviving raiders back to Ser Jam Coheres's keep, where a makeshift prison was set up in the cellar. The unspeaking raiders glared sullenly, but the talkative one repeated that they were no more than opportunistic sellswords. Tyrion found himself alone with Daenerys in the keep's small courtyard an hour after sunrise. She paced, anger in every line of her postu. Even if these men are just sales words, they must have some link to an Essos buyer. Otherwise, how would they plan to move freedmen across the sea so efficiently? He agreed. We've seen black market traffickers before. They bribe captains, set sail from hidden coves. Perhaps we should tighten harbor inspections even further or send scouts along the coast to find secret loading spots. Grey Worm joined them then, reporting that under further questioning, the talkative raider admitted they used a small base south of Duskendale to smuggle freedmen onto merchant cogs bound for Volantis. The man didn't know names, only that a tall, bearded Valentine paid silver for each captive loaded. The freedmen had no chance to resist once aboard. That meant a slaver ring was active on the coast under the crown's nose. Daenerys' fists clenched. The freedmen's charter applies to every wave of the sea as well. No one will be stolen away. Tyrion, we must mobilize the harbor watch, post men at every likely inlet. We cannot let them whisk freedmen off to Volantis. She paused, eyes distant. It reminds me too much of Slaver's Bay. We ended it there, or so I believed. To see it creeping back in a new form enrages me. Tyrion placed a hand gently on her arm. We'll end it, Your Grace. I'll send ravens at once. Ser Davos will coordinate. We'll scour the coastline from Rosby to Duskendale for hidden mooring points. The Freedmen's Charter has enough teeth that any local fishermen or merchants who see suspicious shipping should report it. We'll also need to alert the lords of the narrow sea coast. So began a new campaign. The Crown's forces expanded coastal patrols aided by freedmen watchers who recognized how dire the threat was. More freedmen volunteered to serve as informants, traveling roads and fishing villages to sniff out leads. Tyrion discovered that freedmen communities took the threat personally, forming their own night patrols. The Freedmen's Charter gave them a right to arm themselves for self-defense, and so small freedmen militias emerged, ironically reminiscent of how the Queen had once empowered freedmen in Slaver's Bay to guard their newly won freedom. Over the next 2 weeks, multiple suspicious vessels were seized by Crown inspectors along the coast near Duskendale. Freedmen in the hold were found shackled, guarded by hired mercenaries. Some of the ship captains insisted they had no idea it was illegal, an obvious lie. Daenerys decreed a swift trial for them under Freedmen's Charter provisions. The freedmen themselves were liberated, offered support to settle anywhere in Westeros, far from the horrors of captivity. It stung Tyrion to see that old practice re-emerge, yet the Freedmen's Charter let them crush it with a thoroughness Robert's or Cersei's regime never would have. Still, Tyrion suspected the root cause might lie in Essos, with slavers offering bounties for stolen freedmen. He relayed his worries to Daenerys in a private discussion one afternoon. They stood in the Red Keep's gardens, where fresh blooms perfumed the air. A mild sun fell on Daenerys' hair, turning it nearly white in the light. If Volantine slavers are financing these raids, Tyrion said, we might need to pressure Volantis more directly. Perhaps we should send envoys to remind them that the Queen of Westeros will not tolerate the abduction of freedmen to be sold in their markets. Daenerys nodded, gaze solemn. Yes, we fought that war in Slaver's Bay once, and I had hoped to never see it repeated. But old slaver cities might dream of new sources. Let them learn they cannot pillage freedmen from Westeros. If they persist, we have dragons. She decided to send Ser Jorah Mormont, who had reappeared in Westeros after his travels in Essos, back to Volantis as a special envoy. He would carry letters from the Queen, threatening dire consequences if the slave trade tried to expand into Westerosi freedmen. Jorah had enough knowledge of Essos to navigate the city's intrigues. Tyrion wholeheartedly supported the idea. By making a diplomatic fuss, they might cow the Volantine slavers who financed the raids. While Jorah prepared for the voyage, Tyrion busied himself with the Freedmen's Charter's day-to-day enforcement. Grey Worm, newly returned from patrolling the Wendwater region, reported that more masked raiders had been captured or killed, though a few pockets fled deeper into the woods. Freedmen from House Coheres' lands could now work without terror. Tyrion considered it a contained crisis, yet he remained wary. The Freedmen's Charter was safe only as long as the Crown met every new threat with uncompromising resolve. Complacency would invite chaos. One evening, as Tyrion read over rosters of freedmen militias, Daenerys entered his solar unannounced. She looked tired, a shadow under her eyes. Tyrion, she began softly, I think it's time we formalized freedmen militias. Let them protect their own communities with Crown sanction. Right now, they do it informally, but we might grant them official recognition. Tyrion set aside the roster. A freedman militia, recognized by the crown, could be beneficial but also controversial. Lords might fear an armed group not under their direct control. It might cause friction. She tilted her head in acknowledgement. I know, but freedmen are attacked precisely because they're perceived as vulnerable. If they have the right to form official militias, the cost of attacking them rises. Lords who abide by the Freedmen's Charter would understand it as a defense measure, not a threat. Tyrion rubbed his chin. We'll face pushback, but maybe it's the next logical step. The Freedmen's Charter secures labor rights, but now freedmen want guaranteed self-defense. Let's draft guidelines. Freedmen militias must register with the crown, operate under local oversight, and keep the peace rather than wage private wars. Daenerys half-smiled. Yes, if we can present it as an extension of the Freedmen's Charter, ensuring freedmen can defend themselves, perhaps even the uneasy lords will see reason. They worked late into the night, hammering out a policy that freedmen militias could form, provided they accepted crown oversight, respected local laws, and cooperated with existing city watch or local levies. Freedmen would be allowed to bear arms for communal protection. Tyrion predicted an uproar among certain lords, but Daenerys was adamant. I will not see freedmen hunted again, she said. Better for them to have official means of defense than rely solely on the crown's traveling forces. Sure enough, when word spread of the freedmen militia decree, a flurry of protests arrived at the Red Keep. Letters from half a dozen minor lords expressed alarm. Freedmen, armed and organized? They foresaw revolts, local insurrections, or chaos. Tyrion responded calmly to each, reminding them that freedmen's militias existed only to defend freedmen from illegal enslavement and that all freedmen recognized the Queen's authority. He also pointed out that freedmen had not historically started uprisings or wars, whereas lords had done so more times than he could count. A short while later, Daenerys convened a public hearing in the throne room to address these concerns. Lords from the Crownlands, the Reach, and even the Westerlands attended, along with freedmen representatives. Tyrion stood near the dais, scanning the crowd. He saw freedman Reeve Karras in the front row wearing a simple tunic with a badge marking him as an official of the crown. Next to him sat a freedman militia leader from the Wendwater region, a tall woman named Rhesa who had once been enslaved in Essos. Across from them, Tyrion noted scowling lords, including a heavy-set man from the Westerlands who muttered to his neighbor, perhaps complaining about freedmen's uppity ways. Daenerys, seated on the Iron Throne, signaled for silence. She spoke with a measured cadence that carried through the hall. The Freedmen Militia Decree stands as an extension of the Freedmen's Charter. Freedmen shall not be left helpless against raiders, slavers, or any who flout my law. They will be armed and organized under crown oversight. They owe fealty to the realm's peace. This measure is not aimed at overthrowing lords. It is aimed at preserving freedmen's safety. A few lords rose, voicing concerns that freedmen militias might refuse local taxes or commands. Daenerys listened, then explained the guidelines. Freedmen militias must answer to local reeves or the city watch, and freedmen themselves still paid taxes under the same rules as any subject. Tyrion chimed in, clarifying how freedmen organizations were obligated to follow the same code of conduct as any recognized levy. Freedmen in the audience nodded, satisfied that they would not be singled out as vigilantes. At length, the hearing concluded with a broad acceptance of the decree, though some lords left wearing grim expressions. Tyrion suspected grumbling would linger, but no one dared defy Daenerys openly. The Freedmen's Charter was too firmly established to undermine without provoking a realm-wide backlash. Freedmen outnumbered the old aristocracy in many districts, and the crown's protection made it suicidal to attempt a mass crackdown. In the following weeks, freedmen militias formed in pockets across the Crownlands and the Wendwater region, each registering with crown officials. Grey Worm sent a handful of unsullied instructors to teach them discipline and basic tactics, ensuring they would remain professional and not devolve into banditry themselves. Freedmen, eager to protect their communities, embraced the training. Soon, travelers brought news of freedmen patrols walking farmland roads with a sense of pride, warding off petty criminals or stray slavers. Tyrion felt relief each time a freedman militia reported no serious trouble. Maybe it really would deter future kidnappers. Meanwhile, Jorah Mormont returned from Volantis, bearing news that the city's triarchs politely disavowed any official involvement in slaver raids on Westerosi freedmen. They claimed it was the work of rogue merchants. Jorah suspected that was half-truth at best, but at least the triarchs were on notice. Daenerys snorted when Tyrion relayed Yora's suspicions. So they feign ignorance, she said. If we catch further evidence of Volantene complicity, we can threaten their shipping lanes. They remember what happened to you, Kai, Astapor, Meereen. They'll tread carefully if they're wise. The Freedmen's Charter pressed onward, unstoppable as the tide. Freedmen militias became a normal sight in some areas. Freedmen reeves found acceptance. Freedmen farmers negotiated fair wages each season. Lords who resisted discovered they lacked broad support. Tyrion took heart from each small sign that the realm's social fabric had truly changed. But he knew better than to assume all would remain calm forever. One day, Daenerys summoned Tyrion to her solar with a curious request. He found her seated at a simple table, old scrolls spread before her. One depicted the Freedmen's Charter in its earliest form with Essos notations from Slaver's Bay. Another displayed the Great Council clause for Westeros' succession. A third referred to local charters that recognized freedmen's rights across each region. She tapped her fingers lightly on the table as she spoke. Tyrion, she began, we built the Freedmen's Charter, but it's scattered across various documents, some from Essos, some from my early decrees, some from the new code. I want a single, unified codex that enshrines freedmen's rights, merges it seamlessly with the realm's laws, and clarifies procedures for all corners of Westeros. This would be the Freedmen's Codex. Something that stands as the final word on labor rights, wages, disputes, militia roles, everything. He raised his brows. An official Freedmen's Codex, compiled under one cover? That's ambitious, but it might reduce confusion. Right now, each region references parts of the Freedmen's Charter plus the new code plus local charters. Pulling it all into one volume would indeed help. It's also a grand statement. She nodded. A statement that freedmen's rights are not just a patchwork but a permanent institution as integral as the realm's inheritance laws or the Great Council. We'll gather scribes from the Citadel, freedmen representatives, local reeves, my advisors. We'll debate each clause, unify the language, and produce the Freedmen's Codex. Once ratified, we'll have it copied and sent across Westeros, so no lord or official can claim ignorance or reinterpret the charter in a harmful way. Tyrion felt a swell of admiration. She never ceased pushing boundaries. It will take time, but it's a worthy endeavor. A single Freedmen's Codex that outlines rights, enforcement, and consequences for violations. I can gather the necessary scholars. The freedmen themselves should have input, maybe from the reeves, militia leaders, freedmen guild spokesmen. Daenerys' eyes glinted with enthusiasm. Yes, precisely. This is their heritage too. We'll open the Red Keep for a grand assembly. Smaller than the previous convocation, but more focused. Freedmen from each region, lords who accept the Freedmen's Charter, scribes from the Citadel. We'll unify the language. In the end, we'll sign it into law. And perhaps, Tyrion, it will outlast us all. He bowed his head slightly. I'd be honored to assist. Let's begin planning at once. So began the Freedmen's Codex endeavor. Over the following months, invitations went out. Freedmen reeves, militia officers, local freedmen guild leaders, and supportive lords were asked to send representatives. The Citadel agreed to dispatch half a dozen learned men who specialized in drafting laws. Missandei oversaw the logistics, ensuring lodging and meeting spaces in the Red Keep. Grey Worm arranged security, mindful that a large influx of freedmen could attract trouble from those who hated the charter. But after the fiasco with Hera's rebellion and the masked raiders, few dared cause open chaos in the capital. As delegates trickled in, Tyrion felt echoes of the old grand convocation. Yet this was narrower in scope. Instead of broad celebrations, this was a legislative assembly, with rows of tables set in the Great Hall, ready for scribes to record every debate. Freedmen arrived in simple but tidy garments, lords in subdued finery, each ready to discuss the nuts and bolts of freedmen's rights. Daenerys planned to preside but remain approachable, letting freedmen speak freely. She commanded that all delegates treat each other with respect or be ejected. Finally, on the appointed day, the Freedmen's Codex assembly began. Tyrion sat near Daenerys on a raised dais overseeing the discussions. Freedmen Reeve Caris from the Crownlands joined freedmen from the north, the Reach, Dorne, and the Stormlands, each detailing regional nuances. The Citadel scribes scurried about with parchment and quills ready to unify language. Many lords looked wary but participated in good faith. For Tyrion, it was an astonishing sight, freedmen openly negotiating laws with lords, forging a permanent codex that would endure for generations. Day after day, they hammered out specifics, wage standards, contract rules, protections against forced relocation, freedmen militia guidelines, procedures for freedmen to file grievances. Lords sought assurances that freedmen militias wouldn't overshadow local levies. Freedmen leaders countered that local levies historically oppressed freedmen, so the charter demanded freedmen's own defense structures. Tyrion and Daenerys mediated, ensuring the final text balanced freedmen's autonomy with the realm's overall governance. Outside the assembly hours, freedmen mingled in the city, forging new friendships and alliances. Some visited the freedmen's quarter, heartened to see how freedmen there thrived. Others spoke to the city watch freedmen officers, gleaning best practices for their own communities. Daenerys occasionally strolled the freedmen's quarter herself, escorted by Grey Worm or Missandei, listening to concerns about housing or trade. Tyrion observed her with quiet pride. The Queen of Westeros walked among freedmen as easily as any rural farmland. She had truly become the figure who bridged old divides. After nearly 2 months of daily sessions, the Freedmen's Codex took shape. On a balmy morning, Citadel scribes laid out thick parchments containing the final articles, sections labeled by Roman numerals. Freedmen delegates and lords alike stepped forward to place their seals. Daenerys rose from the dais, voice echoing in the great hall. Let all the realm know, we present the Freedmen's Codex, a unified law that enshrines the rights of freedmen and the responsibilities of local authorities. This codex stands alongside our realm's code of inheritance, our great council system for succession, and the fundamental laws we have built. Freedmen shall never again be subjugated or treated as chattel. The Freedmen's Codex is the realm's promise. She took up the signing quill, scratching her signature, Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, first of her name, Queen of the Undulls and the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, Breaker of Chains, Mother of Dragons. Then she pressed her dragon seal into hot wax. A ripple of awe passed through the hall. Next came freedmen Reeves, one by one, each affixing a personal mark or simple name. Lords followed, some with uncertain faces, but they sealed it nonetheless. The Freedmen's Codex was official. Applause broke out. Freedmen exulted with tears. Lords joined in, if more reservedly, but Tyrion sensed a genuine acceptance. Anyone who hated the Freedmen's Charter had already found themselves isolated or punished. Now, seeing freedmen's unstoppable momentum, they bowed to reality. Daenerys presided over the conclusion with a warm, relieved smile. Tyrion let himself savor the moment. After so many struggles, wars, conspiracies, ideological battles, this felt like a new dawn. Freedmen at last had a codex that codified every right in one place, undeniable. The next day, scribes began copying the Freedmen's Codex for distribution across Westeros. Freedmen delegates prepared to return home with those copies in hand, ready to implement the clarified guidelines. Tyrion assured them the crown would continue to enforce compliance. Freedmen parted with hugs, thanks, and a sense of empowerment. Lords parted with polite courtesies, some still anxious about the future but resigned to the fact that freedmen's equality was the realm's law. Daenerys soared overhead on Drogon once, a final flourish that signaled her unwavering commitment. A week later, Tyrion found himself strolling the castle gardens at dusk. The Freedmen's Codex assembly had ended, leaving an eerie calm in the Red Keep's corridors. He breathed in the scent of night-blooming flowers, recalling each milestone from the day he first left King's Landing to seek Daenerys Targaryen in Essos. Could the realm truly have changed so profoundly? Daenerys approached him wearing a simple cloak over her gown. A mild breeze lifted strands of her silver-gold hair. She fell into step beside him along a row of hedges lit by soft lanterns. "We did it," she said quietly. The Freedmen's Charter was always more than a decree. Now it's a codex recognized by every corner of the realm. He nodded, remembering the dire episodes that tried to break them. The wars, Hera's wildfire plot, the masked raiders, none had stopped them. Yes. Now freedmen have a comprehensive code to protect them. No petty lord can claim ignorance. No slaver can operate with impunity. It's a legacy that might outlast us both. Her lips curved into a tired but content smile. That was always my hope. Not just to rule, but to ensure that no one else would endure what so many once suffered in Slaver's Bay or in the corners of Westeros where forced servitude lurked. She paused, meeting his gaze. Thank you, Tyrion, for never wavering, even when we faced storms. Your counsel, your cunning, your belief in me, it made all the difference. He inclined his head, a tightness in his throat. I found purpose in your cause, your grace. If we've built something that truly reshapes the realm for generations, that's more than I ever dreamed possible. They walked on in companionable silence, stepping beneath an arbor draped with vines. The hush of the garden felt peaceful, a far cry from the old days of cutthroat politics and constant dread. Freedmen's voices now carried softly from the distance, some city watch freedmen sparring, or others tidying the stables. Their presence was unremarkable now, part of the everyday. Tyrion marveled at how quickly the unthinkable had become commonplace. Eventually, Daenerys halted near a low stone bench. "We'll keep watch, of course. Another threat could arise, another group might try to sabotage freedmen's rights. But we've laid an unshakable foundation. No single crisis can tear it all down now." Tyrion agreed. "We'll remain vigilant. Yet I sense the realm's spirit is on our side. Freedmen's militias, reeves, the people's acceptance, any villain who tries to enslave them will face an entire realm's fury, not just a lone queen's wrath." She let out a soft laugh. "It's comforting to know we're not alone in this fight. We used to have to rely on dragons for everything. Now freedmen themselves stand guard. The freedmen's charter is in their hands as much as ours." Night deepened, stars flickering overhead. Tyrion listened to the hum of crickets, letting the moment sink in. He cast his mind back across 1,000 memories, the battered city after the War of the Five Kings, the unstoppable wave of freedmen in Slaver's Bay, the triumphant break of chains, the crossing to Westeros, the battles with White Walkers, the forging of new laws, and the endless political knots they unraveled. All culminating in a realm that enshrined freedmen's rights as law, not courtesy. He settled on the bench, weary but content. Daenerys took a seat beside him, her cloak brushing the ground. She looked up at the sky, exhaling softly. "I remember the first time I freed slaves in Astapor. I never thought I'd see the day Westeros itself would codify freedmen's rights so thoroughly. But here we are, and the Freedmen's Codex stands." Tyrion studied her profile, the curve of her cheek illuminated by a lantern's glow. "You made it happen. Without your unwavering stance, no one would have dared challenge centuries of feudal tradition. My father, Tywin, once told me to accept the world as it was. You taught me the world can be remade." Her gaze dropped to him, a mixture of humor and earnestness. "We did it together, Tyrion. And the freedmen themselves. Perhaps in that is our greatest success. We showed the realm that the powerless can become a pillar of strength when given the chance." He nodded. "May it remain so." The hush lingered. Eventually she stood, extending a hand to him. He rose with a slight grunt, the old ache in his bones reminding him he was no longer young. She squeezed his hand lightly in a gesture of camaraderie. Then they walked back along the garden path, returning to the halls of the Red Keep. Neither spoke further, each lost in thoughts of what they had accomplished and what still lay ahead. Over the next months, copies of the Freedmen's Codex spread throughout the realm. Freedman Reeves read its passages to gatherings of laborers explaining how to file grievances, how to form recognized militias, how wages should be negotiated. Lords studied it, some grudgingly, others with acceptance. A few realized freedmen's labor, when fairly paid, spurred local economies better than old forced methods. Freedmen's presence in the city watch and local offices also calmed tensions. Freedmen rarely sought to dethrone lords so long as their rights were respected. The Freedmen's Codex gave structure to an arrangement that had once seemed impossible. Tyrion received periodic letters from across Westeros, freedmen in the Riverlands building cooperative mills, freedmen in the Westerlands striking fair deals with gold miners, freedmen in the Vale clearing mountain passes under contract rather than feudal obligation. The realm blossomed with stories of freedmen forging better lives without the lash. There were still disputes, scuffles, pockets of resistance. But each time, freedmen appealed to the Codex, the Queen intervened, or local reeves enforced the law. The Freedmen's Charter had become an unbreakable shield. Through it, Westeros found a measure of unity no Iron Throne alone could have enforced. Once or twice, Daenerys soared on Drogon to quell a rumored revival of slavery in remote corners. But these occasions grew rarer. Her presence, combined with freedmen militias on the ground, deterred further attempts. The Freedmen's Codex, regularly updated with addendums, accounted for new scenarios. Freedmen were no longer a novelty but an integral segment of society. Tyrion oversaw the monthly small council sessions that integrated freedmen's representatives, bridging any lingering gaps. He rarely had to brandish the threat of dragonfire. People adapted, wanting to avoid the Queen's wrath but also finding surprising benefits in freedmen's labor and enterprise. Years passed in this manner, a more peaceful arc than most of Westeros had ever known. The Freedmen's Charter, now anchored by the Freedmen's Codex, proved more resilient than the cynics had predicted. Freedmen births outnumbered the old feudal lines in some provinces, though families intermingled more often than not. Freedmen children grew up never doubting their right to fair wages. By the time Tyrion's hair was heavily streaked with silver, he saw freedmen hold positions as reeves, city watch captains, and even local magisters in coastal towns. The realm's social landscape had shifted, not overnight, but steadily, irrevocably. One crisp autumn morning, Tyrion stood on a balcony overlooking the freedmen's quarter. He'd grown older, lines tracing his face, but the city bustled with an energy that made him feel strangely young at heart. Daenerys had asked him to join her on a short stroll through the freedmen's quarter. He complied, walking down the Red Keep steps, crossing the city with a handful of gold cloaks and freedmen militia as escorts. The freedmen quarter was as vibrant as ever. Children ran along cobbled lanes, freedmen merchants displayed everything from pottery to woven cloth, freedmen blacksmiths hammered away with skilled precision. A freedmen militia patrol passed, politely saluting the queen. Daenerys saluted back. It was a moment Tyrion savored. Freedmen policing their own quarter with the crown's blessing. They came upon a small plaza where freedman Reeve Karras conferred with a freedman militia captain. Nearby, freedmen farmers from the Stormlands had set up a stall selling produce. Daenerys stopped to greet them, asked about harvest yields, wages, and living conditions. They answered warmly, praising how freedmen's laborers pooled resources, letting each keep enough coin to feed families and even invest in new tools. Tyrion noticed how naturally Daenerys spoke to them, how equally they addressed her. That dynamic, more than any law, testified to the freedmen's charter's triumph. At one point, Daenerys spotted a group of freedmen children playing with carved figurines. She knelt, speaking quietly, pointing to their carved miniature dragons. The children giggled, showing her how they made the wooden figures breathe fire by waving them about. Tyrion felt a pang of memory. The queen had once told him she wanted a realm where children need not fear the lash, the whip, or war's devastation. This scene was precisely that vision. Freedmen children free to dream of dragons with no terror attached. As Daenerys rose, she faced Tyrion, eyes shining. "Look at them. This is the future of Westeros." He nodded, voice hushed with conviction. Yes, they grow up under the freedmen's charter, never knowing forced servitude. They won't worship fear. They'll build on what we started. She exhaled in a soft, contented sigh. Sometimes, Tyrion, I wonder if my ancestors would have recognized this realm. They relied on dragonfire and feudal subjugation. We rely on law and cooperation, bolstered by dragons if needed, yes, but not ruled by them. They might be turning in their graves, Tyrion quipped. But I say good riddance to their old ways. A ripple of laughter passed between them. Then they continued through the quarter, freedmen and free women bowing or smiling in respectful greeting, a far cry from cowering. The freedmen's codex had become real in these streets, a testament hammered out of centuries of cruelty undone by a queen's unwavering vow and a dwarf's cunning. That night, Tyrion returned to the Red Keep, feeling a pleasant fatigue. He retreated to his solar, poured a small cup of spiced wine, and sank into a chair by the hearth. Flickers of firelight danced over the shelves of ledgers and parchments. So much had changed since he was a bitter young man who drank and jested to mask his loneliness. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth soak in. His thoughts drifted through years of images, Daenerys hatching her dragons in the flames, liberating Slaver's Bay, crossing the narrow sea, forging the freedmen's charter, toppling Cersei, facing White Walkers, defeating Hera's mania, quelling raiders, building the freedmen's codex. Each victory lit a new spark in the realm. Freedmen had not only found freedom, they had remade society's foundations. Tyrion felt oddly at peace. Soft footsteps sounded in the corridor. A gentle knock on the door preceded Missandei's voice. "My Lord Hand, the Queen requests a final update on tomorrow's council agenda." "May I enter?" "Come," Tyrion called. Missandei stepped in, carrying a small sheaf of notes. Tyrion gestured for her to approach. "What pressing matters greet us?" Missandei consulted her notes. "A freedman Reeve from the Vale requests royal endorsement for a new farmland cooperative. A freedman militia captain from the Westerlands invites you to witness their training. The newly recognized Freedmen Guild of Blacksmiths would like to standardize apprenticeship fees. Also, the usual trade negotiations." Perhaps an hour's worth of discussion tomorrow. Tyrion chuckled lightly. An hour or 3. But it's a welcome burden. Better freedmen's administrative complexities than the horrors we once faced. Missandei smiled gently, eyes warm. I agree. Her Grace will be pleased. She turned to leave, but Tyrion spoke again. Missandei, do you ever reflect on how improbable all this was? When we first left Meereen, we never imagined freedmen's law would reshape Westeros so deeply. She regarded him thoughtfully. I do reflect. It was once a wild hope. Yet Daenerys believed in it. And you believed in her. I believe too. Now countless freedmen believe. Together we made it real. She bowed her head slightly and departed, leaving Tyrion alone again with his quiet reflections. He stared into the dim glow of the hearth, recalling how some might consider the freedmen's charter an overreach that tampered with centuries of feudal custom. But no realm survived without evolving. Perhaps that was Daenerys' greatest legacy, forging an evolution that did not rely solely on conquest but on the moral force of freedom. Tyrion felt a surge of gratitude for living to see it. He finished his wine, setting the cup aside. Weariness pulled at him, yet satisfaction glowed beneath. The next morning, he rose early, stepping onto the same balcony where he often gazed at sunrise. The freedmen's quarter basked in gentle light, thin plumes of smoke drifting from hearths where freedmen families prepared morning meals. Market chatter floated faintly on the breeze. Freedmen children ran after each other along a narrow lane, carefree. He smiled to himself, reminded that each day was a gift when tyranny no longer set the rules. A faint flutter of wings drew his attention skyward. Over the city soared Drogon, Daenerys astride him, patrolling as she sometimes did at dawn. The black dragon's silhouette cut an imposing figure against a pale sky, but instead of terrorizing the population, he had become a guardian presence. Freedmen in the streets below waved. Tyrion imagined the old lords of Westeros, Aegon, Maegor, even the Mad King would never understand how a Targaryen queen could choose to guard freedmen instead of subjugating them. Yet that choice had birthed a new age. He lingered there, letting the echoes of daily life fill his mind. Freedmen's laughter from the quarter, city watch calls from the gates, the hush of water in the bay. Scenes of normalcy that the freedmen's charter had secured, precious precisely because they were so ordinary. In a land once ravaged by endless war and oppression, an unremarkable day of freedmen working, children playing, markets humming, this was the real triumph. Finally, he turned away, heading inside to face the day's council. Each petition, each negotiation, each freedman's militia request represented the thriving tapestry of a realm that had cast off its darkest chains. No subtitles were needed to mark these achievements. They were woven seamlessly into the daily life of Westeros. And if Tyrion Lannister ever doubted his place in this changed world, he needed only to recall how far they had come, from a single queen's vow in a far desert land to a kingdom that truly recognized freedmen as free. So he walked the corridors with renewed purpose, ready to serve a queen who had changed everything and a realm that had dared to follow. The freedmen's charter endured. The freedmen's codex was signed. Tyrion believed it would stand for centuries, a testament that the wheel could indeed be broken, not by one heroic gesture, but by countless acts of will, compassion, and unyielding resolve. As long as freedmen stood side by side with lords, forging a more just world, the future shone brighter than any banner of old. And in that brightening horizon, he saw the lasting proof that choice, once spurned or ignored, could remake the fate of an entire kingdom.